professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, A Thoughtless Knife. Shisui gathered chakra in his eyes, and the blood-red 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared, sweeping across Yokagawa Tsutomu's entire body at an extremely fast speed. Yokagawa Tsutomu's current body was very strange. Shisui did not see anything that could be called eyes on Yokagawa Tsutomu, but Yokagawa Tsutomu had normal or even sharper vision. Shisui thought that Yokagawa Tsutomu might have eyes, but ordinary eyes could not find them. Is there no way to find the Sharingan? Then ordinary visual illusions will not work. Shisui found that he could not find the location of Yokagawa Tsutomu's eyes even when he exerted his pupil power to the extreme. Shisui felt a little tricky, which meant that his illusion could not be used in this battle. If Zoroark is not too weak, I can try to summon Zoroark, Shisui thought. Zoroark has been trained for too short a time and cannot be used in a high-intensity war. Those who can't break the illusion should close their eyes. Shisui reminded his companions in a low voice, and then began to make hand seals to use illusions. Although he couldn't make Yokagawa Tsutomu fall into the illusion, he could deal with other Kuza ninjas, which could be regarded as removing some unstable factors. No one could guarantee that those Kuza ninjas would not attack them under the threat of Yokagawa Tsutomu. Nirvana Essence Technique. As Shisui's chakra was activated, phantom feathers fell from the sky like rain. Whether it was the Kuza ninjas who were ready to obey orders or the Kuza ninjas who were ready to help Kakashi and others, they all felt sleepy after seeing the feathers and fell asleep. After the ninjutsu ended, there were only 3 Kuza ninjas left standing on the field, and the rest of the Kuza ninjas all fell under Shisui's illusion. Shisui was not surprised by this result. Even with the blessing of the bent spoon, the Nirvana Essence Technique was still a large-scale illusion with a large range and weak effect. Fire Style. Phoenix Chloride. Obito concentrated a large amount of chakra on his throat and sprayed a flame, and then quickly threw out the shuriken. The shuriken passed through the flames and turned into small fireballs, which hit Yokagawa Tsutomu like a fireball net. Kakashi quickly dodged and rushed out, holding 2 kunai in each hand that were emitting lightning. A bunch of trash. You will all become nutrients for the box later. The new Kusakura village does not need trash. Seeing this, Yokagawa Tsutomu snorted coldly, and quickly flapped his huge wings, turning into a black shadow and flashing through Obito's firepower net. Although his physical body is very strong now, it is still a bit unwise to resist the ninjutsu head-on, so he tried to hide if he could. Secret Technique. Mushitama. A Shiki exerted his chakra to the limit while running, and a large number of parasitic insects poured out of Shiki's body like black mist and rushed towards the attacking Yokagawa Tsutomu. Yokagawa Tsutomu was too fast, and if they wanted to attack him, they had to work together to fight the enemy. Yokagawa Tsutomu, who saw through Shiki's attack intention, flew high and dodged the swarm of insects that looked like black mist. Shadow Imitation Technique. Naruto immediately used the secret technique to shoot his shadow towards Yokagawa Tsutomu's shadow. Although Yokagawa Tsutomu was flying in the sky, his shadow was still underground. But something unexpected happened to Naruto. Yokagawa Tsutomu flapped his wings at high speed and retreated quickly to the limit distance that the shadow imitation technique could not reach. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. At this time, Kakashi, who had circled behind Yokagawa Tsutomu, finally made a move. 4 kunai with lightning pierced the air and shot at Yokagawa Tsutomu's wings. Shisui stared at Yokagawa Tsutomu. The injury to his wings would affect his speed. It would not be so easy for Yokagawa Tsutomu to dodge their attacks. Yokagawa Tsutomu seemed to have a 360-degree field of vision. Even with Kakashi behind him, he still flexibly danced his body to easily dodge the lightning kunai. Do you have an ability similar to the transparent world? Kakashi frowned slightly. It was too weird that Yokagawa Tsutomu could dodge so perfectly with such a big body. Kakashi, who mastered the transparent world, knew how difficult it would be to deal with an opponent with this ability. Fire Style, Ghost Lantern. Longf, who had completed the condensation of chakra, attacked Yokagawa Tsutomu brazenly, condensing more than 30 ghost-faced fireballs to attack Yokagawa Tsutomu. Boom! Exclamation mark. Several fireballs hit Yokagawa Tsutomu and caused an explosion, leaving a charred mark on his body. What is this? Kakashi was a little confused. Although Longf's attack timing was good just now, it should not have hit Yokagawa Tsutomu, because Kakashi's attack timing was better. Rufu, you are looking for death. Yokagawa Tsutomu was furious, and immediately raised his claws and burst at full speed to slap the place where Longf was. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi, who opened the transparent world, predicted Yokagawa Tsutomu's actions and formed a seal in advance to raise a huge dog-head earth wall in front of Longf. Boom! Yokagawa Tsutomu's huge claws slapped the earth wall and instantly slapped spiderweb-like cracks on the earth wall. Longf, who reacted, had no time to thank Kakashi and immediately moved to another position with the instant body technique. The next moment, the earth wall was broken, and the place where Longf just stood turned into a pit. Swish! Maruboshi Kosuk concentrated his chakra on his feet and swung the sword to slash. Yokagawa Tsutomu instantly raised his claws to block the incoming long sword, and then swung his other palm to smash towards Maruboshi Kosuk. Uncle who takes the blame. Be careful. Obito's Sharingan saw Yokagawa Tsutomu's action and warned loudly. Maruboshi Kosuk, who had experienced many battles, would naturally not be injured so easily. He reduced his strength expressionlessly and dodged the attack with the help of Yokagawa Tsutomu's strength. Kakashi and others took the opportunity to launch an attack again, but it still had no effect. This time, Nohara Rin, who was taking care of Uzumaki Karen, also took action, but still failed to hit Yokagawa Tsutomu. However, Yokagawa Tsutomu could not easily hurt Kakashi and others, because every time Yokagawa Tsutomu launched an attack, Kakashi could use ninjutsu to support in advance. It's too difficult to deal with that white-haired kid first. Yokagawa Tsutomu felt his body gradually recovering, and prepared to change his target to kill Kakashi first. If Miyu hadn't seriously injured him with that punch, he would have been even faster and stronger. Why did Longf hit him that time? What was the reason? Kakashi was thinking frantically about the answer to the question. Although they are still evenly matched now, this is based on two premises. One is that they are at their peak, and the other is that Yokagawa Tsutomu was injured by Miyu. However, Kakashi and his team's fighting power is not long-lasting because of the excessive consumption of secret techniques, while Yokagawa Tsutomu is gradually recovering to his peak due to his strong body recovery ability. As one grows stronger and the other loses, the balance will soon be broken, and then they will be in danger. Summoning technique. Seeing that the battle is getting more and more intense, Nohara Rin decided to let the slug take care of the unconscious Uzumaki Karen in her place, so that she can focus more on the battle. Bang! The summoning array appeared, white mist flashed, and a slug slightly larger than an adult appeared in front of Nohara Rin. Slug-sama, please help take care of this sister and keep her from getting hurt, Nohara Rin requested. Unlike other holy places, the wet bone forest essentially has only one slug. How strong a slug a wet bone forest signatory can summon depends on their chakra. The more chakra a signatory has, the bigger and stronger the slug sage will split into. Therefore, every wet bone forest signatory summons a clone of the slug sage. Facing the slug sage who is said to have lived for thousands of years, Nohara Rin chose to treat her elders with respect. Lin, no problem, leave it to me. The slug sage agreed, and then saw the huge black monster and showed a surprised expression. Lin, how did you meet Wu? With your current strength, even its puppet is probably not a match. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. As an old antique who existed since the Six Paths Sage period, the Slug Sage saw Yokagawa Tsutomu's foundation at a glance. Slug-sama, do you know the information about this monster? Nohara Rin showed a surprised expression. Information plays a considerable role in the battle of ninjas. If she knew the information about Yokagawa Tsutomu, She might know the secret of his strange evasion. Slug Sage nodded. Satoru can see through the hearts of those who are afraid. Even if there is a thought that the sky is scary, the inner thoughts will be felt by Satoru. Only by fighting without any fear can this situation be avoided. Nohara Rin was slightly stunned. This requirement was too harsh. Humans often have involuntary emotions. Seeing such a ferocious monster and seeing the claws that can easily cut through the wall, it is inevitable that they will feel fear. But some people will be very small, so small that they can't even detect it. Thank you, Slug-sama. Nohara Rin quickly thanked and told the information to his teammates. What the hell? I can't be afraid of this ugly monster. Obito couldn't help but complain. He obviously only wanted to defeat the opponent, and he was better than Kakashi in the mission, and was praised by Miyu and Nohara Rin. Obito felt that his attack was dodged not because his heart was seen through, but because his positioning in the battle just now was the type of attack that forced him to move. If the subtle fear can also have an impact, it is not impossible for all of us to have our hearts seen through. Kakashi did not feel ashamed, but just felt that Yokagawa Tsutomu's ability was difficult to deal with. At this time, Kakashi probably guessed the reason why Yokagawa Tsutomu could not dodge Long's fire escape. Long could not be afraid of Yokagawa Tsutomu now. He only had anger and regret at this moment. Kakashi could easily guess Long's emotions. If one day in the future Obito turned black and became some kind of powerful monster, even if Obito was strong and had extremely special abilities, Kakashi would not feel afraid. He would only want to kill Obito and feel regret for it. Lin, slugs can be cured, right? Kakashi asked. Nohara Rin has only recently signed a contract with the slug, so Kakashi is not very clear about the slug's ability. Well, the slug has a certain healing ability itself, and you can also transmit chakra through the slug for treatment. Nohara Rin nodded and replied. Compared with the other two holy places, the slug's auxiliary ability is better, according to Tsunade. When Nohara Rin reaches her realm, she can even treat the entire ninja army alone with the help of the slug. The healing ability is very exaggerated. Put a slug on me and be ready to treat at any time, Kakashi said while observing the situation with the transparent world. The longer the current battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Kakashi is ready to fight. Although Miyu is in the box and is theoretically very close to them, Kakashi still wants to try his best to solve Yokagawa Tsutomu through their power. After all, Miyu is not idle. According to the current information, the existence in the box will only be more difficult and more difficult to deal with than Yokagawa Tsutomu. Nohara Rin immediately did as she was told and split the slug and placed it on Kakashi's back. Kakashi pulled out the white fang short blade behind him and exhaled a long breath. Their team is really strong. Even if Miyu, a famous strong man in the ninja world, is excluded, they are still very strong. Although Shisui, Obito and himself have average sustained combat capabilities, they are absolutely elite jonins in a short period of time. In terms of output capacity, they are even stronger than Maruboshi Kosuke and Aburame Shiki. Although Nohara Rin and Narusuzaku have average personal combat power, the role they can play in a melee is much stronger than that of ordinary jonin. Under normal circumstances, an elite jonin with 2 special jonin is enough to perform S-level tasks. But in their team, there are as many as 5 ninjas who can be regarded as elite jonins. The lineup is simply too luxurious. How can they be defeated by the monster's puppets? Kakashi deliberately controlled his inner thoughts and his attacks gradually became radical. He disrupted Yokagawa Tsutomu's attacks many times. If Yokagawa Tsutomu was not stupid, he would definitely kill him first. Kakashi wanted to give Yokagawa Tsurugi a flaw that could severely injure him, and at the same time, create an attack for himself that could reverse the situation. After noticing Kakashi's state, Yokagawa Tsurugi, who had been pretending to attack indiscriminately, felt that the time had come. He pretended to attack Obito, who was not far from Kakashi, and when Kakashi used the earth flow wall, he turned around and swung his claws at Kakashi. Although Kakashi could not see through his inner thoughts, he could predict Yokagawa Tsurugi's actions in advance because he had a transparent world, so he used this earth flow wall for himself. The earth wall with a huge dog head carved on it rose quickly. Go to hell, damn white-haired kid. Yokagawa Tsurugi condensed chakra in his throat and spit out a chakra ray, blasting the earth wall to pieces, while waving his claws at Kakashi at high speed. He had not used this ability just now because he wanted to kill Kakashi by surprise. After all, since Kakashi can defend others in advance, there is no reason why he can't defend himself. Kakashi tried his best to use the speed of thunder breath, but still failed to dodge perfectly. A large gash appeared in his abdomen, which was bleeding. The slug tried its best to use its healing ability immediately. Nohara Rin used the slug to perform medical ninjutsu remotely on Kakashi. Kakashi ignored the wound. He didn't think about the wound or the effect of Nohara Rin's treatment. Kakashi now used the transparent world to the extreme. He didn't think about anything in his mind. He didn't have any emotions now, whether it was fear or joy. This was Kakashi's plan. He wanted to use the pressure given by Yokagawa Tsutomu to perform the thoughtless knife. Chapter 502 Thunder Breathing Chakra Mode. Slow. When Kakashi was about to swing his sword, Yokagawa Tsutomu's movements slowed down. Kakashi, who was in a state of no thought, did not think about it. He just performed the movements he had repeated countless times during training. ZZ! Kakashi's chakra instantly transformed into lightning chakra, and the dazzling lightning enveloped Kakashi. The shining lightning flowed along his wrist and injected into the sharp white fang short blade, making it extend the lightning blade. No. Is his next move to swing the sword? Yokagawa Tsutomu noticed something wrong. Normally, he should be able to sense it before Kakashi makes a move. Yokagawa Tsutomu wanted to leave Kakashi as quickly as possible, but it was too late. The moment he had this thought, Kakashi swung the lightning blade, swinging the ultimate sword without thoughts. Boom! Purple lightning flashed, and the lightning slash hit Yokagawa Tsutomu, who was trying to escape at an extremely fast speed. When the slash that seemed to tear everything apart hit Yokagawa Tsutomu let out an extremely painful cry. His flesh was mercilessly cut off by the lightning slash, and every cell that came into contact with the slash was corroded by the terrifying lightning. Boom! The powerful force destroyed the ground around Yokagawa Tsutomu, causing an explosion, and Yokagawa Tsutomu, who was at the center of the slash, turned into two. Yokagawa Tsutomu and his body was cut in half. When did this guy become so strong? Obito stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Yokagawa Tsutomu, who had just put so many of them in a difficult battle, was actually cut in half by Kakashi's sword. Obito wanted to report Kakashi for cheating. Before, he accidentally encountered the Kirigakure Jounin in the Chunin exam. Kakashi was seriously injured and killed the Kirigakure Jounin with one sword. This time, he was seriously injured again and killed Yokagawa Tsutomu in 1 second. You, Kakashi, have a bloodline limit of severe injury explosion, right? What a strong slash. This is a combination of lightning escape and swordsmanship to walk out of a path of your own. Maruboshi Kosek was surprised. As an experienced ninja, he had fought in the battlefield with White Fang. Although White Fang killed ninjas like cutting melons and vegetables, he might not be able to perform such a slash when fighting against such a monster. Although it cannot be said that Kakashi has surpassed White Fang, it can also show that Kakashi is not blindly following his father's path. Awesome! Aburame Shiki raised his sunglasses and exclaimed. If he was hit by such a powerful slash head-on, he would definitely die. Is this the gap between the Kosuke and Konoha? Long had a complicated expression when he saw Yokagawa Tsutomu being cut in half. Now he really only wanted to kill Yokagawa Tsutomu, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw Yokagawa Tsutomu turned into a monster but was killed by a young ninja like Kakashi. Yokagawa Tsutomu had made all the plans and even took the entire Kusukure village to take risks to become stronger, but in the end he was no match for Konoha's elite team. Thunder-breathing chakra mode? Shisui had a guess after observing. Kakashi's sword strike was too strong, but if it was the transparent world plus the thunder-breathing chakra mode plus the powerful thunder blade technique taught by Miyu, it would be normal to have such power. After all, if they were combined like this, I'm afraid that a single strike would be enough to consume all of Kakashi's chakra. As Shisui expected, Kakashi didn't look cool for more than 3 seconds. and he fell backwards with his head tilted back. Seeing this, Nohara-rin activated the medical ninjutsu while rushing towards Kakashi. Seeing this, Obito quickly used the instant body technique to go to Kakashi's side and help him up, saving Nohara-rin from having to help Kakashi. Feeling the intense pain coming from his body, Kakashi frowned. He didn't feel anything when he swung the sword just now, but now he realized how serious the injury on his abdomen was. If it weren't for Nohara-rin and the slug's treatment, he would probably go into shock immediately after completing the Wuxiang sword. Severe injuries plus excessive chakra consumption, this state is too bad. In this case, Wuxiang sword can't be used in the civil war at all. Kakashi shook his head in his heart. He must be in the lightning-breathing chakra mode to use the unthinking blade, and this huge consumption makes him only able to swing one sword. That's right, even if he maintains his prime and does not use any ninjutsu, he will almost lose his combat effectiveness after using the unthinking blade once. But the other disciples are not stupid, and they will not take the initiative to rush up and fight Kakashi. They will definitely choose to consume Kakashi's chakra, making him unable to use the unthinking blade in the future. Not only in the civil war, but also in normal battles, timing is very tested, because Kakashi will be exhausted after a single strike, and can only rely on his teammates next, so the sword he swings must be a crucial one. Even if he can't kill the enemy, he must severely injure him. The lightning-breathing chakra mode is a good harvest. Kakashi feels that this wave is not a loss. With the lightning-breathing chakra mode superimposed on the transparent world, his strength and speed will reach a new level, and the lightning-release ninjutsu will also be greatly enhanced. In general, this trip to Kusakura village has greatly improved him. If he can seize the opportunity to truly practice the unthinking blade, Might Guy is not impossible to defeat. Kakashi, you did it on purpose. You can't use ninjutsu unless you're seriously injured, right? Obito couldn't help but complain when he looked at the wound on Kakashi's abdomen. Seeing Kakashi's strength improve inexplicably, Obito was very worried. How would he fight the next civil war? The best result would be that Kakashi and Might Guy met in the first round, and then he would fight Shisui. He might be exempted from punishment, but he would still miss the chance to be the strongest disciple. Kakashi, who had no strength, didn't want to talk to Obito, and rolled his eyes to express his speechlessness. You're seriously injured, but fortunately, Slug-sama is here. Nohara-rin arrived at Kakashi's side and immediately began to treat him. At this time, Longf also walked to their side, and was relieved to see that Kakashi could still have such a rich expression. If Kakashi couldn't make it, he could only sacrifice himself to extend Kakashi's life with the Dragon Life reincarnation. After all, who knows whether Liang Muiyu will be angry with the Kusakura because of the death of his disciple. With the loss of such a super genius, Konoha's attitude towards Kusakura will also be unknown. Longf walked to the body of Yokagawa Tsutomu, and recalled the time when they regarded each other as rivals and improved each other. Longf shook his head, suppressed his chaotic thoughts, and began to make hand seals to prepare for the use of fire escape. The big commotion here has attracted the attention of the entire Kusakura village, but because Yokagawa Tsutomu looked too scary, no one dared to approach this place. In order to give Yokagawa Tsutomu a little dignity, Longf prepared to use fire escape to burn Yokagawa Tsutomu into ashes to prevent him from dying as a monster. Fire escape, Ghost Lantern. Read the correct version as 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel. At the moment when Longf made hand seals to use fire escape, Yokagawa Tsutomu's upper body suddenly moved, and his big hand grabbed Longf and flapped his wings to fly straight to the box of bliss. This change shocked everyone on the field. Is the vitality so tenacious? He didn't die like this. Narusuzaku was very surprised. He didn't expect Yokagawa Tsutomu to have such abnormal vitality. Kakashi's knife just now made Yokagawa Tsutomu's body very cleanly cut, without any lingering ties. Ahem, don't panic, he must have suffered a serious injury, Kakashi said reluctantly. If Yokagawa Tsutomu still had the fighting ability before, Then Yokagawa Tsutomu could take advantage of Kakashi's weakness to launch a sneak attack and catch them off guard. Kakashi speculated that Yokagawa Tsutomu survived by relying on some characteristics of the monster, but his current condition is not much better than his. Shisui quickly flew to Kakashi's side, opened the closed Sharingan again, and stared at Yokagawa Tsutomu. Yokagawa Tsutomu flew to the top of the paradise box and stopped, his claws still tightly grasping Longf, it's time for you to sacrifice yourself for the Kusuga cure. Use dragon life reincarnation on me, so that I can recover my strength and kill all these Konoha ninjas, Yokagawa Tsutomu ordered. The Kusuga cure village will not forget your efforts, and I will reward your family descendants. Longf sneered, you monster are dreaming, you are worthy of sharing my life. Bang! Yokagawa Tsutomu was furious, raised his arm and slammed Longf in front of the box of bliss. Why do you always oppose me? I am making the Kusuga cure great. I am the leader of the Kusuga cure. Yokagawa Tsutomu cursed. Monster, you will regret it. Longf still did not lose. Seeing this, Kakashi and others raced against time to refine chakra. Aburame continued to use chakra to hatch more insects. Narusuzaku chose a position not far from Yokagawa Tsutomu after careful consideration. Since Yokagawa Tsutomu caught Longf, Kakashi and others were not in a hurry. They couldn't risk their lives for a ninja from another village that they were not familiar with, especially now that it was confirmed that the Kusuga cure ninja would help Iwagakure to attack Konoha. Kuangaku, please help me recover from my injuries, or control Longf and let him use dragon life reincarnation on me. Yokagawa Tsutomu had no choice but to ask for help from the box of bliss. But what made Yokagawa Tsutomu feel a little uneasy was that the paradise box did not make any movement. No matter how hard Yokagawa Tsutomu tried to contact the paradise box, it did not give any response. I don't know what's going on with Teacher Muyu. Shisui used his Sharingan to look at the entrance of the paradise box, but he couldn't see through the darkness to see the scene inside the box. Shisui guessed that the space inside the box might be different from the size outside, otherwise with Muyu's strength, fighting in such a box would definitely make a lot of noise. What is this? Uzumaki Karen woke up and looked at the mess around her with a confused look on her face. After Nohara Rin found out, she simply explained the situation to Uzumaki Karen through the slug on Kakashi's body. Since you don't help me, then I will kill all your family members. Yokagawa Tsutomu grabbed Longf and threatened. The paradise box was not powerful, so he could only think of a way to save himself. Then go ahead, Longf said lightly. Although he felt a little sorry for his family, it was a matter of concern to the entire Kusa ninja. Even if Yokagawa Tsutomu really let his family go, the Konoha ninja troops that came later would equally send all Kusa ninja to death. Do you think I'm scaring you? Yokagawa Tsutomu waved his claws again to grab Longf's body, ready to threaten Longf with the lives of his family members to help him heal. Narusuzaku and Aburame formed hand seals and prepared to intercept. If Yokagawa Tsutomu really recovered his strength, the outcome of the battle would be hard to say. At the moment when Yokagawa Tsutomu flapped his wings and flew into the sky, a golden figure flashed above Yokagawa Tsutomu. Kakashi, Shisui and others' eyes lit up. Obito, who entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, quickly withdrew. Yokagawa Tsutomu's fate was already doomed. P.S. There will be another chapter later, which will end the battle, and the release time should be before 2 o'clock. Chapter 503, Kill with One Sword. After entering the space of the paradise box, endless darkness greeted him. But Muyu had many abilities related to perception. Even though he could not see his hand in front of his face, he could feel that the space here was not small, which was seriously inconsistent with the actual size of the box. Muyu was not too surprised. After all, this was most likely the work of the Six Paths Sage. The Six Paths Sage even built a moon to seal Kaguya, so it was not a big deal to make a special box. Muyu walked around the space in the box curiously, carefully sensing the sealing technique inside, which was different from his previous research outside. Human, do you want to have infinite life and endless power? As long as you pay enough chakra, I can fulfill all your wishes. A slightly hoarse voice came from all directions. Fulfill all wishes, Then can you help me revive the Six Paths Sage? Muyu asked curiously. I don't know if it was Muyu's illusion. He felt that this dark space was inexplicably a little red. After a while, the hoarse voice came again. Of course, as long as there is enough chakra, any wish can be made. Well, my wish is to have the ability to fulfill my wishes. Muyu continued with a serious face. The hoarse voice fell silent again. Wu was convinced. It was the first time he saw such a person after being sealed for so many years. If he hadn't found that he couldn't control Muyu by force, he wouldn't have wasted his breath to fool Muyu. To collect chakra, you must have enough chakra to get the opportunity to make a wish. Wu emphasized. You can inject the chakra in your body into the box first. You already have a lot of chakra. I see. Muyu nodded and threw the flying thunder god kunai in a certain direction. Wu felt the incoming kunai and showed a surprised expression. In this completely dark space, Muyu could actually feel its location. Is it a coincidence? Wu waved his claws to hit the incoming kunai away. Whoosh! The next moment, Muyu activated the flying thunder god technique and appeared in front of Wu's claws, swinging a bursting fist with armed color domineering. Boom! Exclamation mark! Wu's claws, which were harder than steel, burst directly under Muyu's bombardment, and Wu gasped in pain. Muyu's punch made Wu lose confidence. Is this the strength and defense that humans should have? You are the monster. Wu urged the power in his body to quickly recover his body, and then opened his bloody mouth and sprayed chakra rays at Muyu. Originally, it wanted to trick Muyu into wasting chakra before attacking, but Muyu was not fooled. Whoosh! Muyu activated Flying Thunder God and teleported in front of Wu, and swung a heavy fist again, hitting Wu hard to the ground. When he hit Wu's body for the first time, Muyu left the Flying Thunder God technique on his body. Then Muyu took out Yanmo, injected some chakra into Yanmo to attach the armed color, switched the rock breathing to thunder breathing, and flashed rapidly. As soon as Wu stood up, 6 sword lights came down, cutting off his legs, feet and wings respectively. Who are you? Wu couldn't help asking. It knew that the person who could cut a mark in the box of bliss was not a simple person, but it did not expect Muyu's strength to be so strong. It cannot be said that she was particularly strong, but it should be said that Muyu was very strange. It did not understand how Muyu could see in such a dark environment, which should be its ability. Moreover, Muyu did not have a trace of fear in such a claustrophobic and dark space, which made its talent completely unable to play a role. Coupled with Muyu's space-time ninjutsu, it was almost powerless to fight back. Muyu was not interested in answering Wu's question, and shook his head with regret, saying, I originally thought it was the work of the Six Paths Sage, but now it seems that it is not. Too weak. Wu's body was much weaker than he thought, even weaker than the tailed beast. Muyu was ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique to get out at any time, but found that Wu was beaten by him. Hard. Wu's fist that had just connected was hard. If it weren't for that bastard Uie who sealed me for thousands of years, I could eat a little thing like you in one bite. Wu fell into a rage and attacked Muyu frantically. But Wu's attacks were all seen through by Muyu, who chopped off Wu's limbs with a few slashes. You said you were sealed by the Six Paths Sage, so what evidence do you have to prove that you were sealed by the Six Paths Sage? For example, are there beings similar to you who have also been sealed? Muyu continued to ask questions. He found that Wu seemed to be not very smart, and he didn't know whether it was because he had been sealed for a long time or it was just like that. Wang Liang, Uie can't kill us, he can only seal us, Wu said proudly. Muyu chopped off Wu's head with a backhand. Looking at the body that was still moving, Muyu admitted that Wu was indeed very resilient. Compared to Fen, who still needed to sew his body, Wu's body would automatically recover over time. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Muyu spit out a high-temperature sea of fire to burn part of Wu's body into black ash, wanting to see how Wu would recover. After a short period of time, Wu directly grew a new body. I heard that the Wu Liang was sealed by a Miko, and he can't prove that the person who sealed you is the Six Paths Sage. Muyu denied Wu's evidence. I don't know if he was completely furious. Wu didn't answer Muyu's question, but tried his best to attack Muyu, until he found that he couldn't touch Muyu at all. And then he continued to speak. Humans have their limits. Even if you can be as strong as you won't live long. As long as you are willing to break my seal, I can really make you immortal. Wu wanted to exchange his heart with Muyu's heart. Wu really didn't lie. The only wish he could fulfill was longevity. Although people assimilated by it can't get its strong vitality, if they are not beaten to death, their lifespan will not be much worse than it. You can sleep now and realize your wish in your dream. Muyu refused directly. If he really wants to get a longer life, the best way is to continue to develop the golden finger. The second choice is to cooperate with Orochimaru. In any case, it will not be the turn of Wu, the inhuman monster. Next, Wu, who couldn't beat Muyu, began to play badly. Muyu found that Wu's brain had almost forgotten all valuable information and continued to study the sealing technique. Although the sealing technique used to seal Wu was not the same type as the Yang seal he was going to develop, it was after all the sealing technique performed by the Six Paths Sage himself, and he could improve his sealing technique by analogy. Box of Bliss, please help me recover from my injuries. At this harmonious moment, Yokagawa Tsutomu's anxious voice came into the Box of Bliss. Wu was not prepared to help Yokagawa Tsutomu, and he was not able to support Yokagawa Tsutomu, but he sensed that there was a ninja with decent chakra at the door. Just when Wu was about to suck the dragon door at the door into the Box of Bliss, two sword lights slashed Wu, cutting him into 3 pieces and interrupting Wu's casting. Wu looked at Muyu with anger. Even Otsutsuki Hagoromo had never humiliated him like this. Muyu ignored Wu. This old thing was too useless, pure harmful garbage. Staying in the world would only waste food and be useless. When Muyu felt that he had learned the sealing technique, he used Flying Thunder God to leave the paradise box. Whoosh, swish. When Muyu appeared above Yokagawa Tsutomu, he immediately swung Yanmo to cut off the arm of Yokagawa Tsutomu that was holding the dragon door. The sudden pain made Yokagawa Tsutomu turn back subconsciously. When he saw Muyu's face, he instantly showed an extremely horrified expression. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Although he only fought with Muyu twice, Muyu showed overwhelming strength. If it weren't for Muyu's punch that injured him, he would not have been beaten so badly by Kakashi and the others. Box. Why did you let Hanyu Muyu out? Imprison him in the box quickly. Yokagawa Tsutomu asked for help from the paradise box. Wu in the box sneered. Imprisoned in the box to chomp it? You puppet are quite dreaming. Wu ignored Yokagawa Nu. This time, his resurrection obviously failed. With Muyu around, Yokagawa Nu could not stir up any trouble. Muyu did not waste words with Yokagawa Nu. He grabbed Yokagawa Nu and threw him into the main city of Kusakure. The residents looked at the terrifying monster and fled in all directions. Muyu held Yanmo tightly and burst out a huge amount of lightning chakra to swing a truly unparalleled sword. Boom! Exclamation mark crack! Exclamation mark purple lightning shot up into the sky, and the next moment a huge purple lightning slashed Yokagawa Nu. In Muyu's powerful slash, Yokagawa Nu instantly turned into black ash, and the slash hit the open space with undiminished momentum, leaving a charred gully of more than 30 meters on the ground. The people of the surrounding Kusakure village opened their mouths wide as they looked at Muyu, who looked like a god. Some people thought they were dreaming and rubbed their eyes hard, and found that the scenery in front of them did not change at all, so they believed that this was reality. That is Konoha's ninja forehead protector. As villagers of the ninja village, some people still know something about ninjas. Why would Konoha's ninja kill monsters in Kusakure? The people of Kusakure were puzzled. One day, a disgusting monster suddenly appeared. Although the monster was killed quickly, it was not killed by the Kusakure ninja, but by the Konoha ninja from the neighboring big country. You still need to practice more. Seeing Muyu's Wuxiumyadao again, Kakashi's desire to practice was rising. Compared with Muyu's slash, his slash was not worthy of being called Wuxiumyadao, and the power was completely different. If he really mastered Wuxiumyadao, then Yokagawa Tsutomu would not be able to survive under his slash, because Yokagawa Tsutomu's defense was not strong. Even Longfei's fire escape could hurt him, not to mention Wuxiumyadao. Damn, Why does it feel like the fire attribute is not very good? Obito looked at Muyu bathed in thunder and lightning and felt very yearning. Obito thought carefully and found that the fire attribute was really not good. He seemed to have never seen a fire escape ninjutsu above B level. The highest was B level. Even as strong as Muyu Xianren, he doesn't seem to have an S-level fire ninjutsu. Might Guy, who practices physical skills, has the 8 gates and the golden skyline, and Kakashi, who practices lightning, has the handsome and powerful Wu Xiang Yi Dao. Obito instantly felt that he and Shisui suffered from the chakra attribute. This fire attribute is not good, there are no powerful skills, and it is inferior. Should I start learning other property changes? Shisui began to consider enriching his property changes and learning more abilities. He felt that with his learning ability, learning lightning chakra property changes should not be slow. The new era of Liang Muyu is so strong. What kind of terrifying strength should the 3 ninjas of Konoha have? And the 3rd generation of Hokage? Longf deeply felt the horror of the 5 major ninja villages. Even if they were lucky enough to have a strong man like Hanzo, the deep foundation of the 5 major ninja villages would be enough to crush ordinary ninja villages. The gap between them is too big. In terms of comprehensive strength, Captain Muyu is probably still above Minato. Narusuzaku came to the conclusion after comparing Namikaze Minato and Muyu. He had also carried out missions with Minato Namikaze and had a certain understanding of Minato Namikaze's strength. Although Minato Namikaze killed ordinary ninjas as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, he could not use a slash as powerful as Muyu, nor did he have a ninjutsu that could achieve similar power. Compared to Muyu, Minato Namikaze was too biased. If the 2nd generation knew that there would be such an excellent junior in the future, he would probably feel very gratified. Looking at Muyu using Flying Thunder God and slashing to kill people, Maruboshi Kosuke thought. Maruboshi Kosuke had seen many ninjas who could be called geniuses in his ninja career, but if they were compared with Muyu, they would all pale in comparison. He had seen ninjas who were stronger than Muyu, but he had never seen anyone who was stronger than Muyu at his age. After Muyu killed Yokagawa Tsutomu, the Paradise Box changed. The mouth of the mask quickly closed and the Paradise Box was sealed again. Feeling the changes in the Paradise Box, Muyu appeared in front of it. Does it mean that the space is isolated when it is not opened? Muyu made a thoughtful expression. At this time, he could not use Flying Thunder God to enter the Paradise Box as before. However, this time was different from Naruto's time. Muyu could sense the Flying Thunder God mark he left inside the Paradise Box. He felt that if he tried hard, he might be able to get in again. Of course, since Wu, this old waste, was of little value and the sealing technique inside was finished, Muyu could not waste time on it for the time being. Wu, you are too harmful and must be sealed. Muyu thought about it and added a layer of Zushin seal on the surface of the Paradise Box. Although Wu looked like a rookie in his hand, Wu's body strength was actually not weak, but Muyu happened to restrain it, making Wu look like a rookie. If Wu's body was really released one day, it would not be difficult to cause chaos affecting several countries with its strange ability. The seal of the 6 Paths Sage mainly acts on the box. His Jutian seal can isolate Wu's power. Even if someone wants to sacrifice to Wu again, Wu can't receive chakra and can't gain the power to perform assimilation. After dealing with the Paradise Box, Muyu began to deal with the affairs of Kusugakure and Iwagakure. Chapter 504 Supporting the Battlefield. Since most of Yokagawa Tsutomu's confidants were swallowed by the Box of Bliss, Longf quickly took control of Kusugakure village with the Flower of Grass and became the temporary leader of Kusugakure village. After becoming the leader, Longf immediately explained the events in the village. The former leader Yokagawa Tsutomu went astray to conduct taboo research. Eventually, the experiment went wrong and turned him into a non-human monster, killing a large number of Kusugakure ninjas. Finally, with the help of the righteous Konoha ninjas, they defeated the monsterized Yokagawa Tsutomu and protected Kusugakure village. In order to thank Konoha for its help to Kusugakure village, Kusugakure village will sign a friendly treaty with Konoha and become an ally of Konoha. Now the people of Kusugakure village finally know who the hero who killed the monster is. It turned out to be Liang Muyu, who is well known in the ninja world. When they thought that Kusakura village was about to make friends with a top ninja village like Konoha, the villagers felt that Kusakura village was thriving. Of course, there are also a few people who think that Longth joined forces with outsiders to seize power, and everything is their conspiracy. For such unwarranted conspiracy theorists, Longth usually locks him up for a few days to wake him up. While Longth was dealing with the affairs of Kusakura village, Miyu passed on the current mission intelligence and prepared to proceed to the next step. They certainly didn't need to negotiate the specific treaty, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would send a special team at that time. However, this does not mean that the Kusakura ninjas now don't need to help Konoha fight as Konoha's allies. Kusakura village needs to order the Kusakura ninjas to backstab Iwagakure to help Konoha establish an advantage on the battlefield. Compensation can be discussed later, but fighting must be helped immediately. At the same time, Miyu and his men can't be idle. They have to help the Konoha ninja troops as a surprise force and strive to defeat the Iwagakure troops in one go. Before leaving Kusakura village, Miyu chatted with Uzumaki Karen for a while as a Konoha ninja. The Uzumaki clan is Konoha's eternal ally. If you need it, I can take you back to Konoha after completing the mission. It will be much safer than Kusakura village and will not be disturbed by the war, Miyu said directly. Although in his opinion, there is no truly safe place in the entire ninja world, but if you have to compare, Konoha is indeed a relatively safe place to live in the ninja world, even if it was surrounded and beaten by multiple large ninja villages. The war did not burn Konoha, and at most it only entered the land of fire. Ordinary people living in Konoha can basically live a stable life as long as they don't encounter the incident of pain coming to the door to carry rice. Not to mention how good life is, but it is stable. Uzumaki Karen showed a hesitant look. She didn't know much about Konoha. She just occasionally heard adults talk about this family ally when she was a child, but that was a very long memory. Uzumaki Karen only remembered that Konoha was very strong and had many ninja clans. Uzumaki Karen didn't know whether Konoha was a good place to go, and whether her Uzumaki identity and special physique would bring her trouble. In addition, I have a friend who is similar to you. He is a ninja of the Uzumaki clan. Maybe you will have something in common. Miyu briefly introduced the existence of Kushina. There are only a handful of surviving members of the Uzumaki clan in the ninja world now. Miyu thinks it would be a good idea to introduce Uzumaki Karen to Kushina, which is good for both parties. I'll trouble you when the time comes. Uzumaki Karen heard that there were ninjas of the same clan in Konoha, and she no longer hesitated and agreed to Miyu. A person in an unfamiliar environment, even if the place is described well by others, will feel uneasy, but if there are people of the same clan, it will be different. With the current situation of the Uzumaki clan, any member of the clan can be said to be a relative to her. After the affairs of the Kusakura village were over, Miyu quickly led the team to the Konoha ninja force camp in the land of grass. Miyu, you are finally here, with you and Minato, the two strongest new generation ninjas of Konoha, helping me. I should be able to take a vacation soon. Jiraiya patted Miyu on the shoulder and laughed. As the leader of the ninja team, Jiraiya also received the news that Miyu would support the battlefield a long time ago. Then Jiraiya looked at the members of Miyu's ninja team and nodded subconsciously. They were all ninjas with strong strength. When he saw Obito, Jiraiya couldn't help but say, "Goggles kid, call me master." This was the second time Jiraiya and Obito met on the battlefield. The first time was when Obito encountered an accident while performing a C-rank horror mission. That time, Obito left a deep impression on Jiraiya. Obito, a real immortal, didn't even acknowledge him and gave him the nickname Uncle Toad. Now Obito has become Minato's student, and Minato is Jiraiya's disciple. According to seniority, Jiraiya can indeed be called Obito's master. Hearing Jiraiya's address, Obito was not happy. If Jiraiya said something nice, he might really call him master. But Jiraiya's attitude was obviously a dream. "Oh, hello Uncle Toad," Obito said bluntly. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. "Choose one to call the Toad immortal or master, and I will forgive you." "Okay, Uncle Toad." Obito nodded and replied. It was absolutely impossible for him to admit that Jiraiya was a sage. In his mind, Only Muyu and Six Paths Sage could be called sages. Think carefully. The logistical task of the camp seems to be missing one person. So, let's do it. From now on, the sanitation of the camp will be handed over to you. Goggles Kid, Jiraiya threatened. Obito's eyes widened. Isn't it a bit too much for the three ninjas to compete with him, an 11-year-old boy? He is still a child. Shisui looked surprised. It was the first time he met Jiraiya. I didn't expect that the legendary three ninjas would have such a strange personality. Kakashi's face was normal. It was not the first time that Jiraiya acted like a human. The last time he even lured Obito and Minato, who had no master-disciple relationship, to compete in the Imperial City. Teacher Jiraiya, let's talk to Muyu about the current situation on the battlefield. First, Namikaze Minato next to him shouted helplessly. It was really a bit unbearable that his teacher and his disciple quarreled. Just make a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Jiraiya smiled and led the Muyu team into the tent for the meeting. Of course, he couldn't really let Obito do logistics. He just thought Obito's reaction would be very interesting. I don't need to say much about the two most difficult and noteworthy people in the Iwagakure army. Muyu, you have fought with those two Jinchuriki, and you know their strengths and weaknesses. After entering the tent, Jiraiya said with a serious face. Muyu nodded. The strength of the four-tailed and five-tailed Jinchuriki of Iwagakure is not comparable to the three-tailed Jinchuriki he met on the East Coast battlefield. The three-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakure can only use tricks to make the tailed beast run wild if they want to completely transform into a tailed beast. They are the weakest among the Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki who can enter the state of complete tailed beast transformation on their own have extremely strong combat capabilities. Even a powerful move like the tailed beast ball is just a slightly more consuming ninjutsu for them. Even the current Muyu, facing the terrifying tailed beast ball, can only use Flying Thunder God to dodge and cannot confront it head-on. It's not that Muyu is completely unable to resist the tailed beast ball, but the price is too high, so it's better to use Flying Thunder God. He had to spend most of his chakra on the use of armament haki to resist the tailed beast ball once. Besides the Jinchuriki, the strongest ninja in the Iwagakure Ninja Corps, the captain of the Iwagakure demolition team, Rishi, has mastered the explosion-style bloodline Genkai to perfection, and his ninjutsu and taijutsu can even cause explosions. Namikaze Minato took out some information and handed it to Muyu and said, in addition to Captain Rishi, the vice-captain of the Iwagakure demolition team, Iwaku, also appeared in the recent battle. Compared with Rishi, Iwaku's explosion style is better at long-range bombing of ninjutsu. Just as the 5 major changes have various different ninjutsu, the same bloodline Genkai will have significant differences in the hands of different ninjas. Muyu had met a magnetic-style cloud-based ninjutsu named Troy a long time ago. Unlike Luasha who played with gold sand, Troy's magnetic style mainly focused on magnetic control. Whether it is Captain Rishi or Vice-Captain Iwaku, they never act alone, and usually bring more than 3 members of the Iwagakure demolition team. Namikaze Minato continued to talk about the intelligence of Iwagakure. Muyu nodded. He estimated that Inoki had sent most of the blasting team to the battlefield of the Land of Grass. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently sent Minato Namikaze to the battlefield of the Land of Grass. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Multiple explosion release ninjas bombing together can cause powerful fire suppression and pose a huge threat to the ninja troops. Add to that the tailed beast Jade of the Jinchuriki, and it would be a bombing like a landslide. After reading the intelligence, Muyu distributed the information to the team members for circulation. There were actually only 4 people who were qualified to be his opponents on the entire battlefield. 2 human Churiki and 2 captains of the Iwagakure blasting team. The remaining Jonins with some fame should be matched by Kakashi and Obito. While the team members were reading the information, Muyu explained the general situation of the Kusgakure village. Yokagawa Tsutomu formed a ninja unit composed of Kusgakure ninjas to help Iwagakure fight. But now the leader of Kusgakure is Lonkai, so the former teammates of Iwagakure will become teammates of Konoha. and the first knife to backstab Iwagakure will be the token of their loyalty to Konoha. Miyu had to sigh that Iwagakure was really cowardly. Even if Iwagakure was cooperating with Kusagakure, Kusagakure didn't know the base of Iwagakure. Before each battle plan, Iwagakure would contact Kusagakure, and Kusagakure would go to the designated place to receive command. If Kusagakure and Iwagakure were in the same base, then Miyu could easily cooperate with Kusagakure to eliminate a large number of Iwagakure's living forces. Since Kusagakure is our ally now, we can inadvertently let Iwagakure know some of our base information, and then wait for Kusagakure to pass on the information to us. Namikaze Minato said after listening. Although Kusagakure didn't have much information about Iwagakure, Kusagakure was a teammate of Iwagakure after all, and there was a lot of room for them to play. Although it's a bit radical, it's better to attack more important bases and let Iwagakure organize most of its forces to attack. Namikaze Minato continued to express his opinion. He felt that the situation on the Kusagakure side could not be concealed for too long. If he wanted to maximize the role of Kusagakure, he had to pit Iwagakure hard at once. It's a good idea. If the two captains of the blasting team can be left behind, Iwagakure will probably have to consider peace talks with Konoha. Jiraiya touched his chin and thought. He didn't think that Minato Namikaze's plan was so radical. After all, he used to work with Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was really radical. Miyu nodded. If there were no problems on the Kusagakure side, Minato Namikaze's plan would be feasible. Because with the current performance of Iwagakure, it was obvious that they wanted Konoha to suffer a little, and they would definitely not let it go if they had the chance. After discussing some details of the plan, Miyu contacted Kusagakure to make arrangements. What a coincidence, Minato said in the morning that he missed your cooking, Miyu, but you came in the afternoon. Jiraiya smiled and said after he was free. Minato Namikaze showed a puzzled look on his face. Why didn't he remember saying that? Although he did miss her, Minato Namikaze usually wouldn't say it out loud. At most he would miss her in his dreams at night. It's normal to miss her. I've been eating Miyu's cooking every day lately and I never get tired of it. Obito surprisingly understood Jiraiya's hint and said with a look of aftertaste on his face. Jiraiya really wanted Obito to be the logistics person now. He just smiled when Obito called him Uncle Toad. But Jiraiya was really envious of him. He could only eat it a few times a year, but Obito actually ate it every day. In order to repay Miyu's kindness, I will cook for you tonight, Obito volunteered. Jiraiya's face darkened. He was going to deprive him of the opportunity to eat it a few times a year, right? He thought Obito had no idea of the value of the Sannin. I heard that you are already a Jonin. Let me, the master, check your training for Minato. Jiraiya smiled kindly. If Obito is beaten to the point where he can't move, then he naturally can't cook. If you perform well, I will allow you to sign a contract with Myabaku Mountain. In order to lure Obito, Jiraiya took out the 3 sacred places summoning blood contract as a reward. TSK, I already have a summoning beast. Obito was not fooled. Although he felt that Jiraiya was not as good as Miyu and the 6 Paths Sage, Jiraiya was at least one of the 3 ninjas mentioned, and it was obviously not something he could touch now. And the battle pack was beaten up. Myabaku Mountain is one of the 3 sacred places. It is different from ordinary summoning beasts. If you meet the conditions, you can also practice fairy arts in it. Speaking of Myabaku Mountain, Jiraiya's expression became a little more serious. Myabaku Mountain can be said to be a turning point in his life. He used to be a member of the last one, and Myabaku Mountain changed his life. Hearing the 2 words fairy arts, Obito showed an expression of intention. Although he didn't know what it was, the word fairy sounded very powerful. Unless you want to test our entire team, it's not possible. Our team is a whole. Obito still refused. It was impossible for him to be beaten alone. At least Kakashi had to be with him. Kakashi, how come I suddenly became a melon while eating a melon? P.S. I'm not in good shape today, so I'll eat less. Chapter 505. Battle against the 3 ninjas. The members of the Minato class, will take the test together. Jiraiya thought for a moment and said, the description of the entire team is very subtle. It can be said that it is an elite team with Miyu as the captain to carry out the Kusagakure mission. The others are fine, But Muyu is not easy to deal with. You can't use the Sage mode to test the juniors. In this way, Kakashi and Nohara Rin successfully got the opportunity to fight with the legendary three ninjas with the efforts of Obito. Maybe I should post this photo on the most prosperous commercial street in Konoha. Kakashi, who was caught in the crossfire with Obito, couldn't help but take out Obito's photo. Obito wanted to be beaten himself, but he was dragged into it. Kakashi couldn't stand it. Kakashi, you are not trustworthy. Looking at the familiar photo, Obito was furious. I treated you to food, how can you not keep your promise? After saying that, Obito reached out to grab the photo. Why am I not trustworthy and not keeping my promise? Didn't I give you the photo that day? Kakashi dodged and said lightly, but isn't the photo still in your hands? Obito said unconvinced. I don't have only one photo. I gave you one and I have one myself. Kakashi said something that made Obito sad and desperate. When he thought that Kakashi still had his ugly photo, Obito's eyes suddenly went dark. It's really the born evil Hotake brat, so hateful. Obito spat blood in his heart, and felt that it would be better to treat Ryolu than to treat Kakashi. Let me see what good photos are. Jiraiya came over. Seeing Obito's distorted face, Jiraiya laughed loudly without hesitation. Haha, goggles brat, you are so lame. Warning, warning. Obito felt that his body temperature was rising, and he could no longer control the desire to activate the flame-breathing chakra mode. Now he wanted to fight 2 against 1, and beat up Jiraiya and Kakashi, the two hateful white-haired guys. Of course, Obito's remaining rationality told him that doing so would only make him get beaten more miserably. If they want revenge, the correct process is to take advantage of Jiraiya's carelessness when he is testing them and suddenly explode to make Jiraiya suffer a little, then concentrate on training to become stronger, and then beat Kakashi in the civil war. Be grateful. There are not many people who can enjoy the guidance of the legendary three ninjas, the Toad Sage of Miyabaka Mountain. After joking, Jiraiya started to do business. Obito's humiliation was the cause, but Obito and the others were Minato's disciples after all, and Jiraiya didn't mind helping them practice. Kakashi put away the photo and showed a serious look. Except for Muyu, who didn't know where his limit was, Jiraiya could definitely be called the strongest ninja they had ever met. Even the Raikage candidate who had given them great pressure was just a junior in front of Jiraiya, who was famous in the ninja world during the Second Ninja World War. The three of them formed a formation, with Obito and Kakashi in front and Nohara Rin slightly behind. At least you are all geniuses with a little fame. Don't let me down. Jiraiya smiled with his hands folded on his chest. Although Kakashi and the other two were still far from being famous masters like him, they were no longer unknown. With their distinctive fighting styles, Might Guy and others had already gained a certain degree of recognition. Fire style, great fireball technique. After the battle began, Obito immediately concentrated his breathing to the extreme and used the first move, the great fireball technique. A large amount of flames gathered together to form a huge fireball that was 5 times larger than Obito, and smashed towards Jiraiya with great momentum. You are still a little naive to play with fire style in front of me. Jiraiya also formed a seal and used fire style, flame bullet. Jiraiya first practiced chakra into oil, and finally spit out the oil while changing the nature of the chakra that was gathered again into fire attribute chakra to ignite the oil, and a large area of high-temperature flames was generated. Boom! Exclamation mark. The two fire styles collided. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, and the flames and the fireball expanded under the force of the collision, like a blooming fire lotus, blooming with a fiery red light. The temperature around suddenly rose, and the air was filled with a fiery breath, as if even the air was burning. This time, Obito's fireball failed rarely. The high-temperature flames of the flame bomb gradually engulfed the fireball and continued to spread towards Obito. Nohara Rin and Kakashi took action. Water style, great waterfall technique. Nohara Rin formed seals with both hands and spit out a huge water ball to extinguish the incoming flames. Kakashi, on the other hand, used the lightning breathing to the extreme and threw 2 lightning kunai at Jiraiya at a very fast speed. Jiraiya still had a relaxed smile on his face, and dodged Kakashi's attack as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Obito realized the huge gap between himself and a strong man like Jiraiya, so he no longer hesitated and immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and opened the Sharingan. The flame-breathing chakra mode is a big chakra consumer, plus the consumption of the Sharingan. Even if Obito has much more chakra than ordinary ninjas, he can't last for a few minutes. But the large consumption also brought a huge improvement to Obito. In this state, he not only has a strong observation ability, but also has a great improvement in physical strength. The fire escape ninjutsu is greatly enhanced, which is his biggest trump card in the battle. Summoning technique. Nohara Rin used the summoning technique to summon the slug. The slug is best at medical treatment, but it is not without combat ability. It has signed a contract with Shikatori. Looking at the slug that he hadn't seen for a long time, Jiraiya was a little surprised. Jiraiya thought that Tsunade, who was now in a bad state, would not be interested in teaching disciples, but he didn't expect that Nohara Rin still had such a relationship with Tsunade. He found that if he let Obito sign Maibaku Mountain and Kakashi work hard in Richie Cave, Kakashi and the others would really become the new three ninjas. Explosion Fist. Nohara Rin wanted to use herself as bait to create opportunities for Obito and Kakashi. She gathered a lot of chakra on her fist and rushed towards Jiraiya. Bang! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded, and the ground where Jiraiya had just stood was cracked. Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat as he watched this scene. This was not something he could inherit. The strange power displayed by Nohara Rin reminded him of some not-so-good memories. That time, he was almost beaten to death. Opportunity. Obito seized the moment when Jiraiya was distracted and burst out chakra and rushed forward. Fire style. Konoha whirlwind. Obito kicked Jiraiya's head with his right foot carrying a deep-colored compressed flame. Random lion hair technique. Jiraiya calmly made hand seals with his hands to strengthen his long white hair with chakra. The strengthened long hair combined together and grabbed Obito's body. Just when Jiraiya wanted to throw Obito to the ground, Kakashi attacked again. He activated the transparent world and lightning breathing chakra modes at the same time. His physical condition reached its peak. He slashed at Jiraiya at high speed. Although he didn't hit Jiraiya, he successfully cut off part of his white hair and saved Obito. The rescued Obito immediately spit out fire style at Jiraiya, who was close to him. In the flame-breathing chakra mode, he did not need to make hand seals to release all fire style. Fire style. Great Fireball technique. Obito's choice was still the Great Fireball, because at this moment he was very close to Jiraiya, and it was difficult for Jiraiya to dodge. In this way, the disadvantage of the Great Fireball that it was difficult to hit people no longer existed, and only the advantages of low consumption and high power remained. Ninjutsu? Needle Jizo. Jiraiya increased the strength of his hair, changing his moves from offense to defense, and letting the long and hard hair completely wrap around his body. Boom! Exclamation mark! The flames drowned Jiraiya, and the scattered fire attribute chakra and the explosion smoke made it difficult to see the scene. Nothing will happen, Obito muttered in his heart. Although he felt that Jiraiya deserved a beating, Jiraiya was after all the teacher of Minato Namikaze, so a light beating would be enough, and it was a bit unnecessary to hurt him. Kakashi concentrated his chakra and waited for the next opportunity. The opponent was the legendary Sannin, and Kakashi was not arrogant enough to let this little trick make him fall. It really gave me a good surprise. With Jiraiya's hearty laughter, the smoke dissipated and his figure was revealed. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6=9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. Obito's eyes widened. Jiraiya was not injured, but his body was covered with some black ash from the explosion. Jiraiya patted the dust off his body. The strength of Kakashi and the others exceeded his expectations. He was ready to be a little more serious. Shadow Clone Technique. Jiraiya made a seal and created two shadow clones. One shadow clone rushed towards Obito, and the other shadow clone attacked Nohara Rin. Fire style. Blazing charge. Obito was not afraid at all and set his whole body on fire and crashed into Jiraiya's shadow clone. Although the shadow clone was a physical clone, it was very fragile. Once hit by his flames, it would definitely disappear. Water wave hand. The shadow clone Jiraiya stretched out his hand and released a large amount of water to rush towards Obito. The hot flames on Obito's body were instantly extinguished, and Obito was also soaked. PFFT. The slug condensed a large amount of acid in its mouth and spat it at Jiraiya's shadow clone that was attacking Nohara-Rin. Jiraiya, who knew the slug very well, had long anticipated the slug's attack. He dodged it sideways and waved his hands to form a seal to throw a wind blade at Nohara-Rin. Nohara-Rin used the water array wall to defend, but the water wall was cut off by the wind blade and Nohara-Rin was almost injured. Kakashi, who had been dealing with Jiraiya's real body, narrowed his eyes and showed a thoughtful look. The transparent world allowed him to observe the battle between Obito and Nohara-Rin while dodging Jiraiya's attack. Kakashi found that Jiraiya was an all-round ninja similar to Miyu, who seemed to have mastered some types of ninjutsu and had no obvious shortcomings. It would only be a waste of time to continue dragging it out. We have to let them cooperate with me to attack. Kakashi made a decision in his heart. Whether in theory or in practice, they could not defeat Jiraiya now, but as a ninja, even in a simulated battle, Kakashi had to look for the only chance that could lead them to victory. He is the strongest ninja in Minato's squad now, and his moves are the strongest and fastest. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi spit out a powerful lightning spear to force Jiraiya back, and winked at Obito and Nohara-Rin, as old teammates who have been together for many years. As long as the instructions are not too complicated, they can communicate with a glance. Obito was a little indignant at Kakashi's request. He pulled Kakashi in just to get Kakashi beaten, but in the end he had to help Kakashi create attack opportunities. Of course, Obito still acted according to Kakashi's instructions. If he acted according to Kakashi's instructions, and Kakashi failed, he could blame Kakashi severely and let Nohara-Rin understand the badness of Kakashi. Obito closed his Sharingan and used all his chakra to stimulate the flame-breathing chakra mode. The attack became radical, and the fire release and no chakra were continuously released, suppressing Jiraiya's shadow clone with powerful firepower. Nohara-Rin also used all means to entangle Jiraiya's shadow clone. Unlike Obito, her mission was really just to stop a shadow clone. After all, it was a bit unrealistic to do more, and we couldn't ask too much of our nurse. Kakashi used lightning chakra to activate his body and slashed at Jiraiya's shadow clone on Obito's side at high speed, as if he was preparing to join forces with Obito to deal with one shadow clone first. Seeing this, Jiraiya followed slowly. He had seen something with his experience, but after all, he was just giving instructions, so Jiraiya had to cooperate. If it was a real battle, Jiraiya's first thing would be to use the summoning technique to summon Gamabunta. With Gamabunta's strength, it would be more than enough to deal with Kakashi and the others. Fire style, anti. At this moment, Obito suddenly jumped up, and he activated all the chakra in his body to condense fire style, and a huge fireball over 10 meters long condensed on his palm. Kakashi's plan was actually very simple. To create the illusion of dealing with the shadow clone, and then use the characteristics of Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode to create a large-scale fire style to create opportunities for Kakashi. Obito's body looked very small against the huge fire event, and such a huge fireball undoubtedly had an extremely wide attack range. At the moment the fireball was thrown, Jiraiya seemed to feel that his skin was a little dry. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water prison technique. Jiraiya's shadow clone used earth flow wall, and the main body created a water shield. Theoretically, the earth flow wall was enough to block the attack, and the function of the water shield was to prevent him from being covered in dust. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge roar sounded, and the thick and tall earth wall was seriously damaged, but it was not completely destroyed. Flash, godly speed. Kakashi, who opened the transparent world, has been paying close attention to the situation. After the most dangerous explosion impact disappeared, Kakashi immediately concentrated all his strength and rushed out in the form of lightning. Although Wuxian Yadao is stronger, he no longer has enough chakra to release Wuxian Yadao at this moment. Now Kakashi can only use Wuxian Yadao when he is in full state. Sensing the lightning rushing on, Jiraiya was slightly surprised, and he reacted quickly with his experience. Summoning technique. A red flesh wall appeared out of thin air, covering Jiraiya before the lightning arrived. P.S. I made some outlines today, and my eyes are almost recovered, so I will resume 8K updates tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506 Intelligence Jiraiya, Kai. The sharp blade wrapped with yellow electric light pierced into the red flesh wall. But the imagined scene of easily cutting through did not happen. The flesh wall defense in front of him seemed to be stronger than a copper wall. And there was also a mysterious force that stuck Kakashi's white fang short blade inside. Kakashi had no way to cut the flesh wall, nor could he pull the knife out. Kakashi did not hesitate and wanted to give up the white fang short blade immediately, but several tentacles suddenly extended from the flesh wall and tied him tightly to the flesh wall, and then the flesh wall in contact with him changed rapidly, bringing him into the flesh wall. Nohara wanted to help Kakashi but was caught by Jiraiya's shadow clone and knocked down. TSK, no wonder you can get the title of Thunder Fang at this age. Your edge is more powerful than White Fang when he was young. Jiraiya took a look at the slightly exposed tip of the lightning blade and praised. Being able to pierce the intestinal wall of the rock toad means that Kakashi has a very outstanding attack ability. Ordinary defensive ninjutsu is unlikely to be able to block Kakashi's sword. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jiraiya to know the title he earned from the battlefield on the East Coast. Haha, don't underestimate my intelligence ability. Jiraiya laughed when he saw this. After all, Kakashi and Obito are disciples of Minato Namikaze, so Jiraiya will pay more attention. I'm still a long way from my father. Kakashi shook his head and said, although his output ability is very strong now, fighting does not only depend on one ability, and his strong output is at the expense of endurance. Jiraiya patted Kakashi's head with his big hand. Why don't you learn this from Minato Muiu? Why are you so humble about the strength you have cultivated yourself? If Jiraiya had Kakashi's current strength and reputation when he was 11 years old, he would have to use wind escape to create a little wind when walking, or Akamaru would have to take a detour when he saw him, and would kick a dog that dared to bark on the side of the road. After saying that, Jiraiya released the summoning technique, and the red flesh wall disappeared rapidly. Although there was no referee, everyone could see that the battle was over. Obito fell down due to exhaustion. Nohara was defeated by Jiraiya's shadow clone, and Kakashi basically lost his ability to fight. Your performance is not bad considering your age, but you, the goggles kid, want to sign a contract with Myabaku Mountain, so you should try harder, Jiraiya commented. In fact, the performance of Obito and others exceeded Jiraiya's expectations. The overall combat power of the entire team was enough to complete some important S-level war tasks. Among them, Kakashi performed outstandingly, and both his combat quality and hard power far exceeded that of ordinary Jonin. If Jiraiya were to give them a score, Jiraiya would give 98 points out of a full score of 100. Not giving a full score was deducted because Obito was a jerk. Of course, the reason why Jiraiya did not let Obito sign a contract with Myabaku Mountain was not because Obito was a jerk and provoked him. He was not that stingy. The real reason was that Jiraiya just discovered a problem between Obito and Kakashi from the battle: poor continuous combat ability. There is a big difference in the power of Obito's fire style before and after he entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Jiraiya guessed that he mastered a secret technique that can enhance his own abilities, which is a bit similar to the ability of the Sage Mode. This kind of secret technique generally requires very strong chakra, such as the Sage Mode. Strong chakra is just the threshold for learning the Sage Mode. Today, Obito has the disadvantage of not being able to fight for a long time due to insufficient chakra, and summoning a powerful summon beast requires a lot of chakra. So it is meaningless to let Obito sign a contract with Myabaku Mountain now. So Jiraiya will let Obito continue to work hard. Obito only needs to continue to grow and strengthen his chakra, then his problems will be solved, and the blood contract of Myabaku Mountain will naturally come in handy. If you don't want to sign, then don't sign. In the future, Charmander will definitely be stronger than those toads. Obito curled his lips and didn't care about the blood contract of Miyabaku Mountain. What attracted him was not the summoned beast of Miyabaku Mountain, but the sage mode that Jiraiya said. "You are quite arrogant, kid with goggles." Kakashi got the title of Rya on the battlefield. "What title do you have?" Jiraiya asked knowingly. Obito frowned and said nothing. He was also very angry that he had no title. He felt that those Kirigakure had no vision at all and did not see the huge potential hidden in his body. "Why not let me, the legendary Sannin, give you one?" Konoha's void fire. "You fell down after releasing a few fire escapes. You are really a little weak." Jiraiya touched his chin and joked seriously. Obito's face turned red all of a sudden. If it weren't for the lack of chakra, he would have to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode to give Jiraiya a flame iron mountain lean. "Born evil white-haired old ghost, I will definitely make you look good when I become stronger," the frustrated Obito roared in his heart. However, Jiraiya's words made Obito think of a good place to get a good title. Hanzo. As we all know, the Sannin was the title given to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru after the battle against Hanzo during the Second Ninja World War. The ninja master Sasuke, who has recently become famous in the ninja world, became so famous by defeating Hanzo. In summary, beating Hanzo is equal to being famous and having a handsome title. If he also fights Hanzo and wins, it means surpassing the three ninjas, who couldn't beat Hanzo back then. Obito couldn't help but start to fantasize. Jiraiya bowed to him. "Fire God Obito, I shouldn't have looked down on you. Please teach me the powerful fire escape that I used to defeat Hanzo." If Jiraiya's attitude is sincere enough, he can teach him. "Goggles kid, you are so weak that you can't cook, but since you have such a heart, I'll leave the washing of vegetables to you." Jiraiya patted Obito on the shoulder and laughed. Obito had a blank expression on his face. At that time, he would definitely only teach Jiraiya the fireball. The final task of cooking fell on Miyu, who took the initiative to stand up, and no one objected to this. At night, after eating, Obito exercised around the camp. Although it's a good thing to work hard, there may be important combat missions recently, and you will be very tired, Kakashi reminded. As an elite team, if Minato's plan succeeds, they will definitely be assigned important combat missions, which is also the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen sending them to the battlefield. This is the gap between us. Kakashi, you can only see the possible missions to be carried out, the civil war in a few months, and I have been thinking about how to defeat the demigod Hanzo. Obito replied indifferently. Kakashi? Jiraiya doesn't seem to hit Obito's head. Why does his head feel like it was caught by the door? Kakashi tentatively took out Obito's photo and shook it in front of Obito's eyes. Obito couldn't maintain his calm attitude in an instant, and grabbed the photo with both hands. But Kakashi opened the transparent world in advance, and Obito's movements were all seen by Kakashi. He stepped back sideways and almost made Obito fall in a hurry. It seems to be normal. Kakashi was relieved and put the photo into the ninja tool bag. Obito : he hates white hair. Time went by day, and Konoha's plan was carried out in an orderly manner. On the one hand, the Kusakure ninjas were asked to keep a close eye on the Iwagakure, and on the other hand, they pretended that the intelligence war had failed, resulting in a leakage of intelligence from a certain important base. But the development of the matter was indeed beyond the expectations of Jiraiya and other high-ranking ninja forces. The Iwagakure village is indeed not easy to deal with. Namikaze Minato frowned as he looked at the intelligence passed on by the Kusakure ninjas in front of him. For some reason, the Iwagakure suddenly discovered the defection of the Kusakure ninjas, and disappeared after raiding the Kusakure ninja forces. It's not that there is a problem with your plan, Minato, nor that the Iwagakure ninjas are too powerful, but that the Kusakure ninjas are not capable enough. Jiraiya put down the intelligence and shook his head. They, Konoha, haven't taken any action yet, which is obviously due to the Kusakure ninjas' poor ability. Miyu, you said so. Miyu nodded. This was indeed not Minato's fault. Miyu read the information carefully again and felt something unusual. This incident gave him an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. In the last battle of the East Coast battlefield, Konoha also lost miserably in terms of intelligence. If it hadn't misjudged Muyu's strength, Kirigakure could have made Konoha fall flat on its face. If Iwagakure hadn't chosen to turn against Kuzugi directly this time, but pretended not to have discovered the false information passed to Konoha to set up an ambush, the Konoha ninja troops in the grass country battlefield would have encountered the same situation as the Konoha ninja troops in the East Coast battlefield. Of course, from the real choice of Iwagakure, Muyu knew that Iwagakure knew that Muyu had arrived at the battlefield with an elite team, so they didn't want to take risks. If it were Kumagakure, Muyu felt that the two armies might have already fought, and with the intelligence advantage, Kumagakure would not lack the courage to gamble. Since we have been discovered, let the Kuzugi ninja troops fight for us openly and let them do their best to find Iwagakure. Jiraiya thought for a while and said, with the power of Kuzugi, Jiraiya didn't expect them to have much effect on the front battlefield. He only hoped that Kuzugi could help Konoha establish a larger war intelligence network to assist him in defeating Iwagakure and get off work early. For Jiraiya, who was used to traveling, staying on the battlefield for a long time was really boring. This is the only way for now. Namikaze Minato couldn't think of a better way. There was no way to use the intelligence gap to trick people, so he could only compete head-on with the various capabilities of the troops as before. Moreover, compared with before, Iwagakure lost the power of the Kusugakure ninja, while Konoha gained all the support of the Kusugakure ninja. With this increase and decrease, Konoha was definitely a small prophet. Jiraiya reported the intelligence while making new combat arrangements. Now that they have a greater advantage, they naturally have to take the initiative to weaken the power of Iwagakure as much as possible. Jiraiya sent out sensory ninjas to search for Iwagakure, and at the same time sent out elite ninjas to eliminate places with clues to Iwagakure. For a time, the Konoha ninja troops took the absolute initiative in the land of grass. The Konoha ninjas were very excited, as if they had seen another great victory in front of them, but only Jiraiya and his men knew that this was just an illusion. The Iwagakure troops did not lose too much strength because Iwagakure was trying their best to avoid a head-on collision. After learning the intelligence, the senior officials far away in Konoha quickly held a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Kirigakure, which launched a massive attack on the Land of Fire, was beaten into silence. Kumagakure was busy attacking Sangakure and did not waste too much energy on Konoha. Now Iwagakure is the biggest ninja village that has the most intense confrontation with Konoha, and the top leaders attach great importance to the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Since Iwagakure is afraid of fighting, then force them to fight, and let Jiraiya lead the army to attack the border of Iwagakure and point the sword at Iwagakure village. Can Iwagakure not even want the village? Shimura Danzo said first. He thought this was the best plan at the moment, which could not only force the Iwagakure troops to go to war with Konoha, but also show the edge of Konoha. Since the war, Konoha has never taken the initiative to attack a big country, and has always been on defense. Shimura Danzo thought this was not good and would affect Konoha's reputation. Dong dong, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful look, and subconsciously knocked on the conference table with his right-hand fingers. Although Shimura Danzo's plan was very radical, with the current ninja power of Konoha in the Land of Grass, it is really possible to attack the Land of Earth. At present, Konoha has more than 1,800 ninjas in the Land of Grass, including strong men like Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Muyu, as well as some elite jonin like Shikiburai and Kosuke Maruboshi. It is the strongest ninja force Konoha has formed in recent years. Too radical. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally shook his head and denied it. The Land of Earth has many rocks and mountains, which are easy to defend but difficult to attack. Once the troops enter and their logistics are cut off, they will be doomed. Moreover, based on my understanding of Inoki, Iwagakure is definitely more powerful than what it has shown. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen is only a few years younger than Inoki. In his impression, Inoki is definitely a shrewd old man. How could such an old fox easily expose his full strength? How do you know that Inoki is not bluffing without fighting a battle? Shimura Danzo retorted. Shimura Danzo really felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen had changed his mind as he grew older. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen 10 years ago, he would have approved of his plan. They were able to beat the Kirigakure and make them flee in panic, so why couldn't they strike hard at the Iwagakure? Instead of betting that the others are as weak as we imagined, it's better to stabilize the situation and strengthen our own strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen disagreed with Shimura Danzo's gambler's idea. Kushina has gradually become familiar with the Nine Tails. At most 1 year, Kushina can play the role of Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Shimura Danzo was silent for a while. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said was indeed very reasonable. If Kushina could go to the battlefield as Jinchuriki, it would be a big improvement for Konoha. The tailed beast ball of Jinchuriki is even more terrifying than dozens of jonin performing Legion ninjutsu together. It is a great killer in large-scale wars. What should we do now? Just keep wasting time with Iwagakure? Shimura Danzo really couldn't think of a rebuttal. Maintaining the status quo is the best choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Anyway, Konoha didn't suffer any loss. It not only weakened the Iwagakure, but also sucked a mouthful of blood from the Kusukakure. In that case, why not end the mission of Hanyu Muayu's team and let them return to Konoha? Mizuto Kadoyen thought for a while and said, the original intention of sending Muayu on the mission was to solve the problem of Grass Ninja and help the Grass Country Ninja Force to establish an advantage. Now that the Grass Ninja problem has been solved and it is difficult for a war to break out on the Grass Country battlefield, it would be a bit of a waste of combat power for Muayu to continue staying in the Grass Country Force. Muayu can not only undertake various teaching tasks in Konoha, but also complete High Commission Gold S-level tasks. If there is an accident, Muayu can also be sent for support. Mizuto Kadoyen's proposal was recognized by all the senior executives. Shimura Danzo needs Muayu to continue to help him train the Wood Release Ninja, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wants Muayu to plan the third term of the Anbu training. As for Udatain Koharu, everyone agreed, and she felt there was nothing to refuse. After receiving the order from the senior executives, Muayu said goodbye to Jiraiya and Minato and prepared to lead the team back to Konoha. This result was within his expectations. After all, in a sense, his strategic significance is greater than Jiraiya. Ah, you're going back so soon this time? Obito, who was ready to settle down on the battlefield, asked unexpectedly. He thought that it would be the same as the East Coast battlefield, defeating Iwagakure before returning to Konoha. Well, it's the arrangement of the top management, Muyu answered concisely. It's good. I haven't seen Charmander for a while. I wonder how Grandma will feed it. Obito scratched his head and found that leaving was a good thing. In this way, he only had to face a white-haired man who was born evil for the time being. Teacher Muyu, when can I learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Thinking of Kakashi who activated the thunder-breathing chakra mode during this mission, and thinking about himself, Obito couldn't help asking. Compared with the fire attribute of the subordinates, time and space are undoubtedly noble. There are only 2 ninjas in the whole Konoha who have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. One is Namikaze Minato and the other is Muyu. They have earned the names of Yellow Flash and Liang Muyu respectively, and are the 2 most famous young strong men in Konoha. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. If he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi / would be meaningless no matter how strong it was, because he couldn't hit him at all. It depends on your own situation. If you are fast, you should be able to do it in a year, Muyu answered after taking a look at Obito's panel with the appraisal. Name, Uchiha Obito. Chakra, 16,000. Skills, Flame Breathing Chakra Mode, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Mastery Level, 150 15,000. Flame Breathing, Mastery Level, 250 15,000. Great Fireball Technique, Mastery Level, 20 15,000. With Obito's current chakra, it would be a complete waste of time to spend a lot of time on the Flying Thunder God technique, because he doesn't have that much chakra to use ninjutsu. If he works hard for a year to reach more than 20,000 chakras, and is more careful, He can barely integrate Flying Thunder God into Obito's combat habits. Obito understood that he had to practice harder, but in 1 year, there were 2 civil wars in the middle. Obito scratched his head and hoped to fast forward to the next year immediately, facing Kakashi's transparent world superimposed lightning-breathing chakra mode. Obito felt that he was just like a primitive man when using fire style. Teacher Muyu, do you think it's appropriate for me to start practicing the nature change of lightning attribute chakra now? Shisui asked Muyu. Shisui didn't want to learn the lightning style. He wanted to learn another escape technique to enhance his adaptability. My suggestion is to study the armament hockey secret technique more, Muyu replied. Shisui has a good talent in yin style. In Muyu's Shisui training plan, if Shisui is eager to enhance his combat ability, armament hockey will be a good choice. Although it looks ordinary and not as gorgeous as the lightning style, as long as the armament hockey is strong enough, it is possible to block both the golden skyline and the lightning style. In addition, whether you have problems in training or in life, you can come to me without any burden. Muyu touched Shisui's head and said, the rewards for teaching a disciple are too random. If you want to obtain skills that match your disciple, live missions are the best choice. Because Shisui's life mission progress lags behind other disciples, Muyu does not have the kind of powerful skills that are very suitable for Shisui. Shisui nodded and thanked him. Even though Muyu has done so many things for him, Shisui can still feel Muyu's concern for him from every detail. I must change the future, Shisui thought silently in his heart. He has said this sentence in his mind thousands of times, but Shisui doesn't think it's too much, because it is related to the safety of people that he cares about most. Shisui noticed that the future has actually changed. According to Kakashi and his friends, Yamato, who traveled from Lulin, did not recognize Muyu, and even mistook her for Minato Namikaze, but now Yamato has become Muyu's disciple. If this is a normal historical development, then Yamato would definitely not recognize Muyu. That is to say, history is changing, and everything in the new future is unknown, and what he has to do is to survive in this new future with Muyu and other disciples. After leaving the ninja camp, Muyu took the team to the Kusgakure village, asked Uzumaki Karen to join the team, and took her to Konoha. Since Uzumaki Karen had never practiced ninja, Muyu's speed of returning was slower than when she came. For Obito, there are also benefits to being slow, as he can discover more scenery and take pictures. What he regrets most is that Nohara Rin always calls Kakashi to join, instead of the two of them enjoying their own world. This is Konoha. Looking up at the tall wooden door of Konoha, and then looking at the expressions on the faces of the people coming and going, Uzumaki Karen found it hard to imagine that Konoha was in the middle of a war. In the vague childhood memories of Uzumaki Karen, after the country of Whirlpool was involved in the war, the atmosphere of the whole country became heavy, and even the most naughty children in the past became honest under the influence of such an atmosphere. Yes, this is Konoha, the strongest and safest village, Obito said proudly. Of course, it's not the limit of Konoha now. With me, Konoha will definitely become more prosperous. Kakashi was speechless. If Obito really became Hokage, he would only think that Konoha would be finished. And us. Gang Zaitetsu and Kamatsuki Izumo, who were standing guard, couldn't help but get excited when they heard Obito's words and shouted. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Obito realized that there were two familiar juniors at the door. Mr. Matsuki, Shisui, Senior Obito, long time no see. Gang Zaitetsu greeted them. Matsuki nodded in response. He saw Gang Zaitetsu and Kamatsuki Izumo and Hongdu squatting behind them with her head in her arms early in the morning, but Matsuki was thinking about the reason why they were guarding the door. The gate of Konoha is not something you can guard just because you want to. The gatekeeping mission is a D-level mission or above. According to Konoha's regulations, the three of them should not be qualified to guard the gate for the time being. Shisui and Obito also responded. You just came back from the mission. What a coincidence. Obito looked at the forehead protectors on the two people and sighed. The first-year juniors who had been instructed by him have all graduated and become ninjas. Izumo Kamatsuki looked embarrassed. We are on a mission. Obito was puzzled. Gang Zaitetsu and Izumo Kamatsuki spread out to both sides tacitly, revealing Hongdu, who was crouching with her head in her arms and silently praying that she couldn't see me. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Hongdu coughed twice and stood up, with a disguised expression on her face that even a 3-year-old child could see through. "Hey, what a coincidence, Muayu teacher, you just came back from the mission. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Hongdu pretended to leave. Gang Zaitetsu and Izumo Kamitsuki stretched out their ruthless iron hands to grab her back. "If it weren't for you, Red Bin, who was unreasonable and wanted to do a higher-level task and was disliked by the Sandaime, how could we be assigned to guard the gate?" Gang Ziti directly made Red Bin's crime public. Red Bin could beat some Chunin teachers, so she naturally couldn't stand those D-level tasks that were just odd jobs. It happened that when Red Bin was making trouble at the commission office, Sarutobi Hiruzen passed by and directly assigned them a commission task of B-level, guarding the gate of Konoha. This bored them to death. They could only stand in front of the door and couldn't move, and had to endure the gazes of passers-by. "What? It must be that your previous poor performance was remembered by the Sandaime, and this is a punishment for you." In order to save her image in Muyu's heart, Red Bin tried to explain. She really felt that she was dragged down by Gang Ziti and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen inspected several times, but Gang Ziti and Kamitsuki Izumo were both courting death. Once, he even used that confusing enemy technique to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. "There's no such thing as a bad performance. It must be your unreasonable trouble." Izumo Kamitsuki didn't think there was anything wrong with their performance. Obito couldn't hold it back. What a funny group. Why did he feel that the team of these 3 juniors was so funny? "Based on my experience, this should be considered a good thing," Kakashi said. He graduated early and was not familiar with Gang Ziti, but since they were Muyu's students, he didn't mind helping to clear up the confusion. "For a genin like you who just graduated, guarding the gate of Konoha is already a high-level task. Your grades in the ninja school should not be bad, right?" Kakashi asked. "Of course, I got the first place in theory," Izumo Kamitsuki answered first. That time he and Shisui both got full marks, but being tied for first place is also considered first place. "I got the first place in practical combat," Anko shouted with her chest puffed out, but after seeing Shisui, she lowered her head a little and added, "First place in the 3 semesters of the 3rd year." Gang Ziti scratched his hair. "I often ranked in the top 2. Maybe the Sandaime-sama wants to train you." "There are few such opportunities when you just graduate," Kakashi analyzed. He had some consolation in his words, but it was not nonsense. It was impossible for an ordinary graduating genin to be a gatekeeper. Izumo Kamitsuki and Tetsuji were delighted. Even the legendary super genius Hotai Kakashi said so, so it was definitely not wrong. "Izumo, what do you think the next step will be?" "Being a gatekeeper is a training. After the training, you will be reused. You should be the guard of the Hokage." Kakashi's mouth twitched. It seemed that these 2 people did not need his comfort. They were so optimistic that he didn't know what to say. "When I become Hokage, I will choose you as the cage guards," Obito said heroically. "Brother Obito, is that true?" Tetsuji immediately respected Obito as his elder brother with his eyes shining. If Obito said that Koichi could become a cage guard, Tetsuji would explode. Koichi, in his opinion, a genius like Obito could really become Hokage. "How could I be false? Don't I know your abilities? You are more than enough to be the cage guards." Obito patted his chest and said, even if Obito doesn't believe in their abilities, he still believes in Muyu's abilities. They are excellent students in Muyu's class. Gang Zitetsu and Shenyu Izumo were very excited and said that they would recognize Obito as their big brother from now on. Kakashi looked at Hongdu with pity. With these 2 teammates, it was almost like there were 2 Obitos as teammates. "Big brother Obito, I'll be the head of the Dango department." Hongdu also joined the group of people who recognized the big brother. "What is the Dango department?" Obito thought about it and really had never heard of this department in Konoha. "Everyone has to buy a dango for the head every day," Hongdu answered immediately. Kakashi, he should pity the leader teacher. "There are 3 Obitos?" Hongdu's outrageous words made Uzumaki Karen couldn't help but smile, and she had more expectations for the next life in Konoha. She felt that a ninja village with such cute ninjas should not be too bad. After entering Konoha, Miyu disbanded the team. Miyu's disciples went to the South Forest together tacitly. Kakashi needs to get more familiar with the Wuxian sword, and at the same time strengthen his body to solve the chakra shortcoming. If possible, he still doesn't want to fall to the ground after swinging a sword. Obito is also very motivated. Seeing Kakashi break through makes him feel uncomfortable. He must become stronger to feel comfortable. Strength is a necessity for Shisui who wants to change the future. He plans to practice according to Miyu's plan and spend most of his energy on the armed color. The companions are full of fighting spirit, and No Harlin is also eager to become stronger and help them more. After Miyu left, he took Uzumaki Karen to handle the necessary procedures for living in Konoha. Today, Miyu has a little power in Konoha, so it went very smoothly and quickly. Due to Uzumaki Karen's identity as a survivor of the whirlpool, Miyu also helped Uzumaki Karen apply for subsidies, free housing and living allowances. The house is in the main city of Konoha, and the living allowance is 80,000 taels a month, which is enough for Uzumaki Karen to live a normal life in Konoha. Miyu's actions shocked Uzumaki Karen. She had been thinking about whether to sleep on a park bench or under a bridge. As a result, Miyu quickly solved all the problems in life. After finishing the chores, Miyu took Uzumaki Karen to meet Uzumaki Kushina, who was very curious about her. P.S. Thank you for your concern. If I have physical problems, I will definitely not force myself to write. After all, writing a book is a long-term battle. If my physical condition allows, Zyuger will write as much as possible. Chapter 507, Fugaku running for the fourth generation. It is not easy to meet Kushina. In the past, Miyu basically asked them to bring a message to arrange a time when the Anbu delivered food at mealtime. But now Miyu has a special identity in the Anbu, so the process can be simpler, and there is no need to make an appointment at a fixed time. When she arrived near the agreed place, Miyu saw Kushina standing under a big tree. It seemed that she was competing with Miyu, except for the first time they met. Miyu arrived earlier, and Kushina basically arrived earlier afterwards. Although she didn't know what Kushina looked like, when Uzumaki Karen saw the bright red, she had a feeling that the person was the Uzumaki Kushina mentioned by Miyu. Kushina, good afternoon. Miyu walked up and smiled and greeted Kushina. Kushina wanted to respond, but was attracted by Uzumaki Karen next to Miyu. Kushina touched her chin, looked at Uzumaki Karen carefully, and had some guesses in her mind. Miyu brought someone to see her, so there are only two possibilities. The first is that the person has a close relationship with Miyu, and the second is that he has a relationship with her. Uzumaki Karen looked at Kushina in silence. Even before they started talking, she could clearly feel the difference between Kushina and her personality. After looking at Uzumaki Karen, Kushina looked at Miyu again. Uzumaki Karen, the survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Miyu, it turns out that you really like red hair. I thought. The two spoke at the same time. Miyu introduced Uzumaki Karen, and Kushina said what she guessed. Thought what? Miyu looked at Kushina with a puzzled look. When he first met Namikaze Minato and Kushina, he had praised Kushina's hair in order to improve his impression. Now Kushina obviously misunderstood his relationship with Uzumaki Karen. Ahaha, nothing. Kushina, who guessed wrong, laughed to get away with it. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Kushina. Then Kushina introduced herself with a serious face and looked at Uzumaki Karen. Since the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, Uzumaki Karen was the only two Uzumaki clan members she had contacted. The other was Mito Uzumaki, who was in Konoha with Kushina, but Mito Uzumaki had passed away. Kushina was very happy to see the Uzumaki clan again, and they were of the same age. Hello Kushina, I'm Karen Uzumaki. Although Miyu helped introduce herself, Karen Uzumaki still introduced herself quite formally. Karen Uzumaki was also a little excited to see her fellow clan members after a long time. Since they were both members of the Uzumaki clan, the two discussed their childhood memories of the Uzumaki clan. After talking, they found out that their homes in the Uzumaki country were only a few streets away. If it weren't for Kushina being sent to Konoha and the Uzumaki country being destroyed, they might have become classmates in the school of the Uzumaki country. and then go to school and go home together. Both sides were a little silent when they talked about this. Even the lively Kushina would find it difficult to be in a good mood when she recalled the destruction of her family and country, because her parents, various relatives she was familiar with, neighbors and playmates, all died in that war to destroy the country. How could she be happy? Although I understand your excitement of meeting your fellow tribesmen, don't completely ignore me. Seeing this, Miyu changed the topic to him. Hee, I was just excited for a moment. Kushina scratched her head and explained. Then Kushina thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, how did you meet Miyu? Didn't you go on a mission? Kushina could tell whether Miyu was in Konoha by looking at the food. Miyu would basically help her make a portion when she was in Konoha. If she didn't eat it one day, it was probably because she was on a mission out of the village. I was on a mission in the land of grass and happened to meet him, Miyu answered simply. That's it? Kushina's eyes widened. This was too simple. How could he say it as if he had gone out for a meal? Actually, I was in danger in the Kusgakure village, and Miyu rescued me. Then, seeing that I was having a hard time, he brought me back to Konoha. Uzumaki Karen added. She was very grateful to Miyu. Miyu helped her a lot both in the Kusgakure village and in Konoha. In Uzumaki Karen's heart, Miyu is definitely the best person in the world. That's right, Kushina nodded. Although Uzumaki Karen's words were simple, they were enough to make people imagine a perfect hero saving a beauty. Because of the Uzumaki physique, she was kidnapped, and then Miyu rushed out to save Uzumaki Karen. No, the more Kushina thought about it, the more she felt a strong sense of deja vu. Isn't this her experience with Minato Nimikaze? She and Minato Nimikaze didn't have a good relationship at the beginning, because Kushina felt that Minato Nimikaze was stupid and weird, and wanted to compete with her for the position of Hokage. It was once that Kushina was kidnapped by Kumagakure, and then Minato Nimikaze rescued her. After recognizing the real Minato Nimikaze, their relationship began to change. Is the world a huge Minato and me? In connection with Miyu's appearance and Hu Ling's identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina had a feeling of being in another world. Kushina looked at the two carefully again and found that they were not friends, because Miyu and Uzumaki Karen didn't even look like friends. Let's communicate first and see what kind of personality Karen has. Kushina made a decision in her heart. Miyu has never had a girlfriend. If she didn't have a suitable friend, Kushina would have wanted to introduce one to Miyu a long time ago. If Uzumaki Karen's personality was good enough, Kushina thought she could try to match the two. It was almost time for dinner when Obito finished his training and left the South Forest with Shisui and returned home. I'm back. Obito couldn't wait to shout before he even reached the door. Oh, it's Obito. Hearing the familiar voice of her grandson, the grandmother smiled kindly and walked slowly to the door. Grandma, are you feeling well recently? After entering the house, Obito accompanied his grandmother back to the living room and asked with concern. I'm not old and confused yet. Your mission this time hasn't been long, so what changes can there be? Grandma smiled and reassured Obito. Obito was away for a long time at the East Coast battlefield. She remembered that he seemed to have only come back once in more than half a year, and he was not in Konoha most of the time. Obito scratched his head with a smile. As long as his grandmother could stay healthy, he didn't care if he was criticized. Grandma, where is Charmander? Did it go out to play? Obito thought of the summoned beast he kept at home. He had high expectations for Charmander and hoped that Charmander would be stronger than Jiraiya's toad in the future. Isn't Charmander right there? Grandma pointed to the sofa. Obito looked in the direction his grandmother pointed and saw a tail burning with flames from behind the sofa. Charmander, why are you sleeping at this time? Get up, Obito shouted. It's understandable to take a nap at noon, but it's still sleeping at dinner time. Obito has reason to suspect that Charmander was lazy during his absence. Hearing Obito's voice, Charmander shook his body and walked towards Obito. He had eaten a lot recently and felt sleepy. Is this Charmander? Obito looked at Charmander's round belly and showed an expression of doubt about life. He remembered that he was Charmander before he left. How could he become a fat dragon in just one mission? Ah! Charmander made a dissatisfied cry. Why are you insulting dragons? If it's not Charmander, then who is? Obito twitched his mouth. grabbed Charmander's neck and lifted it up to look at him. Charmander, when I was away, did you not exercise at all? How come you are so fat all of a sudden? Obito couldn't help asking. Charmander shook his head. It would be a little lazy when it rained, but it was not completely without exercise. The reason why it became like this was entirely because the food with Grandma was too good. Obito couldn't tell whether Charmander was telling the truth. After thinking for a while, he said, forget about what happened before. Next, you have to increase your training volume to lose weight. Charmander was not powerful enough to begin with, and his belly would be even less deterrent. Charmander shook his head dissatisfiedly. It felt that it was fine now and there was no need to lose weight. Are you saying that increasing a little is not enough, and you need to increase the training volume? Obito speculated. Charmander: if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't beat Obito with its fire breath, it really wanted to bite Obito, bullying it for not being able to speak human language, right? What do you think of this training plan? Obito made a training schedule for Charmander based on Muyu's previous training plan. Charmander turned his head away and said nothing. He would not give Obito another chance to frame him before seeing the translator. On the other side, Zoroya, whom Charmander had been thinking about, was enjoying the dinner prepared by Shisui for him. Because Zoroya was the most intelligent among all the ninja beasts, and because of Zoroya's unique illusion, Shisui did not foster Zoroya to anyone, but prepared a lot of food and money for Zoroya to solve on his own. If you are too lazy to move at home, you can eat the Inuzuka secret dog food at home. If you want to eat something hot, you can transform into a human to buy it. How does it feel to live alone? Shisui asked, taking off his apron. It was a bit fresh at the beginning, but I missed Shisui a little later. Zoroya thought for a while and raised his head and said, for Zoroya, he still prefers the atmosphere of the southern forest. Although training is a bit hard, it is very interesting to chat and play during breaks. Without the entertainment of deceiving Obito, his life is much more boring. When you are stronger, I will take you with me when I carry out missions in the future. Shisui touched the fiery red hair on Zoroya's head and comforted him. Because the ninja beasts were born not long ago and were weak, the disciples did not bring ninja beasts with them, even Kakashi, who was hatched the earliest. After all, they were carrying out the highest level of war missions, and the probability of encountering powerful enemies in such missions was very high. After dinner, Shisui took Zoroya for a walk in the Uchiha clan land for half an hour. After sending Zoroya home, Shisui went to the Uchiha clan meeting alone. Today happened to be the day of the Uchiha regular clan meeting. Because Obito did not like clan meetings, and Shisui's previous actions helped him establish a certain degree of prestige in the Uchiha clan, Shisui did not call Obito. Shisui, I haven't seen you for a while, are you on a mission again? When Shisui was about to reach Nanga Shrine, he met Uchiha Inahori. Shisui nodded. I've been having some problems with fire style lately. Shisui, are you free later? Asked Uchiha Inahina. Although Shisui is much younger than him, Uchiha Inahina is a pure Uchiha who values strength. He doesn't think it's bad to ask Shisui questions, because Shisui is a strong man who can kill him in one glance in a battle. Let's talk after the clan meeting is over. Shisui agreed. In addition to his own personality factors, Shisui has another consideration. He thinks he has to cultivate some like-minded companions in the Uchiha clan to change the Uchiha together. Uchiha Inahina is a relatively outstanding one among the younger generation of Uchiha, and he is quite prestigious among the young Uchiha. He is a good choice. However, the core point why Shisui chose Uchiha Inahina is that Uchiha Inahina is neither a dove nor a hawk at present, but just an Uchiha with a strong sense of family honor. Uchiha Inahina agreed with the proposal of the Hawk Elder simply because he thought it would help improve the strength of the Uchiha. Later, Shisui explained the pros and cons and decisively supported Shisui. Then I'll trouble you, Shisui. Uchiha Inahina smiled. Then Shisui walked into the Nanga Shrine with Uchiha Inahina in the front. As soon as Shisui walked into the Nanga Shrine, many Uchiha greeted him. For the Uchiha, defeating the family elders is far more intuitive than the rumors on the battlefield. So after the competition, Shisui's reputation in the Uchiha has risen to a higher level. Shisui responded one by one, which was taught by Muyu. In order to gain more favor from the clan members, Shisui specially asked Fugaku for a list of all Uchiha ninjas, and memorized the names and appearances of all Uchiha ninjas to ensure that there would be no omissions. Uchiha Shenkin noticed this scene and looked at him sideways, and he valued Shisui even more in his heart. A strong genius is not scary. If he has no brains, he will only become a thug in the end. However, a genius who is strong and knows how to win people's hearts should not be underestimated. As expected of the descendant of Senior Kagami, is it possible for him to complete the unfinished work of Senior Kagami? Uchiha Shenkin shook his head after thinking. He felt it was unrealistic, even if Shisui was better than Uchiha Kagami at the time. Uchiha Shenkin believed that if Konoha had not experienced a major reshuffle, Uchiha would not even be able to become a high-level official in Konoha, let alone become a Hokage. When the meeting started, Uchiha Shenkin stopped thinking about other things and spoke after a moment's thought. If we want to restore the glory of Uchiha, we must gain greater voice in Konoha. The most important thing is to let Konoha have an Uchiha Hokage. Uchiha was a ninja clan of the same level as Senju during the Warring States period. Now Senju has had 2 Hokages, but we Uchiha don't even have 1 Hokage. I think this shouldn't be right. No matter how difficult it is to go from having to not having, we Uchiha must try our best to fight for this position of Hokage. Uchiha Shenkin's words instantly heated up the atmosphere of Nanga Shrine. The Uchiha ninjas were infected by Uchiha Shenkin's words and thought that if Senju could do it, they, Uchiha, must also be able to do it. Shisui had to admit that Uchiha Shenkin was really good at provoking emotions. After a few words, Uchiha Inahiro beside him became hot-blooded. Shisui did not object this time, because there was nothing wrong with Uchiha Shenkin's words. Even Shisui believed that the Uchiha clan should have a Hokage. If there was an Uchiha Hokage, it would be much easier to solve the Uchiha problem. Then how do we compete for the position of Hokage? And Uchiha asked. Everyone knows that it is easier to get things done if you have a clan member who is Hokage, but how to become a Hokage is a very difficult thing. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ first published this novel. Now the 3 ninjas are in the heyday of Konoha, and no ninja in their Uchiha clan can compete with them. If you want to become a Hokage, the most important thing is your contribution and strength to Konoha. I think the chief of the Fugaku clan is capable of competing for the position of Hokage. Uchiha Shenkin put Uchiha Fugaku on the list. Uchiha Shenkin just shouted slogans every day to improve the family's reputation. He had no plan to make Uchiha Fugaku the Hokage. Anyway, it would not be him who would fail and be embarrassed, but Uchiha Fugaku who was competing for the Hokage. Uchiha Shenkin was waiting for Fugaku to fail and then he would stand up to arouse the emotions of the Uchiha and increase the power of the Hawks. Uchiha Shenkin already had a rough idea in mind, saying that Uchiha Fugaku's failure in the election was definitely not a problem of ability, but that Sarutobi Hiruzen and other senior officials were prejudiced against Uchiha. Patriarch Fugaku is indeed the most powerful ninja among our Uchiha, and he should be the most promising. And Uchiha responded. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. He didn't expect Uchiha Shenkin to suddenly play such a trick. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the expectant Uchiha people and his expression became a little hesitant. Didn't he know his own strength? Without opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he might not be a match for Shisui and Obito in a few years. So how could he compete with the 3 ninjas on the same stage? But as the head of the Uchiha clan, directly admitting that he was not qualified to compete for the position of Hokage would be a bit of a blow to the confidence of the clan members. Fugaku didn't know what to do for a while. The 3rd Hokage is strong and healthy, and the election of the next Hokage is still a long way off. Why don't Elder Shenkin talk about how we Uchiha should assist Patriarch Fugaku to become Hokage so that we can prepare first? Shisui came to the rescue. Shisui had fought with Uchiha Fugaku once. Uchiha Fugaku was not weak, but he was not at the level of the 3 ninjas. Shisui felt that Uchiha Fugaku might not be able to beat Might Guy in the 6 gates of the 8 gates of the ninja and rock-breathing chakra mode, because Fugaku's Sharingan illusion had no effect on Might Guy. Uchiha Shenkin didn't think that Uchiha Fugaku could become Hokage. Of course he didn't think too deeply, and just mentioned what Uchiha Kagami did. After the meeting, Shisui instructed Uchiha Inahiro as agreed, and then went to Muyu's house to tell Muyu what happened at the clan meeting. If you can make the Uchiha clan become Hokage or a high-level official, it will naturally be of great benefit to your plan, but it is not realistic in the short term. Muyu shook her head and said, unless it enters the 4th generation period when Nimike's Minato is in power, the Uchiha will encounter tremendous resistance. But this is actually an opportunity. You can use the excuse that Uchiha's monopoly of power will cause other families to be wary and affect the election of Hokage to persuade the Uchiha high level to reform the police department. In Muyu's vision, if the problem of the police department is completely solved, Shisui's life mission may advance by about 40%. Uchiha has become what it is now, and the police department is one of the major cores. Senjudo Bairama really understands Uchiha. Who would have thought that this big cake that seems to be divided for Uchiha is actually poisoned? Shisui showed a thoughtful look. He deduced it with the idea given by Muyu and found that it was much better than his original plan. The best point of Muyu's idea is to use benefits to attract Uchiha to give up the poisonous police department. Using the reason that the police department is harmful to Uchiha to persuade Uchiha to give up the police department will be regarded as a psychopath. But if it is for the position of Hokage to sacrifice some of the interests of the police department, the perception is completely different. It's great to have a teacher like you. Shisui sighed sincerely. Every time he felt that he had learned a lot from Muyu, but every time he could learn more from Muyu. Rain Country, Ninja Clan Base. The intensive training for the transfer to the eastern part of the Rain Country has entered the final stage. Muyu's shadow clone once again issued tasks to let the ninjas of the Ninja Clan publicize the big lecture. In order to successfully impact the higher level lecture rewards, Muyu pulled the public opinion to the fullest and strived to do the best. The Rain Village is where Muyu focuses on publicity. From the leader of the Rain Ninja, Hanzo, to the Rain Ninja Genin, everyone knows that Muyu will give unlimited lectures for a week in the near future. Not only the Rain ninjas who cooperate with the Ninja Clan, but also wandering ninjas or ninjas from other countries can come to listen to the lectures without any threshold. I kind of want to go to the lecture of that ninja master. I heard that he is very good at teaching people. I want to go but I don't want to go. Although they are partners, Hanzo-sama probably doesn't like them very much. If I go, I might be punished. This is too entangled. If it doesn't work, just use the transformation technique to disguise. Good idea. Disguise yourself on the first day to see what's going on. If it's not as good as the legend says, or if you don't teach anything useful, come back. Hanzo, who was patrolling in the Rain Village, sighed slightly when he heard the words of the patrolling Rain ninjas. What kind of image does he have in the eyes of others now? A leader who was furious after being defeated by Sosuke. He was worried about being punished just for attending classes. What made Hanzo even more uneasy was that he really had a similar thought in his mind. Hanzo felt very uncomfortable when he thought about his subordinates who were eager to receive Sosuke's teachings. They were his subordinates, but Hanzo could understand them a little bit through rational thinking. Sosuke was famous for his teaching ability before he defeated Kakazo and him. If he was not really capable, how could so many ninjas be willing to follow him? How about I go over and take a look? Hanzo had an idea in his heart. After thinking about it carefully, he found that he didn't seem to understand Sosuke, who he regarded as a great enemy. What was Sosuke's real purpose? Why did Sosuke create the Ninja Clan? And what kind of person Sosuke was? He only had a vague feeling about these. They actually communicated only 3 times. One time was when Hanzo heard of Sosuke's reputation and took the initiative to summon him to the Rain Village to remind him. The second time was before the canyon battle, and the third time was during the peace talks. His impression of Sosuke was actually more about information, including information from the Rain ninjas and information from Shimura Danzo. Hanzo felt that he might really have to go there once to see why Sosuke was promoting his lectures so loudly, and to see what the so-called ninja master was like when he was giving lectures. On this day, Hanzo sent his Anbu to investigate the attitudes of all the ninjas in the Rain Village towards Sosuke's lectures. He was surprised to find that 2/5 of the ninjas were quite interested in attending the lectures, and the remaining ninjas did not think that Sosuke was incapable, but they thought that Sosuke would not bring out real things in such an open class. so they were not interested. This was something Hanzo did not expect. Their rain village was previously opposed to the ninja clan, but nearly half of the ninjas wanted to attend Sosuke's lectures. This made Hanzo, who was a little hesitant, make up his mind. On the first day of the unlimited lecture, he disguised himself as a wandering ninja to attend the course held by Sosuke to see what was going on. Miyu's publicity work was very effective, not only in the Rain Village, but also in the countries surrounding the Land of Rain. This important news spread rapidly. Lectures without any restrictions. Huang Tu, who received the information in the Hidden Rock Village, was very tempted. He admired Sosuke very much and was very curious about Sosuke's teaching ability that only existed in the information. With his strength, he naturally didn't need Sosuke to teach him anything. At his level, he could only rely on his own efforts to move up. Huang Tu, who was moved, finally went to the office of the Tsuchikage, where there were many Tsuchikages, and asked Inoki for instructions. During the war, you went to other countries just to attend classes with a group of wandering ninjas and ninjas from small countries? Inoki was speechless. The essence of Inoki's speechlessness was not that Huang Tu went out for something, but that Huang Tu's reason was too straightforward, until it was a bit stupid. Wouldn't it sound more serious to change it to scouting the situation in the Rain country? If there is one more rising star ninja force to win over, Inoki can even approve a sum of funds for him. Sorry to bother you then. Huang Tu thought it was not possible and was ready to give up. Inoki pondered for a moment and said, you can go to the Rain country, and you can also go to attend the class. But you have to do a mission by the way. Now that the deployment of the Grass country has failed, we have to speed up the deployment of the Rain country and let the Rain country consume the power of Konoha. Although he was too straightforward, he was his son after all, and Inoki would not be unable to meet this small request. Given the situation on the battlefield in the Grass country, one more or one less Huang Tu would not make much difference. Huang Tu smiled and nodded in agreement. Because it was a mission, in addition to Huang Tu himself, he also brought 3 Iwagakure Jonin and 5 Iwagakure Chunin. The Wind country is also one of the big countries bordering the Rain country, and a lot of information about Ninja Master's lectures has flowed into the country. I heard that this Ninja Master is unparalleled in fire escape, and can suppress Hanzo's water escape with fire escape in rainy days. Yi Kang showed an interested expression. She is an expert in scorch release, but also proficient in fire release. Due to the high efficiency of scorch release in killing people, Yi Kang usually does not use fire release. However, the legendary ninja master Sosuke's fire release is obviously not an ordinary fire release. After all, when the opponent is a demigod, he can defeat him against his attributes, which is a bit contrary to common sense. Yi Kang looked at his schedule and found that she had nothing important to do during the days when Miyu was giving lectures. After thinking for a long time, Yi Kang decided to go to the Land of Rain to join in the fun. But she is a hero of Sand Village after all. If Miyu did not bring out the content that she was interested in on the first day, Yi Kang would leave quickly. As time went by, even Miyu's real body, who was far away in Konoha, heard the news that Ninja Master Sosuke was about to give unlimited lectures in Konoha. Ninja Master? Only Teacher Miyu is low-key, otherwise this title must belong to Teacher Miyu. Obito bluntly said that he was not as good as Miyu. Obito could ignore other titles, but the title of Ninja Master, Obito felt that it was a title that was very suitable for Miyu. As for that Sosuke, he was just a title thief. The class taught by Miyu is the strongest class in the history of the ninja school, and has also taught several famous geniuses. What teaching results does the Ninja Master have? Don't underestimate Sosuke. Although he should not be as good as Teacher Miyu, he should also be a very capable ninja, otherwise it would be impossible to have so many followers in a short time. Kakashi told Obito not to underestimate the world. In Kakashi's mind, Sosuke is an enhanced version of Hanzo, who is a person who should not be provoked if possible. Yamato scratched his head. He didn't know who the Ninja Master was, nor who Hanzo was, and he couldn't understand what they were talking about at all. His special experience has led to him being a white man who knows nothing about various matters in the ninja world. Obito can satisfy his addiction to being a top student on him. Shisui didn't care about the topic of Obito and the others. Now he usually thinks about the affairs of the Uchiha clan during his break. Teacher Muyu, do you want to go over and participate? I feel that you can show your teaching ability on the spot to let them know what a real ninja master is. Obito hopes that Muyu can regain his title. Muyu smiled and shook his head. It was a bit idle to destroy his own place. There are always people who are better than you. Don't think that I am incomparable, Muyu reminded. Although it is a good thing for the disciples to trust him, over-reliance will cause some problems. Muyu Immortal is not omnipotent and unmatched, Obito muttered. Even Muyu Immortal himself could never shake his faith. Root. Unlimited lectures? Sosuke, you are indeed a threat. After seeing the intelligence of the root, Shimura Danzo immediately felt that this person would become a big problem in the future. At first, it was by relying on Sosuke's lectures everywhere that some ninjas were gathered, and eventually they became the ninja sect. Now that Sosuke has made such a big lecture, Shimura Danzo immediately felt that Sosuke wanted to expand and strengthen the strength of the ninja sect. The Rain Village borders the Land of Fire. Shimura Danzo does not allow the small country bordering the Land of Fire to become too strong. This is not in the interests of Konoha. Shimura Danzo immediately mobilized the root team to go to the Land of Rain to strengthen the root power of the Land of Rain. He feels that the ninja clan is going to do something big in the Rain country, which may be his chance to obtain the ninja clan's inheritance and the samsara. P.S. Fugaku has the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is an original plot of the animation, but even in the original animation, the Mangekyo Sharingan was awakened after his good friend died on the battlefield. Now Fugaku has not participated in the Third World War, so he does not have the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. Chapter 508 Rewards for Advanced Classes. The Land of Rain. The news of unlimited lectures spread, and the area around the ninja clan's base became lively. Some ninjas who lived far away had already settled down nearby, waiting for the legendary ninja master to officially start the class. Since Muyu started the lecture at 9 in the morning, the time was early. Even the ninjas from the Land of Rain who were not far away, the most interested ones, chose to come and stay the night before. The thoughts of others are unknown for the time being. The owner of the inn vendor next to the ninja clan's base was extremely grateful to Muyu, and he wished that Muyu would hold more such activities. As the leader, Hanzo naturally couldn't rush to the ninja clan's base to attend the class early in the morning, so he also came here in advance. Hanzo, disguised as a wandering ninja, observed the crowds of people coming and going nearby. The Iwagakure ninjas, the Sand Village ninjas, and even Konoha have come. Looking at the mixed crowd, Hanzo had already anticipated the chaotic scene that would follow. There were opponents who were fighting in those ninja villages. It was normal for enemies to be jealous when they met, and it was too normal to fight. If you want to fight, please leave the town on your own. Fighting in the town will be considered as provoking trouble, and you will need to compensate for all damaged items. A patrolling ninja from the Shinobi clan shouted. Muyu also considered that too many ninjas might cause chaos, so his attitude was that you can fight, but don't disturb ordinary people. Don't disturb him in class. I have prepared a lot. Hanzo retracted his gaze and returned to the inn, but was attracted by a call. That seems to be the Sand Village hero Yi Kang. Hanzo calmly looked around and saw Yi Kang without any disguise at the corner of the street. This look is definitely right. It's the Sand Village hero with Scorch Release. A ninja of her level would actually come to listen to Sosuke's lecture? The wandering ninjas were extremely surprised. In their opinion, Yi Kang's level is already a very strong existence, belonging to an untouchable big man. Hanzo was disdainful in his heart. Yi Kang is nothing. He, the demigod Hanzo, came here out of curiosity. Hanzo estimated that if he didn't disguise himself, the headlines of the ninja world tomorrow would be him and Sosuke. However, the content is unlikely to be very friendly to him. After all, as a defeated general of Sosuke, he still came to listen to the class, which is obviously proof that he was defeated. Yi Kang noticed the gazes and subtle discussions of the people around her, But she didn't care. Most of the people here are just ants that can be crushed to death at any time. Huang Tu, why is he in the rain country again? Hanzo found Huang Tu, who was also not disguised. The wandering ninjas around gasped again after discovering Huang Tu. Huang Tu's reputation is no less than Yi Kang, and because of his identity as the son of the Tsuchikage, it is even greater. Iwakitsu Huang Tu is here too. Will there be other big figures who are here, but they are just disguised or not showing up? Someone boldly speculated. Hanzo returned to the hotel silently. It's really lively. It's worthy of being Sosuke. There are so many ninjas who respond to his call. If they can all join the ninja sect, the strength of the ninja sect will at least increase several times. Yahiko, who was patrolling from a high place, exclaimed. Working with Miyu, Yahiko found that he had too many shortcomings. It was too difficult for the original Akatsuki organization to grow to the level of the ninja sect. This should be impossible. Even if it is a wandering ninja, it will not be so easy to join a certain organization. Nagato thought for a while and replied. And there are many ninjas in the ninja village. Whether from the perspective of personal interests or, haha, of course I know, it's just a joke. Yahiko interrupted and put his hand on Nagato's neck and laughed. He is not so naive. It is not so powerful to want to strengthen the ninja sect. But Nagato, you have really changed a lot. I feel that you are getting stronger and stronger, Yahiko praised. The previous Nagato was very dull and had to take the initiative to find topics before Nagato could give a little response. But now Nagato can not only talk, but also talk clearly. Everyone is. After all, we have the guidance of Mr. Sosuke. Nagato looked into the distance and replied. It may not be enough to say that Miyu has changed the rain country now, but Miyu has indeed changed them and made them all better. Yeah, it's great that we are all moving in a good direction together. Yahiko smiled as he stretched his arms and body. If we talk about who in the ninja sect recognizes Miyu the most, Yahiko must be one of them even if he is not the absolute first. In order to avoid problems in the ninja sect, he even disbanded the Akatsuki organization that carried his growth and dreams. The next day, in the open space of the ninja sect base, the ninja master class that everyone is looking forward to is about to begin. There is no gorgeously decorated venue, no tables and chairs, and even Miyu, as a lecturer, only has a slightly higher platform so that others can see him. Even though the conditions are simple, most ninjas have no complaints. The famous ninja master Sosuke in the ninja world has no seat, so it is reasonable for them to stand together. This is Sosuke who defeated the demigod Hanzo. He looks so young, and looks at most 30 years old. Yes, such a young strong man didn't show any news before defeating Hanzo. He is really hidden. Some ninjas are discussing Miyu's record. I don't know what he will talk about, especially basic ninjutsu. When Sosuke defeated Hanzo, he used fire jutsu, which is restrained by water jutsu. Normally, he should be the best at fire jutsu, so he would do this, so maybe he will talk about fire jutsu. Some people were also curious about the content of the next lecture. Hanzo heard the discussion of others, and he looked straight at the podium expressionlessly. Miyu stood on the podium and opened his Byakugan to take a quick look below, including the ninjas of the ninja clan. There were probably more than 1,000. Among them, they were mainly ninjas from small ninja villages in the surrounding areas and idle ninjas from various places, and there were fewer ninjas from large ninja villages. This number was within Miyu's expectations. After all, it was the Third Ninja World War, and there were not many ninjas with free time, and I don't think they would have the time. If it was peacetime, there would be more people. Since there were many people, Miyu did not use the appraisal to look at them one by one, but looked at the panels of those ninjas with stronger chakras. Name: Yellow Earth, Chakra, 68,000, Skills, Earth Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, 4,000 15,000, Earth Escape Middle. Fist Rock, Mastery Level, Earth Escape Middle. Mountain Earth Technique, Mastery Level. After confirming that there were no problems, Miyu began to teach. Hello everyone, I am Sosuke. I will teach you from now on. Please try to keep quiet, Miyu said in a loud voice, and at the same time released her own momentum to a certain extent. As a world where individual power exists, The strong will be respected in the ninja world. In order to prevent unnecessary troubles, Miyu did not mind letting some people know the value of Ninja Master Sasuke before the lecture. The powerful chakra swept the entire open space, and some of the closer chunins turned pale and were shocked. What a powerful aura! Yi Kang was secretly shocked. As Miyu explained the truth with a pleasant face, the whole venue became quiet. No one chatted anymore, and everyone looked at Miyu. The course will last for 7 days, and the main content includes chakra nature change and form change, ninjutsu, taijutsu, etc. Miyu explained simply. In order to strive for the S-level advanced course reward, Miyu spent a lot of effort in preparing for the class, because in addition to the number of students, the quality of the course will also affect the final score. The audience came from different ninja villages from all over the world. In order to take care of everyone, Miyu must talk about content that is useful to most people. Such a broad content, is it really okay? Huang Tu was a little surprised. He thought Miyu would teach his best fire escape, but now it sounds like Miyu is ready to talk about everything. The nature change of chakra, I believe everyone is familiar with it. Miyu began to give a formal lecture. Many ninjas below nodded, except for extremely rare cases like Might Guy. Most ninjas will focus on the nature change as the focus of their training. Only when the nature change is stronger can stronger ninjutsu be used. After all, taijutsu ninjas are a minority. Earth can control the earth and change the hardness of all things. Miyu made a seal to create an earth pillar around him. The wind can make your chakra thin and sharp, like a blade, and can cut objects. Miyu placed his hand on the earth pillar, and a wind blade surged out of his palm, instantly cutting the pillar into large stones. Lightning has a strong penetrating ability and is also suitable for diffusion. A piece of lightning smashed the stone into a pile of small stones. The characteristics of fire are temperature and burning. Dazzling high-temperature flames gushed out of Miyu's hands, adding more charred black to the gravel. Water chakra is easy to deform and suitable for various forms. After entering the water attribute chakra property change, Miyu waved his hand and created a stream of water that he could knead. Under Miyu's control, the water stream turned into a soft whip and a sharp sword. In the blink of an eye, Miyu completed the demonstration of 5 chakra property changes and explained their characteristics. It's amazing, although you didn't say much. Every sentence is the essence. A ninja below sighed in his heart. He practiced the wind attribute chakra property change. He felt that no matter how much the teacher said before, it was actually thin and sharp in essence, and he went deeper in this direction. Is that all? Yi Kang felt a little bored. Although Miyu's explanation was good, for a ninja like her, these were just basic knowledge. We all know that there is a restraint relationship between the properties of chakra. By using the restraint relationship well, we can gain an advantage in battle. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. This is exactly the important reason why we need to continue to study the changes in the properties of chakra in depth. As long as your level of property change is high enough, the restraint relationship is not absolute, and fire escape can also suppress water escape. The ninjas nodded. The reason why Ninja Master Sasuke can have the current fame is because he defeated Hanzo with fire escape in the battle with Hanzo, proving his super high level of fire escape. Hanzo frowned. Although Miyu did not say his name, he felt that he was named. As Miyu gradually went deeper, Hanzo became more serious. He wanted to know how he lost that day. He had the advantage of the rainy day, but he still lost to Miyu, who was good at fire escape. Halfway through his speech, Miyu felt that it was difficult to understand just by talking, so he asked the crowd to step back a little, entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, compressed the chakra and flicked a spark towards the ground. Next, I will randomly select a ninja to come up and try to extinguish it with water. Miyu's eyes swept across the crowd. Hanzo frowned and lowered his head slightly, reducing his presence, while the ninjas around him were eager to try. This was an opportunity to interact with the Ninja Master Sasuke. Please ask the friend with the mask to come up and try. Miyu pointed at Hanzo and said, Hanzo. He seriously suspected that Miyu had recognized him. Otherwise, why did so many ninjas pick him? What good luck. 1 in 1,000 chances have come across it. The surrounding ninjas said to Hanzo with envy. Hanzo was speechless. He just felt that his luck was ruined. Hanzo walked towards Miyu expressionlessly. He thought it might be a coincidence. His camouflage ability was very strong, and he had not communicated with Miyu, so he should not be recognized. With so many people paying attention to him now, it would be unusual for him to refuse. Miyu might discover his true identity. In order to avoid being on the headlines of the ninja world tomorrow, Hanzo didn't want to be exposed. "What's your name?" Miyu asked Hanzo with a smile. "Hattori," Hanzo answered casually. "If you, Hattori, have mastered water escape, you can try to use water escape to put out the fire. If you don't have water escape, we have a water pipe for you to use." Miyu introduced the rules of interaction. Hanzo nodded and looked at the high-temperature flame. This flame was very unusual. When he walked over, Hanzo could clearly feel that the temperature here was higher. Water escape, water wave. Hanzo thought about it, formed a seal and used a basic water escape to spit at the flame. Although he wanted to use water escape to put out the fire with all his strength, it would most likely lead to his exposure. Hiss! The water that attacked the flame was evaporated at a very fast speed, but the fire of Miyu's compressed flame did not decrease at all. "Please use a stronger water escape," Miyu gave a new instruction. Hanzo used a little more strength, pretending to be struggling, and sprayed a thick stream of water towards the flame, but the result was still the same. "Who else wants to try next?" Miyu temporarily let Hanzo go and asked the crowd. Me, choose me, I'm good at water escape." The ninjas all volunteered to try to extinguish Miyu's fire escape. Miyu used the identification technique to select a few ninjas with decent proficiency to let them try. The result was without exception. The water escape was dried up, while Miyu's flame was still burning. The ninjas who were listening to the class were all surprised, thinking that Miyu's fire escape was already inhumanly strong. This was indeed the case. The nature of the perfect fire attribute chakra changed, coupled with the enhancement of the flame-breathing chakra mode, and Miyu used compression techniques. Although this flame is not as good as the immortal Amaterasu, it is not something that ordinary water escape ninjas can deal with. "Interesting." Yi Kang showed an interested expression. This pure fire escape actually looked stronger than her burning escape. Miyu cancelled the ninjutsu, walked back to the podium, and started the lecture again, explaining the key points of the changes in the nature of fire and water chakras in a simple and easy to understand way. "This guy Sosuke is also very strong in water escape?" Hanzo had a terrifying guess. After listening to the lecture, he listened to Miyu's explanation of water escape, and he actually had a lot of insights. It seemed that he did not do well in some aspects. It may also be that he has a solid foundation or rich theoretical knowledge, Hanzo guessed in his heart. Unknowingly, the time soon reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. When Miyu said that it was time for a half-time break, many ninjas realized that 4 hours had passed. Even ninjas who were not practicing the changes in the nature of fire and water chakras were fascinated by the lecture. On the one hand, Miyu explained well, and on the other hand, Miyu would extend the content and occasionally bring up the content of other nature changes. "I really came to the right place. I didn't expect that Sosuke actually had such a deep understanding of water escape." Yu Shinabi sighed. Although he was unable to fully understand some of the more advanced content due to his limited level, he consolidated his foundation and clarified his future path at the same time, and the gains far exceeded his expectations. "Yeah, I don't know how things turned out like this. I feel that Lord Sosuke is a strong man who is easy to talk to," the rain ninja next to him said puzzledly. Facing these former enemies and a large number of ninjas who have nothing to do with the ninja sect, Miyu can take such an attitude to teach seriously. He doesn't believe that Miyu will be what Hanzo advertises. Don't talk nonsense. The rain ninja quickly covered his friend's mouth and looked around, worried that the rain ninja Anbu were also at the scene. He found that there was only the wandering ninja who had just interacted with the ninja master nearby, so he breathed a sigh of relief. "Just study hard in class. Don't think about whether Lord Sosuke is good or Lord Hanzo is not good." Although he also thinks Miyu is good, they are rain ninjas after all. It's okay to discuss a few words in private, but if some people hear it in public, they may be labeled as spies. With such results in one class, The title of Ninja Master is indeed not wrong, Hanzo thought as he looked at the Rain Ninjas. Because he once wanted to destroy the ninja sect, Hanzo carried out a series of negative propaganda against Muyu and the ninja sect in the Rain Ninja village. Now it seems to be a futile effort, and it may even backfire on his reputation. After the 1-hour break, the class continued, and no ninja left. In the afternoon, Muyu chose the chakra nature changes of lightning and earth. There were too few wind attribute ninjas, so Muyu planned to teach them together with the yin and yang chakra nature changes the next morning. As the afternoon class ended, Muyu's panel flashed with lines of black words. Complete an advanced class. Start settlement. Evaluation. Awards. Chakra nature change perception. Fire attribute chakra nature change plus 10. Water attribute chakra nature change plus 122. Earth attribute chakra nature change plus 96. Lightning attribute. Complete the advanced class teaching for the first time. Obtain skills. Solve doubts. With Muyu's full preparation, the impact was finally successful. The rewards of the S-level advanced class seem similar to those of the intermediate class, but the understanding is replaced by perception, and the improvement of skills related to various nature changes is greater. Muyu can feel that its role is not as simple as more panel proficiency, but it is difficult to study it in detail when it is obtained for the first time. Muyu set his sights on the newly acquired skills. P.S. This chapter is 5K, and there will be another chapter later. The time is uncertain, so you can read it tomorrow. I'm stuck today, so I write slowly. I have to persevere a little. I was recommended recently, so I feel like I have to update more. Chapter 509. The Power of the Dancing Fire Dragon. Solving doubts. You are good at solving doubts for students, and your thinking will be more agile when thinking about students' doubts. Muyu showed a thoughtful look. The system's explanation was too concise. What is considered a student recognized by solving doubts? Have you listened to his lectures? Or do you have to admit from the bottom of your heart that you are Muyu's student? Or does Muyu have to admit in his heart that the other party is a student? Being good at solving doubts for students. Does it mean that solving doubts has an effect similar to that of a professor, but it will only take effect when the student has doubts? The second half is easy to understand, which is to speed up thinking about problems, but it is limited to students' doubts. Muyu thinks that the skill of solving doubts is a bit like a professor and enlightenment stitched together. The first half is limited to professors, and the second half is limited to enlightenment. Muyu thought carefully and felt that these three skills are strong in their own ways, and it is not easy to compare. Tomorrow morning's course is still about chakra nature changes, and we will talk about wind attributes, yang attributes, and yin attributes respectively. Muyu collected his thoughts and made a preview of the next day's teaching. The achievement rewards have been brushed out, but the S-level settlement rewards for advanced courses are very good. Muyu will try his best to teach these 7 days of courses. He is proficient in yin and yang attributes. How did he practice? Hanzo was very confused when he heard that Muyu was going to explain 3 more changes in the nature of chakra. If Muyu was the same age as him, it would be fine. The key is that Muyu doesn't look very old. How can she have so much time to practice so many abilities? Hanzo was originally ready to leave, because once his identity was exposed, it would be very embarrassing. But Hanzo really wanted to listen to Muyu's explanation of the yin and yang chakra properties, so he planned to stay for another day. It would be great if Sosuke was a ninja from the Hidden Rock village. Huang Tu looked regretful. After listening to Muyu's class, Huang Tu thought that Muyu alone could be compared to a ninja army of 1,500 people. Muyu's strength is equivalent to 500 ninjas, and Muyu's teaching ability is equivalent to 1,000 ninjas. Unfortunately, there is no if. Now the ninja clan in the Rain country is similar to the Rain ninja village. Muyu is equivalent to another Hanzo. They can't invite Hanzo to join the Hidden Rock village, and Hanzo can't agree to them. If we entrust Sosuke to help with the training, will he agree? Huang Tu thought of a good way. Although Muyu could not join Iwagakure, Iwagakure could ask Muyu for help by entrusting him with the task. Huang Tu kept this idea in mind and reported it to Inoki when he was about to report the task. Iwagakure had a plan to use the ninja clan to wear down Konoha's power, which involved Iwagakure's ninja war plan, and Huang Tu could not decide for himself. "Senior Sosuke, can you use fire style to fight me?" Ye Kang walked up to Muyu and asked, since he had only learned it for one day, and Ye Kang himself was a well-known figure in the ninja world. Ye Kang only called Muyu a senior, not a teacher. "I have mastered the bloodline limit called Scorch style, which can release very high-temperature flames. I want to see the fire style that defeated the demigod." With the idea that he was already here, Ye Kang wanted to see Muyu's fire style in battle. Ye Kang's words made the scattered crowd stop and look at Muyu. Hanzo's face darkened. If he didn't mention it, he would die. "Sosuke's fire style has never defeated others?" "Okay." Muyu thought about it and agreed. "For the ninja clan that wants to make a big splash in the Rain country, it is a good thing for the leader to have more achievements and a better reputation." And with his current strength, it is easy for him to beat Ye Kang. The ninjas all showed excited expressions. It is not easy to see a strong man of the level of Ninja Master Sosuke take action. After all, strong men of this level are the most secretive when doing tasks, and they can't be seen at all. If they see them during the war, they are doomed, and they may become enemies. The ninjas retreated to the battlefield that was large enough for two people to perform, and watched the two from a distance. "I wonder how long this Sand Village hero can last. It shouldn't be less than 3 minutes. After all, he is also a famous strong man in the Sand Village." No one thinks that Ye Kang can beat Muyu. Everyone is discussing when Ye Kang will lose. Even other Sand Villages are not optimistic about their own strong men. After all, Sosuke is famous, and even demigods have been defeated by his reverse attributes. "Go ahead," Muyu said. Ye Kang nodded without being polite, and directly condensed all his chakra to use his blood limit with all his strength. Scorch style, oversteaming. 7 dark fireballs as big as heads formed rapidly around Ye Kang, and then under Ye Kang's control, they smashed towards Muyu at a high speed. Muyu concentrated her breathing and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode in a second to enhance her fire style. Fire style, Fire Dragon Dance. A huge amount of chakra gathered at Muyu's throat, and then all of it was transformed into powerful fire attribute chakra under the amplification of the flame-breathing chakra mode. Muyu made a tiger seal, and then spit out a large piece of terrifying flames with extremely high temperature. Muyu in the flame-breathing chakra mode usually does not need to make seals, but Muyu is used to pretending to make seals after transforming into a vest. Fierce flames were constantly spit out by Muyu, due to the fierceness of the fire and the extremely high temperature. The surrounding temperature soared rapidly, and the onlookers soon became sweaty. "That's the technique." Hanzo stared at Muyu. At that time, Muyu used this ninjutsu to defeat him cleanly. Hanzo still can't forget the scene of that day. Because it was a rainy day, the sky was gloomy. The fire escape released by Muyu brought a lot of light and heat, which was very dazzling. As the strongest water escape ninja in the current ninja world, he thought that he would not lose with the attribute advantage and weather advantage, and then his water escape was swallowed by Muyu's Fire Dragon Dance. "You are overestimating yourself. You want to challenge the Fire Dragon Dance with your level." Kakazu looked disdainful. When he fought with Muyu, Muyu once killed 4 of his lives in a second with the Fire Dragon Dance. Later, after getting to know Muyu better, Kakazu realized that Muyu had held back at that time. If it weren't for Muyu's lack of killing intention, his 5 lives would have been killed without a single drop left. Is this a true strong man? The ninjas watching were all sweating. It is conceivable that Ye Kang was under pressure to face the Fire Dragon Dance head-on. In every sense, it was full. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. The overwhelming flames rushed towards Ye Kang. Ye Kang controlled the flames of the burning style to resist, but the gap was too big, and the flames of the burning style soon dissipated in the sea of fire. Muyu's perfect fire attribute chakra plus the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode. This level of attack was too much for Ye Kang. The sea of fire split into 6 huge fire dragons that blocked all the directions of Ye Kang's escape. At this moment, Ye Kang seemed to have seen his end of turning into ashes. But just as the fire dragon rushed in front of Ye Kang, Muyu cancelled the ninjutsu, and the flames dissipated. Instant kill, without a doubt, instant kill. Except for Hanzo, Kakazu and Huangtu, who had seen the might of Muyu's fire dragon dancing wildly. The rest of the ninjas were all surprised. Although everyone knew that the ninja master Sosuke's fire style was very strong, hearing about it and seeing Sosuke use fire style to kill a strong man like the Sand Village hero in seconds were two different things. If it's this kind of fire escape, it's reasonable to defeat the demigod Hanzo, who is best at water escape. Some ninjas seemed to see the figures of Muyu and Hanzo fighting fiercely in that terrifying fire escape. Yes, in terms of fire escape attainments, no one will be stronger than Lord Sosuke. The surrounding ninjas agreed. It was outrageous to hear that Muyu defeated Hanzo with fire escape, but at the scene, it would be unreasonable if this fire escape could be easily extinguished by water escape like ordinary fire escape. Thank you for holding back, Sosuke-senpai. Yi Kang thanked Muyu after he recovered, because she took the initiative to ask for the battle. It didn't matter if Muyu hurt her. After all, she took the initiative to ask. No need to do that, Muyu replied with a faint smile. After returning to the Shinobi base, Muyu tried to test the effect of the new skill of solving doubts. Muyu's method was very simple, that is, to write some large-scale multiplication and division calculations and give them to Nagato, and then let Nagato ask him if he didn't understand, and Muyu would do the questions and explain. Muyu did another question that he had never given to Nagato, and compared his feelings. He would naturally know whether Nagato was a student recognized by Gyuo. The final test result was that Gyuo was triggered. Muyu could clearly feel that he was much faster when doing the questions given to Nagato. Does this mean that all disciples can be included in Gyuo's students? Muyu guessed in his heart. This possibility is very high, because the system obviously favors disciples, and it is impossible for disciples to use teaching skills that are rewarded. However, since Obito and the others are in Konoha, Muyu cannot test it for the time being. Next, Muyu began to test non-disciples. He first found Konan and Yahiko, and the result was successful. They were also students recognized by Gyuo. Muyu also found a few members of the ninja clan who had joined not long ago, but Gyuo failed to trigger. It seems that at least you have to study with me for a period of time before Gyuo can judge you as a student. Muyu finally concluded. Gyuo's judgment is relatively loose, and Muyu instantly thought of many ways to develop Gyuo. For example, if he judges Tsunade, who is helping, as a student, the speed of his development of the Yang seal, which he is perfecting, will be accelerated. For example, if he assigns tasks to his disciples to think about when teaching them the various breathing methods he wants to develop, then they can also become doubts, which can accelerate Muyu's research on breathing methods. However, as Muyu continued to test, he discovered a problem. If the doubts of the previous disciple were not resolved, then the blessing of the next doubt would become smaller, and the effect would be almost zero after 5. Fortunately, there are conditions for triggering the resolution of doubts. Students must communicate with Muyu, and Muyu must have doubts and have ideas to resolve them before it can be truly triggered. Otherwise, a doubt can be triggered once the student's brain is stimulated and he says a few words casually, and this skill is considered useless. In addition, there are also skills to resolve doubts. For example, if a student asks how to become the strongest in the ninja world, Muyu only needs to formulate a training plan for him to successfully resolve the doubt, instead of waiting for the student to really become the strongest. Chapter 510 Pokemon Evolution, Rain Country, near the ninja clan base. Today is the second day of unlimited lectures. None of the ninjas who attended the first day's course chose to leave, and all chose to stay and continue the class. Whether it was the lowest level wandering ninja or the famous strong man in the ninja world like Yi Kang, they all made the same choice. It was nothing else. The second day's course was too tempting, with content on the yin and yang chakra nature changes. The yin and yang chakra nature changes are different from the 5 elements nature changes. The yin and yang nature is more special. Most of the secret arts in the ninja world are related to the yin or yang nature, which is enough to prove its specialness. Compared with other chakra nature changes, Muyu's yin and yang chakra nature changes are not high in proficiency. The yang attribute is just over 4,000 proficiency at the mastery level, and the yin is less than the yang, only more than 3,000 proficiency at the mastery level. But this is compared with himself. In fact, for the ninjas that Muyu has identified, his yin and yang chakra nature changes have surpassed most of the ninjas in the ninja world. Even the Inoshikachu who specializes in the family secrets is not as proficient as him. With his level, the professor's support, and no yin-tun or yang-tun masters on site, it was enough to complete the course to everyone's satisfaction. We said yesterday that the wind attribute can make our chakra as sharp as a blade. So the direction of improving the wind attribute is actually very simple. Keep thinning your chakra, and the thin blade will be sharper, because the power is concentrated at one point, which can exert stronger pressure on the object being cut. Although he knew that everyone was looking forward to the yin-yang chakra attribute, Muyu still talked about the wind attribute first as planned. After all, although there are few wind-style ninjas, they are still human. Muyu demonstrated while talking. He first shredded paper, then shredded wood, and then shredded stones. In the end, Muyu used the wind-style chakra to cut a solid iron block. It seemed that there was no object that could not be cut in front of Muyu's powerful wind style. Compared with the yin-yang chakra property change, Muyu's wind-style chakra property change proficiency is much higher, and has reached the mastery level of nearly 9,000 proficiency. The few wind-style ninjas below were all listening to Muyu's explanation attentively. Wind-style ninjas are rare, and powerful wind-style ninjas are even rarer. It is not easy to have the opportunity to hear the explanation of a powerful ninja like Muyu. Even the ninjas in the Sand Village, which has the most wind-style ninjas, are the same. A Sand Village genin wanted to ask his Jounin teacher about Muyu's wind attribute level, but found that his teacher shut up after taking notes and took out a small notebook. After about an hour, Muyu finished explaining the changes in the nature of wind-style chakras and began to explain the changes in the nature of yin and yang chakras that all ninjas were looking forward to. Creating form from nothingness is yin, and giving life to form is yang. Muyu explained the essence of yin and yang attributes. Therefore, most of the secret techniques related to the spirit are yin-style ninjas, and the secret techniques related to the body are yang-style ninjas. Muyu's 2 sentences let all ninjas know the essence and manifestations of yin-style ninjas and yang-style ninjas. Of course, this alone cannot reach the quality of an S-level course. Then Muyu explained various yin-dun secret techniques based on his own understanding, such as controlling shadows, creating illusions, or connecting the mind. The A-level evaluation reward for the intermediate course is various secret techniques. Muyu also practiced some of them at that time and had some understanding of this aspect. He is really proficient in the 7 chakra attributes. Could he have some ninjutsu to keep his youthful face? Hanzo was shocked. Muyu's detailed explanation clearly showed that he really had something in his stomach. He might have mastered a lot of yin-dun and yang-dun ninjutsu secret techniques, which made Hanzo suspicious of Muyu. He felt that Muyu might have some special secret techniques to keep his face. He didn't look as young as he did, and his actual age might be about the same as him. Even the 3rd-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was extremely famous and known as the professor of ninjutsu, was not so exaggerated. Sarutobi Hiruzen was proficient in the ninjutsu of the 5 attributes of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already a rare ninjutsu genius in the ninja world. Even if Muyu could surpass him, it shouldn't be too outrageous. Even Hanzo was so surprised, not to mention other ninjas. During the lunch break, they wrote to their friends to come to the get out of class if they had nothing to do. If they missed it, there might not be a next time. After the afternoon class, the rewards were calculated again. Complete an advanced class evaluation. S. Awards, Chakra Nature Change Perception, Yin Attribute Chakra Nature Change plus 60, Yang Attribute Chakra Nature Change plus 55, Wind Attribute. As the information appeared, Muyu's mind had a variety of chakra nature change perceptions. In addition to single nature changes, there were also new perceptions of fusion chakra nature changes such as wood release and ice release. Muyu took a look at the proficiency of all her chakra nature changes. Fire Attribute Chakra Property Change, Perfect Level, 621,80,000. Water Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, 10,615,000. Wind Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery Level, 8,960. Lightning Attribute Chakra Property Change. Mastery Level 7000. Earth Attribute Chakra Property Change. Mastery Level 6400. Yang Attribute. After the perfect level, the proficiency increases very slowly. Even though Muyu has obtained the perfect level Fire Attribute Chakra Property Change for quite some time, the proficiency is still not very impressive. Muyu seriously suspects that the Six Paths Sage may only be a perfect level chakra property change, not above perfect. He has a system that is so difficult to upgrade, and the difficulty of upgrading is really too outrageous. Moreover, Muyu can feel that the perfect level Fire Attribute Chakra Property change is very strong. If the other attributes reach the perfect level, there is a high probability that he can directly rub the Tao Jade with his hands. The Seeking Truth Jade is already a product of the Six Paths level. Muyu can hardly imagine what it looks like above the perfect level. You know, even in the Fourth Ninja World War, the Seeking Truth Jade is still a powerful means. Tomorrow's entire day of classes are all ninjutsu, not ninjutsu of a certain attribute. I will analyze the essence of ninjutsu and explain it. Muyu made a preview of the next class. Hanzo, who was preparing to return to the Rain Village, hesitated. This sounded no worse than the yin-yang nature, and it might even be better for improving strength. I'll listen to it for another day tomorrow, and return to the village the day after tomorrow. Anyway, there's nothing to deal with, Hanzo thought to himself. In this way, the ninjas who were listening to the class chose to stay. Because Muyu's lecture spread, other ninjas who were not interested also rushed to the Rain Country, making the area around the ninja clan base even more lively. Sosuke, you are really a waste. You should charge them tuition. Ninjas are very rich. If you charge 1,000 taels per person a day, you can easily make 1,000,000 taels a day, Kakazu said with regret. For a normal ninja, 1,000 taels is not money at all. It may be spent on replenishing ninja tools casually. In other words, Kakazu does not have the teaching ability of Muyu. If it were Kakazu, he would definitely charge at least 10,000 taels per person, and easily earn tens of millions of taels a day, which is faster than what he earns as a bounty hunter. Then we will provide food and accommodation, and the price can be raised. This is all money. Kakazu seemed to see countless cute banknotes burning and turning into nothingness in front of him. Muyu smiled lightly and said nothing. Although ninjas have money, once there is a threshold, a group of people will be stopped. For Muyu who wants to hit the lecture reward, the threshold is undoubtedly an obstacle. Minister Kakazu, although we didn't make any money, Mr. Sosuke's lectures have earned a lot of reputation for our ninja sect. The Sand Village hero Yikang respects Mr. Sosuke very much. I have also seen a Sand Village senior ninja taking notes seriously in Mr. Sosuke's class. These are the hidden wealth of our ninja sect. When we arrive in the east, our ninja sect will have fewer troubles, Nagato said seriously. He believed that Muyu's actions must have their significance. After careful consideration, he found that Muyu was actually playing a big game. I understand the reason. But do you know that the ninja clan is going to run out of money? Kakazu sighed. Although the current status of the ninja clan is equivalent to another Rain Village, the daimyo is not stupid and it is impossible for him to pay double the money. So the ninja clan only has an official status and does not have financial support from the daimyo of the Rain Country. The ninja clan is not rich to begin with, and in the past 2 months, it has been conducting full-time special training for all members, which has directly consumed the limited funds. Kakazu even paid a little out of his own pocket. Nagato was confused. He had never managed money and rarely considered this aspect. However, Nagato still knew that this was a very serious problem, because Nagato had a period of wandering, and that wandering life made Nagato realize the importance of money. Although I can still hold on for a while with my savings, I have to have various expenses when I go to the east. As a ninja organization with the goal of world peace, this state is very unhealthy, Kakazu said bluntly. He doesn't mind spending money, but from the perspective of the development of the ninja clan, this is prone to problems. It's so hard to make money. Yahiko wanted to ask the ninja clan ninja to commission tasks, but then he immediately rejected his idea. Although doing tasks is the mainstream way for ninjas in the current ninja world to make money, the ninja clan has to do things when they go to the east, and at most they can only let some ninjas do commission tasks. As a new force, it is also difficult for them to accept high-quality tasks with high commissions. Yahiko is also a person who has been the leader of a ninja organization. He knows that it is not easy to commission tasks. For example, his Akatsuki organization earns a little money to maintain the daily operations of the organization. If it weren't for the members who are all doing it for love, it would be difficult to continue. As for money, I can subsidize some of it personally. Miyu thought about it and replied, he has done a lot of high-level tasks in Konoha, and he doesn't spend much money on weekdays, so he has some savings. Then I have an idea that can make money and is conducive to the development of the Rain country. Kakazu showed an interested expression. Although Miyu has always been pragmatic and doesn't brag, this time is different from the past. Miyu can't make more money than him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 +_. I will use my ninjutsu as a reward to hold a competition for young ninjas. The top 3 will have ninjutsu as a reward, and the first place will be rewarded with Fire Dragon Dance. Then I will collect the entry fee and ticket fee, and then the rental fee from the merchants. Do you think it can make money? Miyu looked at him and asked. Kakazu followed Miyu's thoughts and found that it can really make money, and it can even show the overall strength of the ninja clan to a certain extent to attract high-quality commissions. And because it is a competition for young ninjas, the first prize will definitely not be taken away, because they have Nagato, and Kakazu does not believe that other ninja villages have stronger young ninjas than Nagato. You didn't think about it a long time ago, did you? Kakazu couldn't help asking. The more he thought about it, the more he found that Miyu's actions were actually connected into a line. First, unlimited lectures expanded his reputation and prestige, and then greater fame would make the competition held by Miyu more attractive. Miyu smiled without saying a word. He had memories of another world. Although most of them were useless memories, there were also some that could be learned from. That is to say, the communication technology in the current ninja world is not well developed. Otherwise Miyu could still sell a wave of TV broadcasting rights. At that time, seats can also be charged different fees according to their quality. Those daimyo nobles like to sit in the first row close to each other, so they are sold at a higher price. Kakazu has already begun to think about how to make more money. He didn't need to think about it to know that this game would definitely cause a huge wave in the ninja world, and there would be countless participants. After all, thousands of ninjas saw Miyu perform the Fire Dragon Dance to kill Yi Kang in seconds yesterday. Kakazu put himself in the shoes of others. If he was not a member of the ninja clan, but a bounty hunter, he would have to come to the competition disguised as a teenager. Even if he couldn't learn this extremely powerful fire escape, he could sell it for a high price. Even though Charmander was satisfied with his body, Obito still took Charmander to move and reduce his belly. And Obito found a perfect exercise method. That is, he used the Sharingan to hypnotize Charmander. When Charmander is about to finish a day's training, Obito will use his 3 Magatama Sharingan to hypnotize Charmander, making it feel that it still has 1/3 of its training to do. In this way, Charmander feels that it is still the same amount of training, but it actually exercises more, a win-win situation. Of course, no matter how you think about it, the body is still tired. Charmander once felt that his body was getting weaker and he was tired every day. Charmander frowned and told the translator about his suffering. I don't know if it was because he was fat or ate too much, which made him so tired. You must be tired after practicing for so long now. Maybe you will get used to it. Zoroark comforted Charmander. Charmander looked at Zoroark in confusion. His training time was the same as before. How could it not change? I feel like you are on par with Ryoldo. Zoroark complained. You should rest more. You are so diligent. Shisui may think I am lazy. Zoroark hoped that Charmander could return to his previous state. Charmander stared at Zoroark with wide eyes, and a flash of thunder flashed through his mind. This is not right. Charmander took Zoroark to confront Obito and asked what was going on. Zorua, you must have felt it wrong. It has always been this amount of training. Obito wanted to put the blame on Zoroark. Really? Then I'll ask the Iwagakure. Zoroark was going to find the Iwagakure, who was not on good terms with Obito, to testify. Obito's forehead was sweating. If the matter got bigger, he didn't know how Nohara-rin would view it. Although he said that he was doing it for Charmander's good overall, hypnosis and training were indeed a bit inhumane. Obito just wanted to help Charmander lose weight and then resume normal training. Well, in order to help you lose weight, I actually hypnotized you with the Sharingan. Your recent training volume is 1/3 more than usual. Obito, who wanted to make a small matter, told his method of committing the crime, hoping that Charmander could understand his painstaking efforts. Zoroark looked at Obito in amazement and then stood in awe. Compared to Obito, his pranks were not up to par. Charmander's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Obito in disbelief. There was such an evil person in the world. A burst of anger rushed straight into Charmander's head, and the unwillingness and anger stimulated the power of his body. Ah! Charmander roared, and a white light even brighter than when it was hatched. This sudden burst of fierce and dazzling white light attracted the attention of all the disciples in the South Forest, and they all looked towards Obito. Aren't all of the ninja beast eggs hatched? Why is there still white light? Kakashi was a little confused. Although a new disciple was added, he didn't remember Muyu giving Yamato a ninja beast egg, and Yamato had never taken it out. Obito, what happened? Nohara-rin walked to Obito and asked curiously. Ahaha. Obito laughed awkwardly and his mind turned rapidly to think of a countermeasure. Obito was also confused now. It couldn't be that Charmander was too angry and turned into an egg again in anger. What is that? Yamato scratched his head and couldn't understand the current situation. He came too late and didn't see the scene of Pokemon eggs hatching. Before Obito could think of a reason, all the disciples in the southern forest came to Obito's side and stared at the white light. P.S. There will be another chapter later. The time is not fixed. I'm in a state of confusion recently. When I think about the extra chapters and subsequent plots, I have a lot of ideas, but the plot and necessary transitions during this period are very stuck. Chapter 511 Obito's Hell. The white light gradually dissipated, and Obito saw the changed Charmander. The skin of Charmander was different from the orange color of Charmander. It was more fiery red. At the same time, the short limbs before had grown bigger, thicker and stronger. The palms had sharp claws, and the mouth had become pointed, like a bird's beak. But what surprised Obito the most was that Charmander had a horn-like protrusion on its head. He thought it was very handsome. Is this Charmander? Nohara-rin was a little uncertain. She had seen Charmander in the morning. Even if it grew fast, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Before, Charmander was only about 0.6 meters. Now Charmander Nohara-rin estimated that it was more than 1 meter. Kakashi couldn't quite understand what was going on. It was obviously Obito's Charmander, but the white light flashed as if it had grown secretly for 2 years. Kakashi looked at Muyu with a curious eye. This was the ninja beast egg that Muyu gave them. Muyu would probably know the reason. This is evolution, Muyu explained. Some creatures change their appearance when they grow to a certain extent. Caterpillars can turn into pupae and then into butterflies. Your ninja beasts have similar abilities. After evolving, they will become more powerful, and their appearance will also change more or less. Kakashi could understand, but not completely. He knew that insects turn into butterflies after turning into pupae, but why would a creature like Charmander have something similar to a caterpillar? Does that mean Charmander is stronger? Obito's expression became excited as he extracted the key information. Although he didn't know what happened, he felt that his Charmander suddenly had the results of 2 years of hard training. Well, you can say that, Muyu nodded. Not to mention that he had mastered more skills and became stronger. Just in terms of chakra, Charmeleon's chakra skyrocketed at the moment of evolution. What will Xiaomai look like when she evolves? Nohara-rin asked curiously. She applied the changes from Charmander to Charmeleon to Uzumaki, and found that it didn't seem to work well. The changes will be huge. No less than an insect turning into a butterfly after turning into a cocoon. Muyu didn't tell all the information. He thought it would be best for Nohara-rin to cultivate Uzumaki in its current state. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to it. Nohara-rin's eyes sparkled and she smiled. This smile that seemed to be glowing deeply attracted Obito, and he quickly patted his chest and said, "Dalin, Let's work together. Mai will definitely evolve soon. Charmander was hatched with Mai. If Charmander has evolved, Mai should be soon too. Kakashi shook his head. He thought that the difficulty of evolving different ninja beasts should be different. He was the first to hatch. According to Obito, his rock dog should have evolved first. Fire. Charmeleon bent his arms and felt his sudden increase in strength. Then he set his eyes on Obito, the Uchiha brat, who was born evil, dared to bully him like this. He couldn't bear it. Fire Dragon, Fire Dragon. Charmeleon suppressed his inner irritability and told his request to the translator next to him. Everyone, disperse quickly. Charmeleon is going to seek revenge on Obito. Zoroark jumped on Shisui's shoulder and shouted quickly. Kakashi immediately dodged and left. He felt that something was wrong with Obito from the beginning. Yamato saw Kakashi leave and followed him. Shisui quietly took Zoroark aside to observe the situation. Nohara-rin saw that everyone had dispersed, so she also followed to the side. Before Obito could react to what was going on, only he and Charmeleon were left on the open space. Charmeleon opened his mouth and spit out wisps of flames to count Obito's crimes. It's okay to often distort my thoughts, but you also use illusions to deceive me. Obito, you are guilty of a heinous crime. 3 months in the east and 3 months in the west. Don't bully the weak. Bang! Shisui held Zoroark in his arms and hit Zoroark on the head with a knife, saying speechlessly, "Have you read ninja novels recently? Don't talk nonsense to Charmander. Don't bully the weak." It's not Charmander's tone at first glance. It's mainly because the atmosphere is right. Zoroark rubbed his head against Shisui and laughed. I was indeed wrong to use illusions. Obito admitted that he was indeed a bit inhumane in training. But I did that for your own good. After all, you still feel the same amount of training time, but you actually get better training. Obito really thought hard for a long time before he came up with this hypnosis training method. Ah! Charmeleon made a dissatisfied cry. Obito's hypnosis could not eliminate its physical fatigue. No point in talking. Just feel my flames. Zoro continued to translate. Are you sure you want to challenge me? I will not show mercy in a fight. Obito didn't think that a few-month-old ninja beast could cause him any trouble. Charmeleon nodded. It would feel uncomfortable if it didn't beat Obito. Maybe Obito's starting point was good, but Charmeleon hoped that Obito would not go. Although he is not very smart, that guy is really good at fighting. Zoro looked at Charmeleon and reminded him, as if asking the dragon if he could win. Buzz! Charmeleon's nostrils blew white smoke and responded with a confident expression. The little Charmeleon who was bullied and unable to resist has died, and the next to appear is the powerful Charmeleon. Since you're young, you should make the first move. Obito was ready to let Charmeleon make a move. Charmeleon was not polite and immediately activated the chakra in his body to launch a skill. Smoke screen. Charmeleon sprayed a large amount of gray fog from its mouth to cover Obito, and then burst out with all its strength to rush towards Obito. Obito didn't expect Charmeleon to have such a trick, and he was a little caught off guard. In the gray fog, Obito had no vision of Charmeleon at all. He didn't take it seriously and didn't prepare for defense, so he was kicked by Charmeleon accidentally. Charmeleon showed a smug smile. It was just Obito. There was no problem at all, and victory was already in sight. However, Obito silently opened his Sharingan and concentrated his breathing into the flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito's 3 Magatama Sharingan broke through the thick smoke and saw Charmeleon's figure. When Charmeleon waved its claws and slapped Obito, Obito grabbed Charmeleon's arm, then turned his back to Charmeleon and swung his grabbed arm violently. Bang! Charmeleon was thrown over his shoulder and fell to the ground. Charmeleon's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Obito could actually see it in the thick smoke. Charmeleon immediately opened his mouth and spit out flames at Obito. At this moment, Obito was in the mode of the breath of fire chakra. He could change the nature of his fire ninjutsu instantly without making a seal. He also opened his mouth and spit out flames. The 2 flames collided with each other, and Obito's flame, which looked obviously thicker, overwhelmed Charmeleon. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the wind and waves caused by the explosion dispersed the smoke, revealing Obito standing and Charmeleon falling. Charmeleon showed an unwilling expression. It didn't expect that the evil Obito would have such a strong strength. Even if it evolved into Charmeleon, it would not be a match. Obito closed his Sharingan and exited the breath of Fire Chakra mode and smiled. Although he was knocked down by Charmeleon because of carelessness, no one should have seen it with the cover of black smoke. If no one saw it, it was the same as nothing. So Obito was still very happy. He didn't lose face, and the strength of the ninja beast became stronger. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Obito's smile was seen by the fallen Charmeleon, so he felt even more humiliated. Charmeleon questioned himself in his heart. Is this the end? What about the pride of Charmeleon? I can't fall down like this. The flames on Charmeleon's tail became more and more vigorous, and he felt that his strength had become stronger. Charmeleon suddenly burst out with all his strength and gave Obito a fierce dragon collision, without any skills at all, relying only on passion and brute force. Bang! Unexpectedly, Charmeleon stood up again and became stronger. Obito was knocked back 3 meters and fell to the ground. Kakashi couldn't help but cover his face. Could there be anything more embarrassing than this? Being beaten by a few-month-old ninja beast. Shisui turned around silently and pretended not to see it. Nohara opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. Maybe what Obito needed more now was silence. Obito quickly stood up and silently re-entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, raised his hands and activated all his chakra, and a huge fireball over 10 meters appeared in Obito's hands. Obito stared at Charmeleon. He didn't dare to look anywhere else, for fear of seeing the mockery on Kakashi's face and the disappointment on Nohara-rin's face. The southern forest at this moment was like hell to Obito. If he had a choice, he really wanted to blow up the entire southern forest with a fire escape. Charmeleon, looking at the huge fireball that was larger than a 3-story building, Charmeleon was dumbfounded. This was not right. At this time, Charmeleon looked at Obito again and suddenly felt that Obito was quite pleasing to the eye, and could understand Obito's good intentions. Obito held Entai and walked 2 steps towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon swallowed and wiped the hot sweat from his forehead. The man and the dragon looked at each other, and finally Obito cancelled Entai. Charmeleon took the initiative to help Obito brush off the dust on his body, looking like a harmonious good partner. In the future, I will definitely think more about your ideas and not misunderstand your meaning, Obito said with an apologetic look. In the future, when you need hypnosis, add less training, and slowly add it after you get used to it. Obito thought to himself that this time was indeed a profound lesson for him. Charmeleon nodded with a touched look on his face. Wait until it evolves and becomes stronger before fighting. Charmeleon decided to be patient for a while before making a decision. Although I don't know what happened exactly, the result is very good. Nohara smiled gently with her hands folded. She didn't say anything to stop him just now because she thought Obito would be sensible. As expected, Obito didn't disappoint her and didn't act too impulsively. Kakashi touched Rock Dog's head without commenting. He didn't know whether it was because Charmeleon had been with Obito for a long time or because he was born with this personality. He inexplicably saw a shadow of Obito in Charmeleon. What will you look like when you evolve? Kakashi looked at Rock Dog, who was wagging his tail happily at him, and looked thoughtful. Kakashi didn't care much about the change in appearance after evolution. He was quite satisfied with Rock Dog now. What Kakashi cared about was the change in strength after evolution. Before evolution, Charmeleon's strength was basically at the bottom because it was hatched late, but after evolving into Charmeleon, its strength increased sharply in an instant, and its abilities in all aspects skyrocketed, and its physical skills and ninjutsu became significantly stronger. Although Charmeleon would be beaten as long as Obito was serious, he could still be considered an elite among the Jonin when Obito was at full strength. It was beyond Kakashi's expectation that Charmeleon, a ninja beast of a few months old, could achieve this. When Iwa heard that Kakashi was curious about its evolutionary form, it immediately ran to practice and strive to evolve as soon as possible. Don't force yourself, just follow the normal steps, Kakashi reminded. Both his life and Iwa's life were just beginning, and Kakashi was not in a hurry. After Kakashi said this, Iwa became more excited. Compared with Obito, Iwa felt that it was great that Kakashi was his contractor. Shisui, don't use illusions to increase my training, otherwise I will be angry, Zoroark reminded. It didn't want to be as tired as Charmeleon. Bang! Shisui put his index and middle fingers together and tapped Zoroark's head gently. You should not use illusions to cause trouble to others. Obito's operation was too good. Shisui would not learn it. If he really needed to practice, Shisui would at most explain the pros and cons to Zoroark clearly. Zoroark smiled and tried to get away with it. Nohara-rin walked to the pool to visit the clownfish. In fact, Nohara-rin had the idea of keeping the clownfish in the river, where there was more space and other aquatic creatures. However, Nohara-rin was worried that the clownfish would swim to other places because it could not remember the way and be caught and eaten by people, so for safety reasons, it was better to keep it in the pool. Zeomai, Charmander evolved today. I heard from Teacher Mew that you can also evolve, and the changes are very big, just like a worm turning into a butterfly. Zeomai, will you grow wings like a butterfly after you evolve? Nohara-rin and the clownfish in the water talked about what happened in the southern forest today. The clownfish stared at Nohara-rin blankly, and the dull and lifeless eyes made it impossible to tell what was in his mind. Zeomai, you probably haven't seen caterpillars and butterflies, right? I'll draw them for you when we get home, Nohara-rin added, thinking that the clownfish may not have seen many creatures on the shore because it stays in the water every day. When they were almost done resting, Nohara-rin gently stroked the clownfish's head. I'm going to practice. Kakashi and the others are so strong and they are still working hard. I can't give up. At least I have to be able to protect myself in the battle and not cause trouble for them. Looking at Nohara-rin's departing back, the clownfish swam quickly in the small pond. As a clownfish, this is the only way it can exercise, that is, to move more and exercise its body. Now it can't help Nohara-rin no matter what it does. It can only make a little splash even if it tries its best. Only by evolving can it become Nohara-rin's helper and protect her. Chapter 512, Master of the Ninja World, the Land of Rain. The third day of unlimited lectures. Due to the fermentation of the previous 2 days, more ninjas came to the Land of Rain to see if the teaching ability of the ninja master Sosuke was as powerful as the legend, so the number of people attending the class increased further. Of course, the arrival of more people also increased the difficulty of managing the ninja sect. After all, the ninja sect now has more than 100 ninjas, and it is still very challenging to manage thousands of ninjas. However, the ninjas who have listened to the 2-day class are worried that they will not be able to continue to listen to the class if they offend the ninja sect. They are all very honest, so there is no chaos, and basically it was stopped as soon as it happened. Ninjutsu is a combination of chakra nature changes, chakra form changes, and chakra control. Miyu concluded, whether it is fire escape, water escape, or yin escape ninjutsu or yang escape ninjutsu, it is essentially the same. This is why different people use the same ninjutsu so differently. Some people need to complete the seal to use ninjutsu, some can simplify the seal, and some people only need to seal one seal or even no seal to use ninjutsu. Because they have different abilities to change their nature, their ability to control chakra, and their understanding of ninjutsu itself. Miyu's words made many people think, most ninjas don't have such an understanding. Because there are 3 types of situations where ninjas initially come into contact with ninjutsu. One is the ninja school, the second is the training system of the ninja clan, and the third is the teaching of the elders in the ninja family. No matter which of these 3 categories, the educators are at most ordinary jonins, and most of the time they are chunins. And what level is a chunin? A chunin who learns the nature change of fire attribute chakra and can do a great fireball plus fengxi and fire is already quite excellent. What kind of general insights can they have? It's a pity that I didn't come the first 2 days. The ninja who came to the Rain Country to attend the class on the 3rd day looked regretful. Just by Miyu's first sentence, he knew that he had come to the right place. Of course, this doesn't mean that we can develop ninjutsu by combining randomly. Miyu continued, different chakras have different characteristics. Fire burns at high temperatures, wind cuts, and water is volatile. In terms of chakra changes, we can develop according to the characteristics of different chakra changes. For example, water attribute chakra changes. We can change the chakra form to make it sharper and increase its penetration, or turn it into water mist to block the line of sight. Muyu's experience in various ninjutsu is really rich. Although he has only practiced ninjutsu for more than 10 years, it is exaggerated if the system instills the practice memory. Every time he obtains a new mastery level ninjutsu, Muyu has a feeling that he has practiced that ninjutsu for several years or even more than 10 years. Although it is just an illusion, in fact, only 1 second has passed in reality, but the practice experience in Muyu's mind is real. So no matter what ninjutsu, Muyu can talk about it, and the content is solid and Muyu summarizes new insights. This is the real ninjutsu professor. Hanzo sighed in his heart. At this time, he no longer cared about his defeat to Sosuke. Only half of the day's class was completed, and Hanzo could feel the horror of Sosuke through the tip of the iceberg that Sosuke showed. When a ninja is proficient in the 7 types of chakra nature changes and has a deep study of all ninjutsu, it is almost impossible for him to be restrained in battle, and he can always use the ability to restrain the opponent. Hanzo once thought that Sosuke was only good at fire attribute ninjutsu, so he used the restrained fire attribute ninjutsu to fight him. Now it seems that Sosuke was just confident at the time, thinking that the fire attribute chakra was enough to defeat him, and there was no need to use other abilities. Hanzo showed a lonely look, and it was very uncomfortable for him to understand this. He valued Sosuke so much and regarded him as a great enemy. After being defeated, he struggled with himself countless times in his heart, but he found that Sosuke didn't take him seriously at all and didn't fight with all his strength. Hanzo suppressed the extra emotions in his heart and continued to listen to the class. He could think about things later, but if he was distracted in class, Sosuke would not repeat the lesson for him. When the class was over, Hanzo was ready to return to the Rain Village. He had been away from the Rain Village for 3 days, and it was time to go back. Tomorrow morning's class will still be ninjutsu, but the content will be more about chakra control. In the afternoon, it will be taijutsu. Muyu gave a preview as usual. Hanzo fell into thought, and he said that he felt something was missing. It turned out that he hadn't finished yet. Since you have stayed for 3 days, then stay for half a day. Hanzo was ready to leave tomorrow afternoon, at least to finish listening to the ninjutsu part. It's like a novel with 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower, but you just didn't read the lower part. Even if there is no big loss, you will feel uncomfortable. The next afternoon, Hanzo was curious about Muyu's level of taijutsu, and was ready to listen for a few minutes before leaving. As a result, he was instantly shocked when he heard it. When he came to his senses, the afternoon class was over. Hanzo, you are the leader of the Rain Village. How can you ignore the affairs of the village because of Sosuke's lecture? Have you forgotten the great wish of the rise of the Rain country? Hanzo reminded himself in his heart and made up his mind to leave immediately after listening to the class for a whole morning tomorrow. On the 5th day, he listened to the class for a whole day. On the 6th day, he listened to the class for a whole day. More and more people came, and he didn't grab the front seat. On the morning of the 7th day, Hanzo stood in front of the mirror in the hotel room and looked at himself in disbelief. He didn't go back to the Rain Village once in 7 days. And he didn't perform any important tasks. Just listen to Sosuke's lecture. It's come to this. Let's listen to the class first. Hanzo used the instant body technique to rush to the lecture space after finishing breakfast. The quality of each class of Muyu in the past 6 days was extremely high. The condensed key points of Muyu's class were recorded and spread, resulting in more and more ninjas coming here because of her reputation. You must go early to grab a good position in the front. Hanzo's strength allows him to squeeze out a good position even if he arrives late, but he doesn't want to expose his identity, so he also waits for the class to start. On this day, Muyu also stood on the podium in the lecture area much earlier, but Muyu did not start the class in advance. Although starting early takes care of those who come early, it will make those who like to come on time miss some of the content. Teacher Sosuke, will there be such a lecture opportunity in the future? A ninja saw that Muyu had been silent, so he plucked up the courage to ask. Yes, but the time has not been determined yet. Muyu thought about it and answered, "The evaluation rewards for advanced classes are very good. If conditions permit, Muyu will choose to brush more. The current situation is that even if there are enough people, it is difficult for Muyu to brush it for 3 months like brushing the intermediate class. First of all, there is a limit on the content of the class. It must be very colorful content, and the students must gain something in the class to get an S-level evaluation. If you teach advanced skills such as breathing methods and armed color secrets, the evaluation will definitely be able to easily pass the S-level, but those skills obviously cannot be passed on like this. Then the content of the lecture is actually very limited." Muyu's choice is to summarize his knowledge and then give a macro talk. The unlimited lecture can achieve this result because Muyu prepared for the class early, not just on a whim. Many ninjas were delighted after hearing Muyu's answer, whether they were wandering ninjas or ninjas from the ninja village. After all, no matter what their identities are, the teaching of a ninja of Muyu's level is rare. Of course, the ninjas of the ninja clan are an exception. In the current ninja clan, the possibility of getting Muyu's guidance is very high, but it may not be the main body. There should be more ninjas who want to join the ninja clan. If this goes on, the Rain country will soon be able to restore stability. Yahiko felt that he was one step closer to his dream. Since joining the ninja clan, he has been on the road to progress. Although he will encounter setbacks, it does not affect his pace of progress. "It's great that Mr. Sosuke founded the ninja clan in the Rain country," Yahiko exclaimed. He knew very well who brought all this. "Yeah." Nagato nodded in agreement and looked at Muyu. As the only person who knows Muyu's true identity, Nagato knows Muyu's greatness better. Muyu is not even from the land of rain, he is from the land of fire and a ninja from Konoha. However, he came to the land of rain to hide his identity and work hard again for peace. As a top powerhouse, and a top powerhouse of the 5 major ninja villages, Muyu could obviously live a more relaxed and happy life. Muyu noticed Nagato's gaze and smiled back. When the time reached 9 o'clock, Muyu started the class on time. Although it was the last day, Muyu did not hold any special ceremony and taught as usual. The ninjas who attended the class soon immersed themselves in Muyu's class and forgot about the last lesson. At the end of the class, someone smiled and agreed with his friends to get up early tomorrow to grab a good seat. "All courses have ended. I hope everyone can gain something." It was not until Muyu smiled and announced the successful end of the unlimited lecture that the ninjas remembered that it was the 7th day of the promotion time, which was the last day. "Ah, I only listened for 2 days. Some late ninjas regretted it very much. I don't know when the next lecture will be, and what exciting content will be there then. I'm really looking forward to it." There are also ninjas who are looking forward to Muyu's future courses. A large number of ninjas bowed to Muyu with a serious face and thanked him solemnly. "Teacher Sosuke, thank you for your teaching." Although Muyu only taught them for 7 days, and some of them less than 7 days, they all felt that they were students of the ninja master. Because Muyu's course really made them feel the value of the title of ninja master. Before listening to the class, many people thought that the content of this unlimited lecture would be very ordinary. A secret technique is enough to make a ninja clan. Is there a force that selflessly spreads advanced ninja knowledge unconditionally and without restrictions? But the facts proved that they underestimated the ninja master. Although Muyu did not teach any specific ninjutsu or secret technique, the content he taught made many people feel that these contents are better than the so-called powerful ninjutsu and secret techniques. The ninjas not only feel that they are students of the ninja master, but they are also proud of it. There are even ninjas from the Rain village among them. In the past, Hanzo would choose to let his young opponent live because of his excellence. This kind of temperament made many ninjas respect and admire Hanzo. Compared with Hanzo, the behavior of the ninja master has undoubtedly reached a higher level. How can people not respect him? The ninjas influenced each other, and more ninjas bowed to Muyu. Even Ye Kang and Huang too bowed slightly to show respect. Hanzo looked at Muyu, bowed slightly with a complicated expression, but did not make any sound. Muyu's class made him gain something, and Hanzo had to admit it. But if Hanzo was asked to call him teacher, he couldn't do it. "I remember you called Hattori, and Sosuke teacher also interacted with you," Why don't you say anything? The rain ninja next to him saw that Hanzo not only bowed slightly, but also didn't call him teacher, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Hanzo, he really wanted to know what expression this rain ninja would show if he took off his disguise. But Hanzo was not interested in competing with his subordinates, and it was not worth exposing him. The ninja clan will establish a formal headquarters in the eastern part of the Rain Country soon. A youth ninja martial arts tournament will be held at that time. Ninjas aged 18 and under can sign up to participate. Those who rank high will receive rewards. The first place reward is the Fire Dragon Dance. Other rewards will be announced together when the event is about to be held. Muyu announced. The ninjas below looked at each other in disbelief. Thousands of people here have seen Muyu perform the Fire Dragon Dance and know how powerful this fire escape ninjutsu is. The first place in beating Hanzo's fire escape ninjutsu will be a gift. The rain ninja took a breath. Damn it, I'm just 19 years old this year. And ninja was surprised to find that he had exceeded the age of participating in the competition, and he couldn't help but feel depressed. Sosuke is actually going to use the Fire Dragon Dance as a reward. I must report it to my father. Huang Tu was also secretly surprised. He had witnessed Muyu using the Fire Dragon Dance to beat Hanzo, but he didn't expect Muyu to be so easy to give away such a powerful ninjutsu as the Fire Dragon Dance. Let's promote it when we return to the village. Although there are not many ninjas who practice fire escape in the village, it's a good thing to be able to get it, Yi Kang thought. If he wasn't too old, Yi Kang would have wanted to do it himself. Hanzo's face darkened in surprise. He had a hunch that the fact that he was defeated by Sosuke might spread to the entire ninja world with the start of the youth martial arts tournament. Hanzo really regretted it now. He got nothing by going against the ninja clan. He only made the Rain village weaker and his reputation worse. Maybe in a dozen years, he will no longer be famous in the ninja world as a demigod, but as a background board for Sosuke. Sosuke is really good at making money. This time we can make a lot of money. Kakazu observed the expressions of the ninjas present and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Now these ninjas are not as simple as having their gold coins exploded. It seems that they want to beg the ninja clan to explode their gold coins to make their money. At this moment, in Kakazu's eyes, the ninjas are stacks of moving banknotes, which makes Kakazu's slightly fierce eyes subconsciously soften. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. After the advertisement, the 7-day unlimited lecture was completely over. The ninjas who came to listen to the lecture dispersed, and the ninjas of the Shinobi clan began to pack up and head to the eastern part of the Rain Country. Muyu knew that it was difficult to get gold coins from the daimyo. On the one hand, the Rain Country was not very rich, and on the other hand, the daimyo had to get gold coins for the Rain village. So Muyu made another request, which was to grant him a piece of land for the Shinobi clan to station. The nature of the land was similar to that of the ninja village, and everything in the local area was under the responsibility of the Shinobi clan. The daimyo of the Rain Country directly waved his hand and granted the Shinobi clan 350 square kilometers of land. It looks good, but it is not big, just a little bigger than the death forest of Konoha. And the most fatal thing is that most of it is wasteland, and the only 2 or 3 villages are the kind that are too poor to pay taxes. Although there are many shortcomings, in Muyu's view, they are not problems that cannot be solved. If there are a lot of wastelands, then build them. The ninja's infrastructure capabilities are not weak. If there is no money, then use the reputation of the vest to find ways to develop the economy. If there is a lack of population and the ninja world war happens, as long as you show your strength, someone will take the initiative to move to the ninja clan's base. Accepting refugees is also a way. Before moving to the east, the ninja clan ninjas had already built some simple habitable houses in the base in advance. After arriving at the base, the ninja clan ninjas began to conceive the name of the base. This time it is a formal settlement, different from the previous temporary base. How about calling it Ninja Clan Village? Yahiko thought that it could be called Ninja Clan Village just like those ninja villages. It doesn't feel very good. Xionin said honestly, Ninja Clan Village sounded weird to her, and it was easier to call it Takatsuki Ninja Village than Ninja Clan Village. Haha, It seems so. Yahiko repeated it several times in his mind and found that it was indeed not very nice. How about Peace City? Nagato thought for a while and said, whether it was the former Rakatsuki organization or the current ninja clan, their goal is peace, and with the ninja clan landing in the eastern part of the Rain Country, it is bound to reorganize the eastern part and then radiate the entire Rain Country. So Nagato thought that the name of peace was a good one, and it carried the dreams of all the ninjas of their ninja clan. Very good. Yahiko instantly understood Nagato's idea and praised. Why not call it Ninja Master City, so that everyone knows that it is the territory of this guy Sosuke? Kakazu thought that more ninjas would come to visit this way, and it would be easier to make money. Many ninjas expressed their opinions. Some people thought that their ninja clan was a ray of glory in the troubled times, and it could be called Glory City. Some people liked Kakazu's symbol and rough Ninja Master City. Muyu used the old method to vote for this. Since the Ninja Clan ninjas wanted Muyu to choose one, Muyu chose Six Paths City and joined the naming vote. The final voting result was that Six Paths City won with a large advantage. Nagato's Peace City and Kakazu's Ninja Master City had almost the same number of votes, and basically no one voted for other names. After determining the name, the ninjas of the ninja clan began to build it enthusiastically, and the influence of Muyu's unlimited lectures was also spreading rapidly. The various condensed golden sentences that Muyu said during the lecture, the fire dragon dance that killed Yi Kang in seconds, and the deeds of thousands of ninjas bowing and calling him a master, all spread in the ninja world. A large number of ninjas endorsed Sosuke, proving the value of the title of ninja master. Maybe they wanted to flatter him, or maybe they were really fans to the extreme. Some people even said that Sosuke was the contemporary Six Paths Sage. The second Six Paths Sage. Iwagakure Village, Tsuchikage Building, Tsuchikage Office. After listening to Huangtu's report, Inoki showed a surprised expression. Does Sosuke really have such a strong teaching ability? In just 7 days, even you have gained something. Inoki felt that at Huangtu's level, there was basically no way to teach, and he could only rely on himself. He tried hard on Huangtu, but Huangtu just couldn't learn the blood elimination and light and heavy rock techniques. These abilities cannot be learned by hard work. It's no exaggeration. On the last day of the course, all the ninjas bowed to Sosuke from the bottom of their hearts. He has such a strong teaching ability, Huangtu said seriously. I think we can try to entrust him to help the village train ninjas. With his teaching ability, I think we can look forward to the final results. Inoki fell into deep thought. The ninja village is essentially a military organization. It is a bit abstract for a military organization to outsource the training of its members. If they are subverted, it will cause very serious consequences. Let's try to contact them first and see what the ninja clan is willing to do. After thinking about the pros and cons in detail, Inoki felt that he could try it. First of all, according to the existing information, most of the people in the ninja clan are idealists, especially Sosuke, the leader of the ninja clan. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that they will help other ninja villages to rebel against the Iwagakure ninjas. Then, Inoki is not going to send the outstanding ninjas in the village at the beginning. He will first send the ninjas with the Will of Stone to test. The main reason is that Huangtu said that Muyu was too powerful. Inoki felt that if it really worked, it would be worth it even if it was a little troublesome. After Huangtu left, Inoki began to check the information of the ninjas in the Iwagakure village, looking for strong young men under the age of 18. Although there are few people in the Iwagakure village who practice fire escape, it is a profit to prevent other opponents from getting powerful ninjutsu. It is impossible for Iwagakure not to compete in the Youth Martial Arts Conference. One of the current opponents of Iwagakure, Konoha, has many ninjas who play with fire, and the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is even more of a master of playing with fire. Inoki does not want Konoha to get the fire dragon dance. Sand Village, Kazekage Building, Kazekage Office. Yi Kang, if you have time to embarrass yourself, why don't you go to the battlefield to find the enemy team? You have disgraced the Sand Village. Luo Sha rebuked unceremoniously. He used to be in competition with Yi Kang, and Yi Kang was not very convinced after Luo Sha became the Kazekage. So the relationship between the two was very ordinary. and Luosha hated Yi Kang very much. With such an attack opportunity, Luosha would certainly not let it go, and directly scolded Yi Kang, who came to report the intelligence. As a hero of Sand Village, you were killed instantly by a ninja from a small country. How do you let the other 4 major ninja villages look at our Sand Village? Luosha said relentlessly. Why not? Senior Sosuke is very strong. Isn't it natural for me to lose to him? Yi Kang retorted. If they really fought, Yi Kang would definitely not be killed instantly, but she said that she wanted to experience Muyu's fire escape, so of course she had to fight hard. If you have the guts, go challenge Senior Sosuke. If you can win, come back and let me die. I will immediately kill myself with a kunai. Yi Kang said that if you can do it, go ahead. She didn't believe Luosha could beat Muyu. As the Kazekage, I am very busy, but I don't have the free time like you, Luosha said sarcastically. He is not stupid, and he really challenged Sosuke. Even an old senior in the ninja world like the demigod Hanzo fell to Sosuke. He must not have been much better in the past. He was just looking for a reason to scold Yi Kang, but he would not really look down on Sosuke, who was famous in the ninja world, because of his identity as a ninja from a small country. Yi Kang clenched his fists and wanted to punch Luosha's hideous face. The remaining rationality made Yi Kang loosen his fists and turned to walk towards the door. I don't care what you say, but the youth martial arts competition held by Senior Sosuke has good rewards. Remember to select outstanding ninjas in the village to participate, otherwise you will regret it. Yi Kang stopped at the door and reminded. Although he was unhappy with Luosha, now that Luosha was the Kazekage, Yi Kang had no right to summon the village's geniuses to participate in the competition. Don't worry about these, I am the Kazekage, Luosha said lightly. Bang! The door of the Kazekage's office was slammed shut. Seeing Yi Kang leave, Luosha began to seriously study the information about the Shinobi sect and Sosuke. He found that the Shinobi sect was actually a big threat, because Sosuke was too special. While he was strong in himself, he also had extraordinary teaching ability and personal charm. In just 7 days, thousands of ninjas voluntarily regarded themselves as students. If this happened a few more times, it would be terrible. He was really the teacher of the ninja world. If Sosuke was just one person, it would be fine. The key is that Sosuke also has the power of the Shinobi sect, and the Shinobi sect is thriving under the influence of Sosuke. Now Sosuke and the Shinobi sect give Luosha the feeling of a super version of Hanzo and the Rain Village. If Sosuke had the same ambition as Hanzo, then the Wind Country bordering the Rain Country would most likely become the target of the ninja clan's attack. Konoha. Because of the samsara in the ninja clan's inheritance, Shimura Danzo was very concerned about the intelligence of the Rain Country. He would look at the intelligence sent back by the root members every day. This Sosuke's ability to master the 7 types of chakra nature changes and ninjutsu must be related to the ninja clan's inheritance. Shimura Danzo didn't think that Sosuke's current strength came from his own practice. No matter how talented you are, you still need time to practice. Shimura Danzo's old classmate Sarutobi Hiruzen is Konoha's super ninjutsu genius. Even the second-generation Hokage Senjudo Bairama is ashamed of his talent in ninjutsu. But even Sarutobi Hiruzen is much worse than Sosuke today at the same age. Shimura Danzo doesn't believe that there are people in the ninja world who can be so talented. If he is so powerful, Sosuke would not have been unknown until now. We can't let Sosuke and the ninja clan grow any further. The more Danzo Shimura thought about it, the more he felt that the ninja clan was a threat. So he immediately ordered the root ninjas of the Rain Country to take action and contact Hanzo again to discuss the matter of getting rid of the ninja clan. Although Hanzo had already signed the peace treaty with the ninja clan, but Danzo Shimura felt that Hanzo should cooperate, because the threat of the ninja clan to the Rain Village was visible to the naked eye. If he were Hanzo, he would have already started planning how to murder Sosuke. Danzo Shimura felt that this was not enough, and went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen again, wanting to explain the threat posed by Sosuke. P.S. This chapter is 7K, a little less than the usual 2-in-1, and I can't stand it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo fanfic novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513. Danzo, you are a little dark. Konoha, Hokage building, high-level meeting room. With the current trend of the development of the Shinobi clan, they will be a stronger Rain village than the last Ninja World War. Together with the existing Rain village, the Land of Rain will truly develop a terrorist force that can threaten the 5 major ninja villages. Shimura Danzo emphasized the danger of the Land of Rain with a serious face. During the Second Ninja World War, Konoha and the Rain village had a war. Konoha's ninja troops defeated the Rain village's ninja troops with great momentum, but under the leadership of Hanzo, the Rain village still caused Konoha a lot of trouble, and a large number of Konoha ninjas fell to Hanzo. If the opponent is replaced by a fully developed Shinobi clan, plus the Rain village led by Hanzo, Shimura Danzo couldn't estimate how much power he would need to win steadily. But the Shinobi clan and the Rain village are mortal enemies. How can they unite? Mito Kato-in said, raising his glasses. Apart from the now famous Sosuke, the Shinobi clan was just a ninja organization of 100 people in the eyes of other ninjas. Therefore, except for Shimura Danzo, who had been paying attention to the situation in the Rain country, no one knew that the Shinobi clan had signed a peace treaty with the Rain country. After all, as the top leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, and still in the midst of a war, they would definitely pay more attention to the latest information of the other 5 major ninja villages than a ninja organization of an unrelated small country. According to the latest information from the root, the Shinobi clan and the Rain country have reconciled, and the two sides have signed a friendly peace treaty for mutual cooperation. Shimura Danzo immediately took out the information from the root. There are many ninjas wearing Rain country forehead protectors in Sosuke's class. If the two sides had not reconciled, such a thing would not have happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought after reading the information. Uten Koharu frowned and said, is this series of events a play between the ninja clan and the Rain village? Is it so easy to reconcile a life and death feud? Uten Koharu felt that since Sosuke became famous, he might have been playing a double act with Hanzo. It has only been a short time since Hanzo ambushed and killed the ninja clan. This level of hatred may not be eliminated for more than 10 years. It is not impossible. This Sosuke appeared too abruptly. Maybe the ninja clan came from the Rain village. Everything is for the purpose of strengthening the strength of the Rain country, Mito Kato-in said after thinking. He sorted out all the deeds since Sosuke appeared and came to an astonishing conclusion that the ninja clan and the Rain village were originally one. First, Hanzo and Sosuke acted to help Sosuke and the ninja clan become famous, and then Sosuke took the opportunity to package himself and the ninja clan to attract ninjas from all over the world to develop the ninja clan. Shimura Danzo, who had watched the scene, was a little bit overwhelmed. When Sosuke and Hanzo fought, they were both killing like crazy. One fire escape burned dozens of Rain village elites to death. How can you act like this? Mita Minen and Utate Koharu's conspiracy theory made Shimura Danzo feel that these two people were pretending to be Konoha's high-level officials. But Shimura Danzo couldn't say it, because he couldn't say what he knew. He violated Konoha's rules that time in Rain village. It shouldn't be like this. How could Hanzo sacrifice his reputation so much to help Sosuke? Shimura Danzo thought for a while and refuted. In the past, when talking about Hanzo, the impression of ninjas was the title of demigod, a top-level strong man with a broad mind. Now when talking about Hanzo, everyone generally thinks of Sosuke, the man who defeated Hanzo with the reverse attribute of fire escape. And as the information about the battle was further leaked, everyone knew that the ninjutsu that defeated Hanzo was a super high-level fire escape called Fire Dragon Dance, and Hanzo even became a background board for ninjutsu. Why not? Maybe Sosuke is Hanzo's successor and the future leader of Rain village. Once the ninja clan becomes strong, they will merge the two forces together. Utate Koharu felt that his thoughts had touched upon the truth of the matter. Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched. At that time, Hanzo wanted to stab Sosuke to death with a knife, and he was still in air. According to the intelligence personnel of the root organization, Sosuke seems to have killed many Rain ninjas. Shimura Danzo continued. In order to prevent exposure, Shimura Danzo deliberately made his words vague. It should be Hanzo and Sosuke who are eliminating dissidents. Those rain ninjas who were killed are all people who oppose Hanzo. The more Uchiha Koharu talked, the more he felt that this idea could perfectly explain everything that was happening in the Rain country. Shimura Danzo, at this time, he really wanted to tell Uchiha Koharu that your thoughts were a bit dark. Why did you exclude dissidents? It's rare for a small ninja village like Rain Village to produce a strong man like Hanzo. How could anyone resist Hanzo? We can't underestimate Sosuke's strength, even if he cooperated with Hanzo. It is a fact that he killed Yikang in seconds. Yikang has no reason to play a trick with Sosuke and others to damage his reputation. Maito Kato-en expressed his opinion. Although he thought that Uchiha Koharu's idea was good, he felt that Uchiha Koharu underestimated Sosuke too much. In her words, as a hero of Sand Village, there is no reason for Yikang to deliberately let Sosuke kill her in seconds. This is too embarrassing and also a loss of face for the ninja village. In short, Sosuke and the ninja clan are a huge threat to Konoha, and we must find a way to deal with it. Shimura Danzo followed the conspiracy theory of the two. Shimura Danzo's essential purpose is to mobilize Konoha's power to target the ninja clan. Since it is unclear, Shimura Danzo might as well join directly. Anyway, the result he wants is just the decline of the ninja clan, and the return of the samsara and the ninja clan's inheritance to the roots. It just so happens that Iwagakure is avoiding the battle, so let Jiraiya lead a part of the troops into the land of Rain to nip the danger in the bud. Shimura Danzo has already thought of the script. With Sosuke's strength, plus Kakazu and Nagato, as long as Jiraiya does not bring all the ninja troops over, the Shinobi clan will not be easily defeated. At this time, his root organization took advantage of the chaos to snatch the samsara and the inheritance of the Shinobi clan, and the crisis of the Shinobi clan was perfectly resolved. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and exhaled white mist, showing a helpless expression. The Shinobi clan did not provoke Konoha. What reason does Konoha have to attack the Shinobi clan? Konoha finally took a breath in the war, and Shimura Danzo wanted to find a new opponent for Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. The Shinobi clan has inhumane and powerful killing ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo answered immediately, if you really think the Shinobi clan is a threat, let your root organization keep a close eye on the Shinobi clan. Konoha cannot make enemies without reason now. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree with Shimura Danzo's reason. He couldn't really send troops to the Shinobi clan just because Shimura Danzo thought the Shinobi clan was a threat. Sosuke was not made of clay, and attacking the Shinobi clan Konoha would not benefit him, and would only make his reputation worse. We can't let the Shinobi clan continue to develop like this. With the educational ability shown by Sosuke, the Shinobi clan will not only have high-level combat power in the future, but also the middle and low-level forces will not be too bad. Shimura Danzo reiterated the theory of the threat of the Shinobi clan. I think Miyu is a better teacher than Sosuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Although Sosuke's unlimited lectures have a good reputation, Sarutobi Hiruzen also thinks that Sosuke is indeed good after reading the information. But Sarutobi Hiruzen still thinks that Miyu's teaching ability is stronger than Sosuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen Miyu's educational miracles many times. The classes led by Miyu, the holiday training and boot training held by Miyu, and Asuma after being taught by Miyu. There are too many events that can prove Miyu's teaching ability. From special training for hundreds of people to teaching disciples, Miyu has shown extraordinary teaching ability. These all happened in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so of course he would think that Miyu is the teacher with the best teaching ability. This is not a question of who has better teaching ability. We can have Miyu and make the Rain country without Sosuke. Shimura Danzo did not refute Sarutobi Hiruzen, but from other angles, because Shimura Danzo also thinks that Miyu's teaching ability is unparalleled in the world. Otherwise he would not have handed Yamato over to Miyu. Compared to your overly radical idea, I think it's better to discuss the youth martial arts tournament that Sosuke is going to hold. Recently, This matter has caused quite a stir in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen still maintained a negative attitude. It is really unwise to provoke a top powerhouse for no reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen is interested in Sosuke's competition and competition rewards. Konoha is not short of powerful ninjutsu, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is good at fire escape. He is very curious about what kind of ninjutsu the rumored magical fire dragon dance is. Everything now is based on speculation. Konoha already has many enemies, so it is not advisable to make too many enemies. Mito Kato chose to stand on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Yutane Koharu did not choose to support Shimura Danzo, who refuted her, and also began to speak for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9+ book bar released this novel for the first time. Shimura Danzo felt very aggrieved. He devoted himself to Konoha, but he had to be restrained by two ninjas who pretended to be Konoha's high-level officials. However, the angry Shimura Danzo did not lose his temper. Even if he did not get support, he still had to use his own strength to complete it. As long as he cooperated with Hanzo, he still had a chance to crush the ninja clan. Shimura Danzo's subordinates went to the Rain village to find Hanzo according to the order. Upon learning that Shimura Danzo's people were visiting, Hanzo's face immediately darkened. Shimura Danzo has to take the blame for his current situation. If Shimura Danzo had not found him with the body of Iwagakure that day, he would not have fought against the Shinobi clan, and would not have lost to Sosuke. However, Hanzo did not drive away the root ninjas. After all, Konoha stood behind the root, but Hanzo did not go to see the root ninjas in person. This time, it was not Shimura Danzo who came in person. Hanzo asked his men to communicate with the root ninjas and ask about their purpose. When Hanzo learned that Shimura Danzo was going to continue to cooperate with him to deal with Sosuke, his blood pressure immediately rose. Originally, Hanzo was not sure whether Iwagakure or Shimura Danzo had cheated him more, but now he can be sure that Shimura Danzo definitely has no good intentions. With the current strength of the Shinobi clan, even if the Rain village cooperates with Shimura Danzo to successfully eliminate the Shinobi clan, the Rain village will be seriously injured. Hanzo can even be sure that he will never survive Sosuke's hands. As long as he goes to the battlefield with the Rain ninjas, he will definitely be killed by Sosuke. But if he doesn't go to the battlefield with the Rain ninja, then without him, the Rain ninja will not be able to defeat the ninja clan. Reject him. Don't bother Konoha with the internal affairs of our Rain country. Hanzo decisively refused. Although Konoha is a large ninja village, if Shimura Danzo wants to use this to force the Rain ninja village, there is more than one large ninja village in the ninja world. After Hanzo's reply was transmitted back to Konoha, Shimura Danzo slammed the table in confusion. He didn't understand why Hanzo rejected his proposal. With such a big threat from the ninja clan, wouldn't Hanzo worry that the Rain ninja village would be replaced by the ninja clan? Are the ninja clan and the Rain ninja village really one and the same? Shimura Danzo couldn't help but think of Yutane Koharu's conspiracy theory. It's true that according to the current performance, this conspiracy theory really makes sense. Of course, Shimura Danzo knew that this was just an appearance. The ninja clan and the Rain ninja village could not be one in the same. The plan to encircle and kill the ninja clan was formulated by him. Could it be that he, Shimura Danzo, is also a ninja from the Rain ninja village? You are really degenerate. You are afraid of Sosuke like a tiger after being defeated once. Shimura Danzo was disdainful in his heart. Throwing away other possibilities, there is only one reason for Hanzo's refusal, that is, Hanzo has been scared by Sosuke, and even if the Rain ninja is destroyed by the ninja sect in the future, he dare not make the last wave. Shimura Danzo looked down on such a Hanzo. If it were him, even if he was in a situation where he must die, for the continuation of the village, he would not be afraid of life and death. Since there is no way to destroy the ninja sect for the time being, let's investigate the ninja sect's inheritance first. Shimura Danzo decided to change his strategy temporarily. Although Shimura Danzo has always wanted to get the ninja sect's inheritance in Sosuke's hands, no one in the ninja world knows what the ninja sect's inheritance in Sosuke's hands is. Whether it is the ninja tools of the Six Paths Sage, the secret techniques left by the ninja sect, or some other items. It's a pity that Uchiha still needs a lot of time to grow. Otherwise, a mere ninja sect. Why would there be a ninja army? Shimura Danzo thought of the wood-release ninja who he had high hopes for. Unlike the samsara and other things that he has not yet obtained, the wood-release ninja is a subordinate that he has personally trained. With enough time, he can become a trump card that crushes everything. At the same time, Shimura Danzo's future trump card is looking at his disciples with envy as they discuss the training of ninja beasts. I think we need to let them fight more. If they only practice without actual combat, there may be problems in real combat. Obito enthusiastically proposed his own training plan. Kakashi nodded in agreement. This is indeed true. Combat ability has a great impact on overall strength. We are much stronger than them. If we don't control them well, they will easily get hurt. It's better to let them fight each other. Maybe the desire to win will increase their desire to practice. Obito revealed his purpose. Although he can't beat Kakashi now, if his summoned beast wins Kakashi's summoned beast, Obito thinks he has won Kakashi. Now his Charmeleon is the only evolved ninja beast, and is at its strongest, just like when Might Guy just activated the rock-breathing chakra mode. If he doesn't take advantage of this period, he may not have the chance in the future. P.S. This chapter is 4K. And there will be another chapter later. Chapter 514. First Pokemon Battle. Kakashi made a thoughtful expression. How could he not know Obito's little trick? He just wanted to win more times while Charmeleon had the advantage of evolution. I think it's okay. Kakashi thought for a while and said, although Obito's purpose was not pure, it was indeed beneficial to the cultivation of ninja beasts. So Kakashi thought it was okay. Zeomai will not participate. Nohara Rin helped the clown to give up. The current clown really couldn't fight. If it was in the water, it could still use its body to hit it. But on the shore, it really had no fighting power. Nohara Rin couldn't force the clown to fight a meaningless battle for the sake of face. The other disciples nodded. There was really nothing they could do about it. Youth means fighting more. Might Guy believed that fighting could also be a part of training. There is no problem with Zoroark. Shisui also nodded. That means there are exactly 4 of us, so we can directly use the rules we usually practice fighting, Obito said excitedly. He was already a little impatient. The other disciples had no objection. The result of the draw came out very quickly. Charmeleon was number 1, Zoroark was number 2, Rock Dog was number 3, and Riolu was number 4. Obito felt a little regretful, because he thought that Charmeleon had beaten Rock Dog in the first round. Don't lose to Riolu. Obito secretly cheered for Rock Dog in his heart. If Charmeleon lost in the first round, he would not be able to meet Rock Dog in the second round. If he failed to beat Rock Dog, Obito would still feel regretful even if Charmeleon became the strongest ninja beast among his disciples, because then Kakashi would have an excuse. Riolu looked at Obito speechlessly. This is our bond. Might Guy laughed at Kakashi. Kakashi smiled helplessly. There were only 4 ninja beasts in total. Isn't it normal for them to meet each other? The first game, Charmeleon vs. Zoroark. Kakashi played the role of a battle referee. Charmeleon and Zoroark immediately walked towards the battlefield after hearing the voice. Charmeleon. Charmeleon sighed slightly. Charmeleon and Zoroark have a very good relationship. Not only will Zoroark help it translate its words to Obito, but the two beasts also chat frequently. Now that it has to fight with its best translator, Charmeleon is a little reluctant. Go all out. If you give in, even if you win, it's meaningless and you won't get anything. Zoroark is very open-minded. Although Charmeleon has evolved once, Zoroark is not weak to Charmeleon, because in Zoroark's eyes, Charmeleon and Obito are both stupid, and it's not certain who will win or lose in a fight. Charmeleon. Charmeleon nodded. Begin. Kakashi shouted when he saw that the two beasts were ready. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Zoroark immediately condensed his chakra and used illusion, and his image changed instantly in the eyes of others. Obito looked at himself who appeared on the battlefield and couldn't help but raise a question mark in his heart. What the hell is this? Why did he turn into him? Zoroark disappeared, and only Obito and Charmeleon were left at the scene. Shisui shook his head and thought that there was something wrong with Zoroark's tactics. If it were any other combination, There would be no problem with this tactic, whether it was Kakashi and Rock Dog or Might Guy and Ryolu, but it really wouldn't work for Obito and Charmeleon, because not only would it not be able to distract Charmeleon, it might even make Charmeleon more excited. Charmeleon rushed out immediately. Originally, it wanted to hold back, but when Zoroark became Obito, it wouldn't be polite. Charmeleon blew out thick black smoke, covering its body and Zoroark's. Obito, why are you so weak? Charmeleon isn't afraid of you at all. Zoroark's exasperated voice rang in everyone's mind. Obito, he didn't know whether he should laugh or worry for a moment. Zoroark was beaten up by Charmeleon for being disrespectful to him, but it seemed that Charmeleon really wanted to beat him up. The smoke quickly dissipated, revealing Zoroark with a bruised face. Damn Charmeleon, I'm going to be serious now. Zoroark used the illusion again, changing back to his original appearance, and then opened his mouth and spit out a large piece of flame towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon retreated immediately when he saw the fierce fire, and then the sea of fire split into several flames to surround it. Charmeleon was unable to dodge for a while and immediately spit out flames to resist as much as possible, but something Charmeleon didn't expect happened. The flames rushing towards it seemed to be on a different layer from it. In theory, they should have collided, but in fact, Charmeleon's flames passed through. Zoroark smiled cunningly, raised his claws from the side and slapped Charmeleon's body, knocking Charmeleon back 3 steps. Charmeleon, can you do it? You won't lose to an unevolved Zoroark, will you? Seeing Charmeleon being repelled by Zoroark, Obito couldn't help but encourage him. The flames on Charmeleon's tail instantly became more vigorous, and it didn't dare to think about how ugly Obito's words would be if it really lost. Zoroya used the same trick again, spitting out fireballs at Charmeleon just like Shisui performed the Phoenix Fire technique. In Charmeleon's eyes, those fireballs were burning very vigorously, and it could even see the air distorted by the heat. These fireballs couldn't be more real. Ouch! Charmeleon suppressed the desire to dodge, opened its mouth and gathered most of its chakra in its throat, then converted it into fire attribute chakra and spit it out in one breath. A pillar of fire about the thickness of an adult's thigh spit out of Charmeleon's mouth and went straight to Zoroya. Even though the fireball spit out by Zoroya was about to hit Charmeleon, Charmeleon still didn't move a step. Ah, it's so hot. Shisui, save me. Zoroya, who was burned by the flames, asked Shisui for help. Just now, it was betting that Charmeleon would dodge, so it kept using chakra to maintain the illusion and didn't use chakra to protect its body. Zeolin, please help me for a moment, Shisui said to Nohara-Rin. When Shisui spoke, Nohara-Rin was already forming a seal. She put out the remaining fire on Zoroark, and then used the palm magic to treat Zoroark. It's a pity that Zoroark has just mastered the nature change of fire attribute chakra. It would be better to mix true and false. Shisui shook his head. Zoroark's offensive means are seriously insufficient now. Shisui is teaching Zoroark fire escape, but Zoroark has not yet mastered fire escape ninjutsu, and has only learned the preliminary nature change of fire attribute chakra. Charmer wins. Kakashi announced the end of the battle. Obito straightened his chest and walked to Charmer, patted Charmer on the shoulder and said, "Very good, you did a good job, you are worthy of being trained by me." Ah! Charmer couldn't help but spit flames at Obito, but Obito was so familiar with Charmer that he dodged the flames with a tilt of his head, and then looked at Charmer with a kind face. Charmer pointed at Zoroark and raised his hands to give a French salute. It felt that it could explain that it breathed fire at Obito because Zoroark had just transformed into Obito in the battle, and it had not recovered from the battle, so it had a misunderstanding, and it was definitely not holding a grudge against Obito. Keep talking, I'm listening. Obito entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and condensed flames on his hands. Obito, don't take up the venue. There is still a battle in the first round. Kakashi interrupted Obito and reminded him. Obito dispersed the flames and exited the flame-breathing chakra mode, and walked out of the venue with Charmeleon. He was just playing with Charmeleon. How could he really fight Charmeleon? If he wanted to fight, he had to use the name of combat training. Charmeleon looked at Kakashi gratefully. At this moment, Kakashi was the best referee in its heart. Shisui took the healed Zoro orc to the side and told it about its mistakes in the battle just now. Shisui, why didn't you say anything just now? Otherwise I might have won. Zoro orc couldn't help but bumped Shisui with his head. After all, it's a battle between you two, and it's not good for a spectator to talk nonsense. Shisui replied, but we will fight together in the future. Won't you remind me when we fight in the future? Shisui. Zoro orc looked at Shisui with wide eyes and asked. Of course not. Shisui shook his head. Shisui thought carefully and it was true. The battle between summoned beasts could not be completely applied to the way they fought in the internal war. As contractors, they should be able to give commands and prompts. However, the battle had already ended, so Shisui did not say this idea out loud, and planned to discuss it with Kakashi and the others after it was over. Rock Dog and Ryolu walked into the battlefield together, looking at each other with fighting spirit. They both wanted to win and didn't want to disappoint their contractors. Begin! Kakashi shouted. Shadow Clone. Rock Dog urged the chakra in its body to split into 5 phantom clones, each of which was exactly the same as the original body. The 6 rock dogs ran together, and Ryolu couldn't find the real rock dog with his naked eyes for a while. Ryolu took a deep breath and concentrated his mind to use the power of the wave guide to perceive. This is the wave power it is born with. It can feel the emotions of others and sense the strength of the other party to a certain extent. Under the effect of the wave power, Ryolu ignored the phantoms, locked onto the real rock dog, concentrated the chakra on his body and rushed out at high speed. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. A flash of lightning, Ryolu's figure rushed at high speed and knocked down the running rock dog violently, causing it to fall and roll backwards for several rounds. Does it have the ability to perceive? Kakashi thought in his heart as he watched Ryolu hit the rock dog's body. Although the rock dog's clone is not a physical clone like the shadow clone, its appearance is very restored and it is generally difficult to recognize. Rock dog quickly climbed up. The previous attack did not cause it much damage. After the clone tactic failed, Rock Dog quickly changed its strategy. While running to avoid the attack of Ryolu, it concentrated chakra to change the nature of Earth attribute chakra. Just when Ryolu rushed up again, Rock Dog threw sand in a rotating circle. Ryolu's eyes instantly entered a lot of sand and dust. He closed his eyes uncomfortably and then opened them again. His vision was a little blurry. Rock Dog condensed chakra unceremoniously and knocked Ryolu down. Then he condensed a large amount of chakra above Ryolu to create a 1-meter-high stone and smashed it towards Ryolu. Feeling the stone falling at a high speed, Ryolu ignored his uncomfortable eyes and condensed chakra to swing his palm upwards. Ryolu, who was only 0.7 meters tall, looked a little weak under the 1-meter-high stone. Under No Harland's somewhat worried eyes, Ryolu's blue little claws collided with the boulder. Bang! With a loud noise, several thick cracks appeared on the 1-meter-high boulder and it broke directly. Akai's ninja beast is so strong. Obito took a breath of cold air. Such a big stone, let Obito hit it. Obito couldn't break it so cleanly with one punch. How can a mere rock compare to our bodies that we have trained day and night? Might Guy laughed and gave Ryolu a thumbs up. Ryolu's powerful strength did not scare Rock Dog. It knew that Ryolu's eyes must be very uncomfortable at this moment and it couldn't see clearly. So Rock Dog used Lightning Flash to quickly go behind Ryolu and hit Ryolu's back. Ryolu took the hit firmly, with his eyes uncomfortable and the dusty stone mist that shattered the rocks, and fell forward. Sizzled! Rock Dog seized this opportunity to open his mouth wide, and the chakra in his mouth quickly changed its nature and transformed into lightning chakra, attaching lightning to his sharp teeth, and biting Ryolu's leg fiercely. Although Ryolu mobilized chakra defense at the last moment, he was inevitably injured. Fortunately, Rock Dog's lightning escape did not paralyze Ryolu, but the leg that was bitten was very numb. As expected of Kakashi's summoned beast, it's as cunning as him. Obito couldn't help but mutter when he saw this. If a leg is injured and can't move in a real battle, it's basically useless. Grand Dog can actually use other nature-changing ninjutsu. Shisui was a little surprised, thinking that it was worthy of being the first ninjutsu to hatch, and it really has something. Metal Claw. Ryolu gritted his teeth and quickly raised his claws with a metallic glow to slap Rock Dog. Rock Dog didn't expect that Ryolu, who was bitten by the lightning teeth, could still gather chakra to fight back. He was caught off guard and was directly knocked out and hit the ground hard. Ryolu's attack caused more damage to Rock Dog than he imagined, and he almost fainted. Rock Dog gathered all his strength and barely stumbled to get up. Kakashi noticed this scene and frowned slightly. The power of Ryolu's physical skills was a little beyond his imagination. Rock Dog's physique was already quite good, but he was only hit by Ryolu's claw and almost fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Miyu, who was watching the game, showed a thoughtful expression. Pokemon can use chakra, which must be localized by the system, but Pokemon not only has attribute restraint, but also has many attributes, far more than the chakra attributes in the Naruto world. Miyu's previous guess was that similar to Naruto, water, fire, earth, thunder and other attributes were retained, and the ones that Naruto did not have, such as Steel Dragon, disappeared. But according to the current situation, in fact, attribute restraint is retained in an extremely special way. All ninjas have chakra, but in fact, everyone's chakra is a little different. Ninjas with strong enough perception can recognize people through chakra. Ninjas of Kaguya's level can even judge their previous lives through chakra. In addition, some people's chakra has some special effects. For example, Kushina's chakra can suppress the tailed beast, so she was chosen as the Jinchuriki. After the system is localized, the attributes of all Pokemon belong to a unique chakra. This unique chakra inherits the restraint relationship in the Pokemon world. So Ryolu's fighting chakra punch shattered the falling rocks of Rock Dog, and also almost sent Rock Dog away with a metal claw. Because both fighting and steel types restrain rock, only battles between Pokemon will have restraint relationships in the original world, and fighting with native ninja beasts in Naruto will only have restraint relationships with Naruto's native chakra. Miyu concluded. Miyu felt that this had no impact. Restraint relationships are generally important in games, and in reality, what matters is training and the development of abilities. Rock Dog slowly walked towards Ryolu. The range in which it could use falling rocks was not large, so it had to get closer. Ryolu supported himself on the ground with both hands and forced himself to stand up, looking at the approaching Rock Dog with a vigilant face. Everyone stared at the two beasts. There was no doubt that this battle had entered the final stage. Rock Dog used chakra without hesitation to transform the soil into mud and sand and then threw it at Ryolu, who was unable to move. Compared with falling rocks that consumed more chakra, throwing sand was definitely more cost-effective, and it would interfere with the state first. Ryolu didn't expect Rock Dog to use this trick again, and was caught off guard and injured his eyes again. Lightning flash, bang! Rock Dog used up its last strength to charge at Ryolu, knocking him to the ground. Just when Obito and Shisui thought the battle was over, Ryolu, who was in a very bad state, did not completely lose his ability to fight. He suddenly swung his claws with a metallic luster at Rock Dog, but the claws could only stay 3 centimeters away from Rock Dog, and then fell in front of Rock Dog. Rock Dog, who reacted, quickly made a small stone and smashed Ryolu's head, making him completely lose his ability to fight. Shisui shook his head with a look of pity. If Ryolu's arms were longer, he could turn the defeat into victory. Losing the ability to move is too fatal. No Harlan and Miyu treated a Pokemon respectively, and Kakashi and Might Guy quickly stepped forward to check the status of the Pokemon. What a youthful and passionate battle. Might Guy shed tears of emotion for Ryolu. He didn't mind Ryolu losing the battle. Ryolu almost turned the tables twice, and never gave up in desperate situations. In Might Guy's opinion, such a Ryolu will win back sooner or later, just like he defeated Kakashi after working hard. Feeling Might Guy's sincere feelings, the treated Ryolu smiled. That's why he tried so hard to defeat Rock Dog. As Might Guy's contractor, he is no worse than any Pokemon. It played perfectly, even I didn't expect it. Kakashi touched Rock Dog's head and said with a smile, because Rock Dog showed extraordinary wisdom. Kakashi not only taught Rock Dog training, but also taught Rock Dog tactics. Rock Dog's spinning sand throwing was Kakashi's idea. Rock Dog made a happy cry. At the moment of being praised by Kakashi, Rock Dog instantly felt that the hardship of the battle just now was nothing. Seeing that Kakashi and Might Guy were both in harmony with their own Pokemon, Obito looked at Charmeleon and fell into deep thought. Why does it feel that his style is different? Whose problem is it? Anyway, Charmeleon should still have an advantage. Obito recalled the results of his test of Charmeleon's strength and felt that Charmeleon would win. P.S. I wanted to finish writing it in one go, but it's too late. Chapter 515 Amazing Rewards. After Rock Dog fully recovers, the final battle is about to begin. Although you have an evolutionary advantage, Rock Dog is very cunning. You must be careful in the battle. Obito reminded Charmeleon. It is true that Charmeleon has evolved, but Charmeleon was born much later than Rock Dog. Rock Dog has practiced for a longer time. Not only does he have a good grasp of his own abilities, he has also learned Kakashi's lightning attribute chakra nature changes. Charmeleon crossed his arms and exhaled a stream of hot air from his nostrils, showing the demeanor of a general. We will win. Zoro translated. Obito was very upset. Why did he have an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as if he saw someone's figure? Could it be Might Guy? Charmeleon vs. Rock Dog. The referee Kakashi began to read out the names of the players in the battle. Charmeleon and Rock Dog walked to the battle space together. When the two beasts looked at each other, they could see the desire for victory in each other's eyes. If I lose to Rock Dog, which has not evolved, Obito, who is born evil, will definitely laugh at me. Charmeleon thought subconsciously and his claws hardened. Kakashi has put so much effort into my training, and I was born first, so I can't lose. Rock Dog's eyes were firm. The battle begins. As Kakashi's voice fell, Charmeleon and Rock Dog immediately moved. Shadow Clone. Rock Dog used chakra to create 5 phantom clones that were exactly the same as him while running and crossing positions together at a high speed, making it difficult to find its real body. Charmeleon wanted to use smoke screen to confuse Rock Dog's vision, but Rock Dog's clone made Charmeleon hesitate. It couldn't tell which one was the real Rock Dog, so would using smoke screen be useful? Lightning flash. Whoosh. Just when Charmeleon was thinking about which one was Rock Dog's real body, Rock Dog directly burst out chakra and rushed towards Charmeleon at a high speed. Bang! Charmeleon, who couldn't react in time, was knocked to the ground. Falling rock. Rock Dog was also very impolite to condense chakra to condense a large rock as high as 1 meter above Charmeleon. Charmeleon sensed the danger and rolled over quickly to barely avoid the falling stones, but then came the fine sand. Charmeleon instantly understood Ryolu's feelings in the previous battle. After entering a large amount of sand, Charmeleon felt uncomfortable instantly, and his eyes blinked uncontrollably and rapidly, and the liquid secreted by his tear glands made his eyes blurry. Obito stared at this scene in amazement. He never expected that Charmeleon, who had evolved once, would be powerless to fight back in the initial battle. Born evil white-haired puppy. You really have a heart. Obito wanted to ban Rock Dog's sand throwing. This ninjutsu is really disgusting. Isn't it equivalent to suddenly throwing a handful of lime into the enemy's eyes during a battle? Kakashi's face was normal. In a battle, winning is the most important thing. This tactic was taught to Rock Dog. Whoosh! Charmeleon was worried that Rock Dog would take the opportunity to attack, so he opened his mouth and spit out a lot of flames in front of him. But Rock Dog had been on guard against Charmeleon's flames, and flashed out of Charmeleon's attack range in a flash of lightning. Ouch! Rock Dog didn't rush to attack again. It first howled loudly to concentrate its chakra to enhance its own chakra strength. Then it used its shadow clone to rush towards Charmeleon, ready to repeat the same trick to take Charmeleon away. Charmeleon didn't hesitate this time. It just randomly attacked when it couldn't find the main body. Charmeleon gathered a lot of chakra in its mouth and blew out a strong breath. The 2 Rock Dogs running in the front instantly dissipated under the breath. Rock Dog immediately condensed chakra to change its nature and pulled up a small earth wall from the ground to block in front of it. It was not convenient for it to form seals on all fours now. It couldn't use the thick and tall earth flow wall like Kakashi did. It could only rely on its own talent to create a small earth wall, but it was barely enough now. The earth wall blocked Charmeleon's dragon breath, but many pieces of earth fell off. Charmeleon endured the discomfort in his eyes and rushed up, concentrating all his strength on his right claw and slashing at the earth wall towards Fuzai. Bang! Boom! Exclamation mark! Charmeleon's powerful force caused the already damaged earth wall to collapse instantly. Whoosh! Charmeleon immediately spit out flames without hesitation. It felt that rock dogs would never have thought that it could have such power. The rock dogs behind the wall were just as Charmeleon thought. They never thought that it would move so quickly and so sharply. None of them could escape the range of its flames. Charmeleon smiled, as if he had seen the scene of his victory. However, Obito couldn't help but cover his face. If the enemy who could burrow into the ground disappeared from his sight, he would have to think about whether the opponent would burrow into the ground and go around behind him. Bang bang! Then something that Charmeleon didn't expect happened. All the rock dogs burned by Charmeleon turned into smoke and dissipated. Not a single one was left. Charmeleon was dumbfounded. What happened? Did it kill the rock dogs? It just wanted to win the battle. Then Charmeleon noticed something. A black shadow appeared a little ahead of it. Charmeleon subconsciously looked up and saw that a stone had formed in the sky. Suddenly, a strong sense of push came over Charmeleon, and Charmeleon fell forward. The stone happened to fall and hit Charmeleon, knocking Charmeleon to the ground. Iwa! Rock Dog raised his head and looked in Kakashi's direction. Kakashi nodded slightly in response. Rock Dog used the tactics he taught very well. Charmeleon was almost trapped in Rock Dog's attack rhythm throughout the whole process, and he couldn't use his strength. Then Rock Dog looked at Charmeleon, who was pressed by the stone. Kakashi had emphasized to it many times that it couldn't celebrate the victory in the middle of the battle, and it must persist until it really won. At this time, Charmeleon's expression was distorted, as if it had endured great pain and was unable to fight again. Charmeleon has obviously evolved once. Why is his body so much worse than Ryolu's? Obito was a little puzzled. Ryolu broke Rock Dog's stone with a punch when he was disturbed, and Charmeleon was hit as if he was about to die. Let's buy some delicious food to comfort it later, Obito thought to himself. It is really uncomfortable to lead one evolution and still lose the battle. Obito knows this feeling very well, because he had been ahead in terms of strength many times, but was defeated by other disciples because of carelessness. The moment he was defeated, he doubted his life. I must not fall down. I must not let Obito look down on me. Charmeleon roared in his heart. Whoosh! The flame on Charmeleon's tail suddenly blazed and burned violently, and the fire doubled. At this time, Charmeleon felt that his whole body was full of strength. Rock Dog saw that something was wrong and wanted to make a finishing blow, but he was a step too slow. Boom! The exploding Charmeleon pushed away the big rock and stood up quickly, spewing a large amount of orange-red flames at Rock Dog. Obito looked at this scene with a surprised face. He didn't expect Charmeleon to explode after being hit hard like Kakashi. I really won? Obito was very surprised. He had already thought about what to buy to comfort Charmeleon. With Rock Dog's physique almost falling to the ground after being hit by Ryolu, it should not be able to withstand Charmeleon's extraordinary flames. Bang! Rock Dog, whose body was slightly charred, suddenly rushed out of the flames and knocked down Charmeleon. Obito? Did Rock Dog hide his strength and act in the last game? Why did he look like a weak little puppy when fighting Ryolu, but he looked like a fierce Rock Dog when fighting Charmeleon? Not only Obito, but even Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Rock Dog to knock Charmeleon down despite Charmeleon's flames. After knocking Charmeleon down, Rock Dog gathered his chakra and bit Charmeleon without hesitation, making Charmeleon completely unable to resist. Charmeleon has lost his ability to fight, and Rock Main wins. Kakashi observed Charmeleon's condition for a while and announced the final winner. Nohara treated Rock Dog, who was less injured, while Miyu treated Charmeleon. It's amazing. I feel that you are very good at training summoned beasts, Kakashi. Nohara praised Kakashi while treating Rock Dog. Compared with Charmeleon, Rock Dog's fighting style is undoubtedly more ninja. Not only does it use every ability well, but it even has several tactics. It's okay. It's also hard work, Kakashi said as Rock Dog combed his hair. Kakashi thought it was unreasonable to attribute all the credit to him. If he changed another ninja beast, Kakashi was not sure that he could train it as well as Rock Dog. Rock Dog happily stretched out his tongue and licked Kakashi's palm. The defeated Charmeleon closed his eyes tightly, as if he had fainted. In fact, Charmeleon was still awake, but he thought it would be better if he fell down. Even the evil Obito would not scold a fainted person. Teacher Muyu. Obito walked to Muyu, who was treating Charmeleon, and looked at Charmeleon. Hearing this familiar voice, Charmeleon remained calm on the surface, but his heart skipped a beat. Is Charmeleon okay? It seems a little weak, not like Ryolu and the others, Obito asked with concern. Charmeleon. For a moment, it didn't know whether Obito was mocking or caring about it. In fact, it's not that Charmeleon's body is weak, but its chakra is restrained, and it is difficult for it to resist the attack of Main Rock. Muyu explained. Charmeleon was really restrained when it hit Rock Dog, because Charmeleon now only had two means of attack. One was fire, and the other was a general type of move. In the game, these two types of attacks only had half the damage when hitting Rock Dog, although in reality, it is not like the game with fixed values. It is also quite obvious when the difference in hard power is not big. Obito was confused. He knew that the change of chakra nature had a restraining relationship. So how could chakra still have restraint? Everyone's chakra has a slight difference, and some special chakras have unique effects. Your ninja beasts are all special types of chakra, Muyu explained. Charmeleon can't deal with earth escape? Obito thought about it and asked the question he was most concerned about. Muyu shook his head. What really hurt Charmeleon was Rock Dog's own special chakra after localization, not the change of earth chakra nature. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not restrained by all earth escape ninjas, he would be fine. No, why is my Charmeleon restrained? Obito thought of a very serious question. If Charmeleon was restrained by Rock Dog, wouldn't Charmeleon be suppressed by Rock Dog for the rest of his life? Is the chakra of Rock Dog restrained by Ryolu? Kakashi asked Muyu, thinking of the scene of Rock Dog fighting with Ryolu. Compared with the battle with Charmeleon, the battle between Rock Dog and Ryolu was really thrilling. Muyu nodded in affirmation. Ryolu's fighting moves and steel-type moves can restrain Rock Dog's rock attribute. Where are the summoned beasts of Rock Dog from? Kakashi was very curious about this, since only special chakra has special effects, and their ninja beasts all have special chakra. Can this still be called special? Teacher Muyu, who does Charmeleon restrain? Obito couldn't help asking. Since Rock Dog, who restrains Charmeleon, is restrained by Ryolu, then his Charmeleon must have a restrained object. Not now. Muyu shook his head and replied. If Charmeleon evolves into Charizard and Ryolu evolves into Lucario, then Charmeleon can use fire to restrain Lucario. Now Charmeleon really has no one who can restrain it. Obito : How come everyone can restrain it, but you are so weak that you can only be restrained? Obito was relieved when he thought that Charmeleon was born with the ability of fire attribute. After all, it is a fire attribute of a subordinate. If it is fire attribute, it is normal. Charmeleon also felt cold. What's wrong with this world? Why is it so unfriendly to dragons? It's quite miserable. Buy more food for it recently. Eat more to grow up. Obito sighed. At this time, he inexplicably empathized with Charmeleon. Charmeleon was restrained but had no restrained object, and he had no skills like the Golden Skyline Wuxian Yadao to learn. Charmeleon opened his eyes and looked at Obito in disbelief. The naturally evil Obito could actually say such human words. Is this real? Could it be that it has really been knocked unconscious and is now dreaming? Charmander felt a little guilty for a moment. Perhaps it should restrain its temper and get along with Obito in harmony. Translator: I'm sorry, I won't attend the meeting tonight because I teased Obito. Charmander cast an apologetic look at Zoroa. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Although Zoroa is a very good friend, Obito is a contractor. I read a book specifically. Only by eating more and practicing more can you be strong and strong. It's not good to practice without eating, Obito continued. Charmander was numb, so it asked Obito how come he was so good all of a sudden. He was waiting for it here, right? After reading, he secretly hypnotized it with the Sharingan to practice more. My eyes just cramped, but I will attend the meeting as usual today. Charmander communicated with Zoroa with his eyes again, and then quickly closed his eyes. Contractor? Contractor is a hammer. To deal with an evil Uchiha kid like Obito, you have to strike hard. The Land of Rain. The Six Paths Castle under construction. Huang Tu came to test the ideas of the ninja clan according to the order of Inoki. Since Huang Tu was the middleman of the cooperation between the ninja clan and the Rain Ninja, and because unlimited lectures also came to support, the ninja clan ninjas had a good impression of Huang Tu and Iwagakure, and Huang Tu soon successfully met the top leaders of the ninja clan. Should the ninja clan accept the commission now? Huang Tu asked. That depends on what the task is and the specific commission amount, Kakazu replied. The ninja clan will soon hold a competition to make a lot of money. The ninja clan must now focus on building the Six Paths City and pacifying the East. Other ninja clan ninjas may have a good impression of Huang Tu who promotes peace in the Rain country, but Kakazu knows that Iwagakure definitely has some plans, so they will not give Huang Tu any convenience, and everything will be handled in a fair and impartial manner. Iwagakure wants to entrust the ninja clan, or to be more precise, to entrust the leader of the ninja clan to train some ninjas for us. Huang Tu said his purpose. Kakazu was slightly stunned, and thought to himself that the big fat sheep had come to the door. With Sosuke's current power in the ninja world, how dare he come here to assign tasks without paying millions or tens of millions? Although he already regarded Huang Tu as mobile money in his heart, Kakazu's face remained unchanged. What do you mean by Iwagakure? Our leader is a top-level strong man who is well known to everyone in the ninja world. Even the demigod Hanzo can be easily defeated. You actually want our powerful and busy leader to help you train ninjas? Kakazu said with a serious face. If you are an expert, you can already see that although Kakazu's words are harsh, if you look closely, you can see that the words are full of extra money. But Huang Tu is a very straightforward person. Seeing Kakazu's words, Huang Tu apologized. Sorry to bother you. Kakazu looked at Huang Tu with a puzzled look. What's going on? Why doesn't he play by the rules? Fortunately, Inoki had foreseen this situation in advance. The Iwagakure Jonin behind Huang Tu quickly said, Lord Huang Tu means that I will communicate with you next. Kakazu looked at Huang Tu, and Huang Tu nodded. Inoki mentioned this before leaving. Iwagakure is here with great sincerity to cooperate with the ninja sect this time. Considering the difficulties of the ninja sect, if the ninja sect is willing to cooperate, Iwagakure will help the ninja sect establish a base. The Iwagakure Jonin said. Kakazu showed a thoughtful expression. The subtext of the Iwagakure Jonin was obviously that they were not short of money. As long as the ninja sect was willing to cooperate, they could talk. Of course, Kakazu didn't believe in things that he didn't get, and he could go back on his word no matter how good it was. I need to ask the leader. Kakazu didn't explore the price bottom line of Iwagakure, but was ready to discuss with Muyu to ask Muyu's ideas. He couldn't take over the commission on behalf of Muyu, which was a bit against the will of heaven. Muyu was the leader of the ninja sect. I can help with the training, but all expenses must be borne by Iwagakure. You can decide the specific training costs yourself. Muyu thought for a while and replied, the ninja clan is short of manpower. It would be great if the Iwagakure could help. The ninjas who come here for training can also help with the construction. The infrastructure of the Earth Escape ninjas should be even better. Anyway, Muyu may not teach the Iwagakure any special abilities. At most, she will help them lay a solid foundation like a large class teaching. It is difficult to improve in a short period of time. After answering Kakazu's question, Muyu continued to think about the plan for the youth martial arts tournament. The first prize is already a gimmick, the famous ninjutsu of Ninja Master Sosuke, the Fire Dragon Dance. but the rewards for the 2nd to 4th places must also be attractive enough. After all, it is impossible for everyone to aim for the 1st place. The super explosive water rush wave that Muyu once developed is an S-level super water escape, but because Muyu himself has used it, in order not to expose his vest identity, the super explosive water rush wave cannot be used as a reward. If the super explosive water rush wave is to be used as a reward, Muyu may even have to develop it again, because this ninjutsu is tailored for the water-breathing chakra mode. Without the water-breathing chakra mode, perhaps only water escape ninjas like Senjudo Bairama can learn it. Muyu thought about it and wrote the words customized ninjutsu development on the 2nd place reward. If someone becomes the 2nd place, they can get a ninjutsu customized by the ninja master. As a gimmick, it can be said to be full. For Muyu, who has a deep knowledge of ninjutsu, it is not difficult to develop ninjutsu, but it is difficult to develop very powerful ninjutsu. For ninjutsu like Rasengan, the most important thing is not the ninjutsu skills, but a sudden flash of inspiration. Then Muyu wrote down Ninja Master's personal training notes on the 3rd place, and Chakra Sword worth 10 million taels on the 4th place. Muyu had not used the ore he got in the Snow Country yet, and he planned to use the ore to make a sword as a reward. After determining the rewards for the top 4, Muyu released the news. This time, Muyu did not even specifically promote it, but because of the preparation of unlimited lectures, and the fact that the rewards were indeed eye-catching enough, newspapers from all over the world rushed to report on it, and the term youth martial arts tournament instantly became popular in the ninja world. Even the daimyo of the Fire Country knew the news. He curiously asked what was special about the rewards for the top 4 guard ninjas, and the daimyo sounded very ordinary. The Fire Dragon Dance is now known as the strongest fire escape ninjutsu in the ninja world. All ninjas who practice fire escape want to see it. Ninja Master Sosuke is proficient in 7 types of chakra nature changes and has a deep foundation in ninjutsu. If he comes to develop a ninjutsu specifically for people, it must be good. As one of the top ninjas in the current ninja world, Ninja Master Sosuke's practice insights are naturally precious. 10 million taels is nothing to you, the daimyo, but it is actually enough to issue 10 S-level missions in Konoha village. The ninja guards explained to the daimyo one by one, the strongest fire escape. It sounds very powerful. There should be many ninjas to participate in the competition. The daimyo showed an interested look. Although the daimyo does not practice ninjutsu, he can also know the power of the Fire Dragon Dance by hearing the adjective first. The ninja guard nodded. It is hard not to be tempted by such an exaggerated reward. Contact the Hokage of Konoha. The daimyo wanted to know if there would be ninjas from Konoha participating in the competition. He wanted to watch the game. One of the few hobbies of the Fire Country daimyo is watching ninja fights. He thinks the more powerful the ninjas are, the more interesting they are to watch. Although he can't see the movements of the ninjas, the ninjutsu confrontation is very shocking. After receiving the daimyo's message, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly looked through the information of Konoha's ninjas under the age of 18 in his mind. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that it was Muyu's disciples who were the strongest. Although Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy were only 11 years old, and even Shisui was only 9 years old, they were already the strongest group of ninjas under the age of 18 in Konoha. If time went back 3 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen could have opened champagne, because 3 years ago, Namikaze Minato and Muyu both met the requirements for participating in the competition, and with a little more luck, he would have won the top 2. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already interested in the Fire Dragon Dance, and now the daimyo was also interested. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind making extra money from the daimyo. After finding a few other young talents, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the ninja to go and notify them. Since Obito and his friends were all Muyu's disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly notified Muyu and asked Muyu to ask Obito and his friends about their intentions. Will there be many participants in the youth martial arts tournament? What are the rewards? Obito asked curiously. Obito really likes to play in competitions, but there are a few prerequisites. He can get a good ranking, no Harurin is by his side, or there are good rewards in the competition. It is likely that there will be a lot of people, and the rewards are all on it. Miyu handed Obito the scroll that recorded the information of the youth martial arts tournament. The first place is a powerful fire escape named Fire Dragon Dance. Kakashi spoke before Obito started to look. Kakashi is a person who likes to pay attention to the situation, so he knows a little about the affairs of the ninja clan and the youth martial arts tournament. Hearing that it was a fire escape, Obito's expression changed, and he couldn't help asking, "How strong is very strong?" He really needs a powerful fire escape. The fire escape he currently has is enough to fight other ninjas, but it is really not enough for civil wars. I haven't seen it, but now many people think it is the strongest fire escape, Kakashi said and glanced at Miyu. Kakashi thinks Miyu's fire escape is also very strong, and may not be worse than that of Sasuke. Teacher Miyu, do you know this fire dragon dance? Obito decisively asked the omnipotent Miyu sage. It should be very strong. Miyu thought for a while and answered. Fire dragon dance is of course very strong, but even if Obito really gets it, it is useless because he can't use it now. If Obito can use it, Miyu would have taught it to Obito long ago. At most, he would change the first place in the martial arts competition to another ninjutsu. Hearing Miyu say the word strong, Obito knew that he had to go to this youth martial arts competition. This is the strength that Miyu sage admits, and the gold content is too high. What? It's actually limited to 18 years old. Isn't this tailor-made for us? Obito's eyes lit up after seeing the rules clearly. Since graduation, except for the civil war between the disciples, Obito has killed his peers instantly, and the ninjas who are worth fighting are generally in their 20s or 30s. It doesn't seem to have what I need. Might Guy looked over and scratched his hair. He doesn't learn ninjutsu, so the first and second place awards are useless to him. As for the training notes, he doesn't need them when he has Miyu. Only the ninja sword worth tens of millions is still useful, and can be sold for money. I think it's better to participate together. If you are not satisfied with your own rewards, you can exchange them, Shisui said. At present, the disciple with the strongest overall strength is definitely Might Guy. Shisui thinks that Might Guy will basically be the first place if he goes. Shisui makes sense, Obito said. Although he can't be the first if Might Guy participates, he will be sure to win the fire escape ninjutsu. Obito doesn't believe that there are any underage ninjas in the ninja world who are stronger than the current Might Guy. Chapter 516, New and Old Legends in the same frame. After the training, Shisui and Obito returned to the Uchiha clan with their Pokemon. After having dinner with Zoroark, Shisui prepared to take Zoroark for a walk to digest the food. He had just walked out of the door and had not walked far when he saw Uchiha Fugaku walking towards his home. Uncle Fugaku. Shisui guessed that Uchiha Fugaku might have something to ask him, so he took the initiative to greet him. Shisui, have you eaten? Uchiha Fugaku stopped and nodded and smiled and asked. Yeah, I just finished eating and was going to take a walk to digest the food. Shisui nodded and replied. Uncle Fugaku, do you have something to ask me? It's not a big deal. Let's take a walk together and talk while walking. Uchiha Fugaku took Shisui and walked towards a stream nearby. Have you heard about the youth martial arts tournament? Uchiha Fugaku asked quickly. Shisui's eyes were a little strange. He had a new understanding of the enthusiasm of the youth martial arts tournament. In the afternoon, the third Hokage asked Miyu if they were willing to participate. In the evening, Uchiha Fugaku also talked about the youth martial arts tournament. This is a rare thing for Uchiha, since most of the Uchiha ninjas work in the police department. The Uchiha clan is relatively closed and generally cares little about the things in the ninja world. After all, the police department generally only needs to perform tasks within Konoha and does not need to leave the village. There are only a few Uchiha ninjas who frequently go out of the village to perform tasks like Shisui's uncle Uchiha Nobuhiro. I know, there is a ninja competition held by the Rain Country Ninja Sect, and the rewards are very generous. Shisui grabbed Zoroark, who jumped on his shoulder and held him in his arms and answered. Shisui himself is only a 9-year-old child, and Zoroark is now 0.7 meters tall and weighs 13 kilograms. It is a bit uncomfortable to have Zoroark stand on his shoulders. The main reason is that Zoroark is too big. If he stands up, It will be very crowded. Shisui thinks it might be good if he is smaller. I think if you and Obito don't have anything important, you can go to this youth martial arts tournament, not for the prizes. You can also fight with more geniuses to grow and accumulate fame, Uchiha Fugaku suggested. Being too famous is not good for a ninja in battle, because being too famous will inevitably lead to some information leakage. But being famous is not without benefits. If you want to become a Hokage, the sooner you become famous, the better. An unknown ninja will never become a Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku had high expectations for Shisui and Obito, so Uchiha Fugaku personally came to explain the pros and cons to Shisui, and sent Uchiha Yashiro to persuade Obito. Please, Uncle Fugaku, go there. In fact, the Hokage has already notified us. Obito and I are ready to participate, Shisui explained. Except for Yamato, all of Muyu's disciples will participate in this youth martial arts tournament, and even Nohara Rin will participate. Shisui thinks that this youth martial arts tournament is really a rare opportunity, and there are too many benefits. The generous prizes that others want most are the least attractive to Shisui. Shisui's main motivation for participating is to exercise his abilities and the recognition of Uchiha by the Konoha ninja. If he and Obito defeated ninjas from various countries as Uchiha in the youth martial arts tournament, it would increase the favorability of Konoha ninjas towards Uchiha. After all, it would bring honor to the village. The Sandame? That's good, Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. The reason why Uchiha Fugaku was so optimistic about Shisui and Obito, in addition to their talents, was that they could easily integrate into the Hokage system and have the opportunity to gain the support of the Hokage system. Obito's Jonin teacher Namikaze Minato was a disciple of the three ninjas Jiraiya, and he was a pure and authentic Hokage system. Although Shisui's teacher Hanyu Muayu had nothing to do with the Hokage in terms of lineage, he was valued by Sarutobi Hiruzen and was the first vice president since the establishment of the ninja school. Now he is a strong man with very good reputation in Konoha, and he can also be regarded as a strong man in the Hokage system. With these relationships, the probability of Shisui and Obito becoming Konoha's high-level officials or Hokage is much greater than that of normal Uchiha. Shisui, if you have any needs, you can ask the family, and the family will try to meet your needs. Uchiha Fugaku will not be stingy with Shisui, who is the hope for the future of the real family. Uncle Fugaku, do you think the current state of the police department is good? Shisui did not ask Uchiha Fugaku for anything, but asked him a question. Now Uchiha can't actually give Shisui anything. Muyu can beat all the fire escape ninjutsu of Uchiha with just one breath of fire, and Shisui doesn't have much demand for money. Shisui really doesn't have too high requirements for the Uchiha clan, just hope that they can live a stable life and don't mess around. Police department. Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought, wondering what Shisui was referring to. In Konoha, except for the police department, there should be no department that is completely controlled by a certain family, right? Shisui didn't act as a riddler, and said directly, Uchiha Fugaku is not only the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, but also the captain of the police force. If the police department wants to reform from within, it must first pass Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. This treatment is indeed unique to Uchiha. Is it appropriate for a family to control a department like the police department? Shisui continued to ask. Uchiha Fugaku vaguely guessed Shisui's idea, but immediately denied it because it was too crazy. Asking Uchiha to give up the police department is like giving away the cake in hand. No matter what, the police department is very important to Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a while and said. Uchiha Fugaku didn't know why Shisui had such an idea. No one would support standing against the interests of the entire family. The police department has great power, not just as simple as maintaining Konoha's law and order. The police department does not need exact evidence to arrest people. As long as they suspect that the other party has a criminal tendency, they can arrest and detain them. Whether it is an ordinary person or a ninja, they will be directly escorted to prison after the facts of the crime are found out. Prison is also within the jurisdiction of the police department. However, those are not the greatest powers of the police department. In name, The police department even has the power to formulate Konoha's regulations. Those who really know the business know that this is a good-looking but impractical authority, because the Hokage also has the power to deny the regulations made by the police department, and the Hokage has the greatest power. In other words, regulations that the Hokage disagrees with will never appear, and the power of the police department to make regulations is in name only. Of course, some small details do not affect the status of the police department in Konoha. After all, no department has more power than the Hokage. But will other families really let the Uchiha who has the police department appear as a Hokage? Shisui asked a soul-searching question. The Uchiha already has a bad reputation in Konoha, and they also monopolize a large department. Neither the ninja clan nor ordinary ninjas like such Uchiha. Although this was initially decided by the second-generation Hokage, who made great contributions to Konoha in the eyes of the Konoha ninjas, gave the Uchiha special treatment because of the Uchiha's original contribution to the establishment of the village. You Uchiha should be more conscious, instead of just standing there and not leaving. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Shisui's statement seemed to make some sense. Two powerful forces are easy to arouse fear. I think the police department needs to be reformed. It can no longer be headed by only Uchiha clan ninjas. Other Konoha ninjas must be absorbed into the department, Shisui said. This is an important step for Shisui to ease the conflict between Uchiha clans, and it is a necessary step. This matter is of great importance, and we must take a long-term view, Uchiha Fugaku said hesitantly. The position of Hokage is of vital importance to Uchiha clans, but the police department is also important. The position of Hokage is still far away, but the police department is the interest that is firmly in hand. If the reform of the police department can produce an Uchiha Hokage 100%, Fugaku will immediately convene a high-level meeting. But if he gave up the interests in his hands for the uncertain and distant future, even if he recognized Shisui, other elders would refute it. Shisui sighed in his heart when he saw this. Uchiha Fugaku is strong enough and has good ability to do things, but his indecisive personality makes it difficult for him to make decisions quickly. If Uchiha Fugaku did not have such a personality, with his ability, Uchiha Shenking would not have so many supporters in Uchiha clans no matter how eloquent he was. How is Ichi now? Shisui began to change the subject. He knew that no matter how much he talked to Uchiha Fugaku now, it would be difficult for Uchiha Fugaku to make a decision. It would be better to achieve a good result in a youth martial arts tournament and let Uchiha Fugaku see greater hope. It would be much easier to persuade him at that time. Next time, I have to ask Obito to come along, Shisui thought to himself. Unlike Shisui, Obito really has the dream of becoming a Hokage. Fortunately, he won't fall when running now, and sometimes he will ask about Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku replied with a smile. Uncle Fugaku, Ichi should be fine now. I want to go see him now. Shisui thought for a while and said, why Ichi wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan and how to exterminate the Uchiha clan is still a mystery. Guiding Ichi is also an important task. Ichi is not yet old enough to practice. He only has a period of study time in the morning. The rest of the time is free. Let's go together, Uchiha Fugaku explained. Uchiha Fugaku was very happy to see Shisui and Ichi become friends. When Uchiha Fugaku brought Shisui home, Ichi sat on the corridor in the courtyard and looked up at the sky. Father, brother Shisui, Uchiha Ichi greeted Fugaku and Shisui after he found them coming back. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in response, gave Uchiha Ichi a word and went to the study, leaving space for the two to chat. Ichi, how do you feel during this period? Shisui smiled and sat next to Uchiha Ichi and asked. It's the same as usual, nothing different, Uchiha Ichi answered honestly. Now he reads and writes in the morning, dazes or chats with Uchiha Mikoto in the afternoon, eats and walks in the evening, and goes to bed at 8 o'clock. Brother Shisui, do you want to tell a story? Uchiha Ichi looked at Shisui with a little expectation. Compared with repeating the calm daily routine, the historical stories told by Shisui are definitely more interesting. Okay, but this time I won't talk about history. I'll talk about the deeds of my teacher Hani Umuyu. Shisui thought for a while and said, he wanted Uchiha Ichi to learn from Muyu and become a Sunny, warm and righteous ninja. Uchiha nodded with a curious look. The story between Shisui and his teacher meant that there would be many experiences for Shisui. The first time I met Muyu teacher was on the first day of school at the ninja school. Muyu teacher did not give a formal lecture at the beginning, but told us about the founding of Konoha and the will of fire. Shisui repeated Muyu's lecture content to Uchiha, and a touch of nostalgia flashed across his face. Although only 3 years have passed, a lot of things have really happened. When he first went to the ninja school, he would never have thought that he would become a jonin at the age of 8, nor would he have thought that he would open the 3 Magatama Sharingan so quickly. If it weren't for Muyu, this would be almost impossible to achieve. Uchiha listened to Shisui telling Muyu's deeds one by one. Muyu in Shisui's mouth is very capable, with strong fire escape and a particularly good teaching. However, Muyu, who is gentle to others, occasionally has some bad tastes, such as asking Shisui to attack Asuma, knowing that Obito is stubborn and pretends not to see it, and then scaring Obito with questions. Sounds like a very good person. Uchiha was even more curious about the teacher Muyu mentioned by Shisui. Eastern part of the Land of Rain. The Six Paths Castle is still under construction. Compared to when the ninja clan first arrived, the Six Paths Castle is now the size of a small town. Due to the cooperation with Iwagakure, Inoki sent some Iwagakure ninjas to help the ninja clan build, and also sent some young ninjas to receive training. Muyu had to say that the Earth Escape ninjas were really fast. With the support of Iwagakure, the construction speed increased immediately. I really hope that the martial arts competition will start and end earlier. I watch my companions working but have no time to help. After training, Yahiko sighed as he looked into the distance while replenishing water. He, Nagato, and Konan are still within the age limit and have to participate in the youth martial arts competition as ninja clan ninjas, so they have basically been training for the start of the martial arts competition during this period. So we performed better in the martial arts competition, Konan said as he controlled the paper back into his hand. Although the ninja clan is the organizer of the youth martial arts competition, as a ninja force, the strength of young ninjas is also very important. The better they perform, the more other ninja villages and ninja organizations will pay attention to the ninja clan and the Land of Rain. Yeah, Yahiko nodded, then looked at Nagato and laughed. Nagato, you must win to the end. Don't let others take away the ninjutsu of Sasuke-sensei. Yahiko is still somewhat confident in his own strength, but if the scope is expanded to the entire ninja world, then Yahiko is really not sure of the first place. Nagato is different. Nagato has the eyes of the Six Paths Sage, which is a unique miracle in the entire ninja world. Yahiko believes that Nagato can win everything. I will try my best. Nagato nodded seriously. He has many reasons to take the first place, for Muyu, for the ninja clan, and for the Land of Rain, but there is no reason to lose. It's a pity that Minister Kakazu went out to discuss business, otherwise he would come to help you with combat training. Our strength is still a lot worse than yours. Yahiko stood up and said after feeling that he had rested enough. I was quite moved when I thought of Kakazu Yahiko. At first, Kakazu wanted to capture Muyu for a bounty, but when Muyu took him around, he accepted that he was a member of the ninja clan and made a lot of contributions to the ninja clan with his rich experience and knowledge. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9+ book bar published this novel for the first time. Kakazu led people to deal with things like finding sponsors and merchants entering the martial arts competition. Maybe in another 1,000 years, Mr. Sosuke will become a mythical figure like the Six Paths Sage. Yahiko felt that the deeds of the ninja master in rebuilding the ninja clan would be passed down through the ages. You should practice on your own first, and I will help Nagato practice. Just as Yahiko was thinking about Muyu's deeds, Muyu's voice reached his ears. Mr. Sosuke, don't you have things to do with Iwagakure? I can practice on my own. Nagato didn't want Muyu to work too hard. Nagato didn't know how Muyu managed to do both Konoha and the Rain Country, but he knew it was definitely not easy. On one side is Liang Muiyu, who has defeated many powerful enemies on the battlefield of Konoha, and on the other side is the new legendary ninja master Sosuke of the Rain Country. Iwagakure is resting. I'm not busy now, Muayu replied with a smile. Due to the recent affairs of the ninja clan, Muayu often runs between the two. Although the Yang shadow clone has solved the problem of existence time, it is still as fragile and not stable enough when encountering accidents. In addition, the ninja clan has moved to the eastern part of the Rain Country, which is the closest place to the Fire Country. The time required for Muayu to travel has been shortened a lot. Let me test how well your samsara has adapted. Muayu took Nagato to a relatively open place. Seeing that Muayu insisted on helping him practice, Nagato did not refuse again, but silently remembered Muayu's kindness in his heart. I'm going to take action. Get ready, Muayu reminded, and then quickly began to condense chakra. Lightning release, pseudo-dark. As Muayu completed the seal, a sharp lightning spear flew towards Nagato. Nagato stretched out his palm towards the lightning spear. Shinro Tensei. A powerful repulsive force burst out, and the lightning spear that was originally aimed at Nagato was instantly deflected and hit a large rock beside him, blasting the rock to pieces. Nagato did not sit there and wait for Muayu to attack. He burst out his chakra and rushed towards Muayu, and stretched out his palm again. Tanian. A powerful gravitational force emanated from Nagato's palm, attracting Muayu's body to move closer to Nagato. Whoosh! Almost instantly, Muayu used the body flickering technique to dodge away, and Nagato only sucked in a few rocks near Muayu. Nagato also sucked in the rocks that were shattered by the lightning escape, and then used Shinra Tensei on the sucked rocks. Bang! 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 Exclamation mark. The broken rocks flew towards Muayu at a high speed like a cannonball. But for Muayu, who had a transparent world and white eyes, the attack trajectory of each stone was very obvious, and Muayu easily dodged it. Shadow clone technique. Nagato quickly formed a seal to split into two clones. One of the clones used water escape to create water spears, the other clone injected lightning into the water spears, and Nagato's body used Shinra Tensei again to help the water spears increase their speed and power. This is one of Muayu's teaching results. Although the samsara eye is powerful, Nagato's samsara eye has a fatal flaw. It is not his own, but transplanted by Uchiha Madara. For this reason, Nagato is particularly struggling to use the samsara eye. As a result, even if he has a huge amount of chakra, if he uses the samsara eye with all his strength, his actual performance may be weaker than Kakashi. Nagato's samsara eye is a real double-edged sword. It allows Nagato to have the capital to grow rapidly, but it also causes many disadvantages to Nagato's body. It's okay to use the normal basic ability of the samsara eye. If you use Super Shinra Tensei, or summon and control the Outer Path Demon statue, it will seriously damage Nagato's body and shorten his life. Earth Escape Middle. Earth Flow Wall. Muayu's movements are extremely fast. The huge earth wall rises rapidly and completes the actual combat of defensive ninjutsu before the water spears attack. Boom! Exclamation mark. There were loud noises, and several large holes were blasted out of the earth wall. Water puddles with electric arcs appeared around Muayu. Water style. Great waterfall technique. After easily dodging Nagato's attack, Muayu released the chakra that had been condensed long ago. A huge amount of water rushed towards Nagato. Since Shinra Tensei needed a 5-second cooling time, Nagato had no way to deflect the attack. He could only jump onto the water surface and then quickly use the samsara eye to look for Muayu. At this time, Muayu, who used the water instant body, suddenly flashed behind Nagato and threw a kunai. After dodging the kunai, Shinra Tensei had just cooled down. Nagato did not hesitate and immediately released Shinra Tensei. Bang! Muayu, who was bounced away, turned into a stream of water and exploded. It was a water clone. The next moment, a cold kunai was placed on Nagato's neck. The kunai that had just been thrown out was Muayu's real body. There is still a need to consider the use of Shinra Tensei in battle. If you use it immediately after cooling down every time, it is easy for the opponent to see the flaw. Muayu put away the kunai and commented. He believed that there were two situations in which Shinra Tensei could be used all the time. One was in a must-kill situation. As long as the opponent was killed, it didn't matter if the information was leaked. The other was extremely dangerous. If you didn't use it, you would die. Choosing the lesser of two evils, you would definitely choose to expose the information. In normal combat, Miyu felt that he could be more flexible, such as using it at different intervals each time to make the opponent unpredictable, or giving wrong information to induce, disguising the 5-second cooldown as a 7-second cooldown. Wrong information is more deadly than no information. Well, I remember. Nagato nodded. Although Nagato is bigger than Obito and the others, Nagato's combat experience is not as good as Obito and the others, because Nagato has not undergone formal ninja training, and is not a ninja from the ninja village. Before entering the ninja clan, Nagato's combat experience was only a few battles with wandering ninjas, and they were the kind of wandering ninjas that would be killed by the 5 major ninja villages. Then Miyu pointed out some problems with Nagato's Waxian Danyan, and finally said, Nagato, you can focus on the development of the samsara at present, but you can't give up the nature-changing ninjutsu and taijutsu. It may be that the awakening is not thorough, or it may be that he is not proficient in the awakening. At present, Nagato can only use Waxian Danyan and Shinra Tensei, and the abilities of the Hungry Ghost Absorption Ninjutsu and the Human Soul Extraction are not available. The fastest way for Nagato to improve his strength now is to develop the samsara, even if it is only the basic ability. As long as all the abilities are fully developed, relying on the high status of the samsara itself, there are few rivals in the current ninja world. However, this pair of samsaras is not Nagato's own after all. God knows what Uchiha has left. For better development in the future, Nagato's other abilities cannot be left behind, especially the yang breathing I taught you. You must practice it in the training room for an hour every day. After Nagato practiced the basic breathing to a normal level, Miyu thought carefully and taught the yang breathing to Nagato. Nagato has the sage body of the Uzumaki clan and is born with a strong vitality chakra, which is suitable for practicing yang escape. A stronger yang escape can strengthen Nagato's sage body and offset the side effects of the samsara to a certain extent. I will, Mr. Sosuke. You go and take a rest. Nagato couldn't help but persuade. He rarely saw Miyu idle, as if Miyu had something to do at any time. Then listen to you and take a rest. Miyu smiled and said, sitting next to him and watching Nagato practice. The martial arts venue should be completely completed within half a month, and the next wave of operations can be carried out. Miyu thought in his mind. In order to satisfy the ninja clan, Miyu's plan is very perfect. In addition to the seemingly extremely tempting rewards, Miyu also prepared some other publicity methods. He plans to invite Hanzo as a special guest of the Youth Martial Arts Festival to watch the game with him. The new legend and the previous legend will definitely be on the same stage, and they can also get some of Hanzo's wool. Partners are holding big events, and Rain Ninjas must support them. Last time, many Rain Ninjas came to Miyu's place for class. That night, Miyu asked the Shadow Clone to take a few Ninja Clan ninjas to find Hanzo. Hanzo originally wanted to pretend that he was not there. He was really a little embarrassed to see Miyu now, but thinking of the days of unlimited lectures, Hanzo finally met Miyu in the chief's office. Sosuke, tell me why you are here. Hanzo said calmly, I just want to invite you, Hanzo, to watch the Youth Martial Arts Festival. Miyu replied with a smile, I've been busy with official duties recently, so I don't have time to watch the game. Hanzo refused directly without changing his expression. He didn't want to go. When he sat with Sosuke, he could imagine how other spectators would discuss him. Hanzang is here. Did he send the Rain Ninja to participate in the competition to get the fire escape technique that defeated him? I heard that Hanzo and Sosuke have a grudge. Why are they sitting together? Could it be that Hanzo has been defeated? There must be a lot of people discussing the fact that he was defeated by Sosuke. They may have to talk about it again after the first shot and the first reward are decided. Miyu still had a smile on her face. Senior Hattori, I wonder how good my teaching is? Hanzo's face changed drastically and his mind was shocked. He didn't understand why he was discovered when he disguised himself so well. You know, even the Rain Ninja didn't know he was listening to the class. Hanzo's face darkened after being surprised. Since Miyu discovered him, it was definitely not accidental to ask him to interact. It was intentional. Cursing Miyu in his heart, Hanzo immediately changed his words and said, no matter when it is held, Such a grand event cannot be missed. Hanzo really had no choice. If the news that he disguised himself and lurked just to attend classes for 7 days got out, he would become a laughingstock in the ninja world. Chapter 517 A strong person worthy of attention. After the construction of all the facilities needed for the martial arts competition was completed, Miyu announced the news of Hanzo's watching the competition and various matters of the youth martial arts competition. The youth martial arts competition has undergone many rounds of publicity. People who are interested have been waiting for the specific news of the competition. Once the news was released, people who wanted to participate in the competition or watch the competition rushed to the Land of Rain. In Konoha, in addition to the genius who Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to ask about his intentions, there are also some young ninjas who want to participate in the martial arts competition to gain experience. After all, the registration fee is only 68,900 taels, which is just a small amount of money for ninjas. Even if they can't get the ranking reward, they can also see the legendary ninja master Sosuke. Thinking that leading one team is leading 2 teams is also leading, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned other ninjas who wanted to participate and let Miyu lead the team to the Land of Rain. Your ninja level is rising so fast, even Shisui has become a Jonin. Asuma, who is still a Chunin, couldn't help but sigh. When he graduated, it was when Shisui entered school, but Shisui became a Jonin while he was a Chunin. This promotion speed is really outrageous. Hey, let me tell you the secret of our promotion. Obito laughed. Asuma instantly became interested, and Yui Kurenai also turned her ear towards Obito. First, we need to fight the 7 ninja swordsmen, and then complete some S-level tasks. Obito replied, Asuma's team ... If they meet the 7 ninja swordsmen, they will be promoted to Jonin, but they will be gone. And now there are no 7 ninja swordsmen in Kirigakure, only 2 ninja swordsmen. Kirigakure has no intention of seeking peace, so Konoha certainly cannot return the ninja swords. In order to prevent Kirigakure from using special means to retrieve them, the several ninja swords seized have been in a sealed state. Without ninja swords, there will be no new members, so Kirigakure may only have 2 people for a long time, unless Kirigakure is willing to forge new ninja swords. The secret is very good, but it's a bit useless. Asuma couldn't help but pat Obito on the back. But with you guys participating, the rewards may all go to us in Konoha. I don't know if the people of the ninja clan will mind. Asuma knew how perverted Obito and his friends were. He had been training so hard, but the gap was getting bigger and bigger. When they participated in special training together, Obito was only slightly better than him. By the time of the Chunin exam, Obito could already crush him. Although Asuma had never seen Obito take action, the fact that Obito assisted Kakashi in killing the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon in the Battle of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen was enough to prove his strength. As long as we are not unlucky and meet our own people, we will definitely rank high, Obito said confidently. Various missions and experiences on the battlefield gave Obito enough confidence. Don't underestimate other ninjas in the ninja world. The restriction of the youth martial arts tournament is that you cannot participate if you are over 18 years old, not 12 or 11 years old, Kakashi reminded. Although Kakashi is not conceited, he will not belittle himself. He never denies that he is a genius among ninjas. But Kakashi didn't think he could kill everyone except Miyu's disciples at the youth martial arts tournament, because he was too young, only 11 years old. Other contestants might not be as talented as him, but they had practiced for 7 more years than him, so it was hard to say who was stronger. Kakashi, do you have relevant information? Obito asked curiously. Obito also knew about the age, so he didn't say too much, just said high ranking. Didn't say that he would definitely take the top 2 or top 4, a little bit, but not much. Kakashi shook his head and replied, there are very few ninjas who can become famous in the ninja world at the age of 18. And the last batch of ninjas who became famous at the age of 18 were already over 18, such as Namikaze Minato. So you don't know, then you still pretend to know a lot, Obito complained. He couldn't stand Kakashi's comparison, especially in front of Nohara Rin. Kakashi laughed and said nothing. Since the Shinobi clan's headquarters was not very far from Konoha, Miyu chose to leave at a later time. When Muyu led the team to Lidao City, Lidao City was already very lively. There were many ninjas on the streets, with forehead protectors of various forms. However, the ninjas who came here all had their own purposes. Only a few idiots would go up and cause trouble, but they were also dealt with quickly by the ninjas of the ninja clan, which looked quite harmonious. There are so many people, and there are ninjas from the enemy village, Obito exclaimed. It was the first time he saw so many ninjas from different ninja villages at the same time. At a glance, he saw many different forehead protectors. In terms of the number of ninjas, the ninjas of the ninja army were more and more spectacular than here. But the ninja army all had the same forehead protector, which was a different scene. It shows that the ability of the ninja clan is not bad. Kakashi commented, for the current situation in the ninja world, it is not an easy task to make so many ninjas from ninja villages calm down and not fight. Even if there are only 1 or 2 teams of ninjas, it is normal for them to collide. After handling the accommodation, Kakashi and others formed a team to register. The ninja clan did a good job in guiding the registration office, and Kakashi and his team were able to find the registration office for the Youth Martial Arts Conference easily. However, looking at the crowd gathered together, Kakashi felt that he could easily find it without guidance. There were too many people gathered here, not only the contestants who wanted to register, but also the attendants' companions. It's Hoshigaki Kamen from Kirigakure. Might Guy saw a Kirigakure ninja in the crowd who he had a slight impression of. Hoshigaki Kamen had forced Kakashi and others into a desperate situation in the Death Forest segment of the Chunin exam, and he had also announced his name, so Might Guy remembered him. Are you talking about Hoshigaki Kisame? Kakashi was stunned by Might Guy's call of Hoshigaki Kamen, and recalled carefully before remembering his real name. Ah, isn't it Hoshigaki Kamen? I should be right. I remember that we exchanged a sentence in the 3rd exam. Might Guy recalled again and felt that he was right. Might Guy's confident look made Kakashi a little unconfident. Could it be that he remembered the name wrong? The Kirigakure ninjas are here to participate in the competition, so we'll beat them hard again like we're on the battlefield. Obito saw the Kirigakure ninja who had beaten him once by chance in the Chunin exam. Although he had already completed his revenge in the 3rd round of the Chunin exam, winning again would prove his strength. Such strong chakra. Which ninja village is this ninja from? Kakashi, who had opened the transparent world, suddenly felt a strong chakra. He just thought that since so many players gathered here, there might be strong opponents, but he didn't expect that he would find a master he didn't know when he opened the transparent world. Kakashi calmly changed his position to close the transparent world, but found that the ninja with strong chakra didn't have a forehead protector on his head. No forehead protector, or is he a ninja from a non-ninja village? Kakashi speculated in his heart. It's not that there are no strong ninjas from non-ninja villages, but they are too rare. If there is one under the age of 18, it would be even rarer. Thunder Fang Kakashi, Green Beast Might Guy, Instant Body Shisui, Konoha's geniuses are here. Some ninjas noticed the arrival of Kakashi and his friends. Although Kakashi and his friends are not well known in the whole ninja world, they are still famous in several surrounding countries. Obito looked around for the person who was talking. He called Kakashi and his friends but not him. He looked down on him, right? Unfortunately, there were so many ninjas here, and many of them were chatting. Obito looked hard but couldn't find who was talking. Midorumi and main Jetsu Hazuki looked back when they heard these familiar names. It's really them. The competition pressure is so great. Midorumi frowned slightly. Except for Obito, who was restrained by her, Midorumi fought a little. Kakashi, Might Guy, Shisui, and Midorumi felt that they were all doomed to fail. Might Guy, Hoshigaki Kisame stared at Might Guy. Hoshigaki Kisame still can't forget the crushing defeat that Might Guy gave him in the Chunin exam. Are they the geniuses of Konoha who once defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen? Main Jetsu Kizuki showed an interested look. He thought that if Kirigakure still had ninja swords, he could directly become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, so he regarded Obito and the others as equals. It's Maki from Sand Village. At this time, a ninja from a small ninja village recognized the new Sand Village in the Sand Village team. There are so many talented ninjas from big ninja villages. Some ninjas from small ninja villages had the idea of retreating. Originally, They thought that there might not be many people participating during the war and wanted to come and take advantage of the situation, but after thinking carefully, sending a few young ninja teams would not affect the situation. Although they were not going to participate in the competition, the ninjas who were not participating were also prepared to watch the competition before leaving, adhering to the idea that they were already here. On June 25th, the preliminaries of the youth martial arts tournament began. Spectators were not allowed to watch the preliminaries. For the audience, the elimination rounds after the preliminaries were the official start of the competition. Since the number of participating ninjas exceeded 200, Muyu divided the participating ninjas into 8 divisions, and each division had 4 places to enter the knockout rounds. The qualifiers fought round by round until only 4 players were left. After drawing lots, Obito and the others gathered together to communicate. "I'm number 1 in the 2nd division, how about you?" Obito raised the number in his hand and said first, "Number 15 in the 8th division." Might Guy smiled with shining white teeth. The others all breathed a sigh of relief. If they were in the same division as Might Guy, it would be a bit of luck. "I'm number 1 in the 1st division." Kakashi replied. "I'm number 10 in the 5th division." Shisui said, "I'm in the 4th division, and everyone is in a different division." Nohara said with a smile, "According to the competition system of the youth martial arts tournament, it is a good thing to be in different divisions. Otherwise, if they meet in the first game in the same division, one of them must not enter the knockout round." However, Nohara's worries were unnecessary, because the division of the divisions was manually operated by Muyu. The existence of the preliminaries is to ensure the excitement of the knockout rounds. Muyu separated the stronger ninjas, so that the geniuses would not fail to enter the knockout rounds due to luck. Kakashi, Obito, hurried to the battlefield of the 2nd division. "You are all in the first game," Nohara reminded gently. "The 8 divisions are held at the same time, rather than one division finishing first and then proceeding in order. Well, Zealand, you have to cheer up when you fight." "Zealand, I will go over to cheer you up," Obito encouraged Nohara before leaving. "Obito, you too, don't underestimate your opponent. Even if the ninja is not as strong as you, you have to go all out." Nohara nodded and said seriously, "After the battle, you can collect information about other ninjas." Leaving this sentence, Kakashi left and went to the battlefield of the 1st division. Because Kakashi moved faster, Kakashi stood for a while after he came before the game began. In the first round, the first contestant, Hatake Kakashi, will face the second contestant, Kamiokade Ijuku. The referee quickly read the list in his hand. Whoosh! Kakashi used the instant body technique to reach the battlefield. After hearing his name, Akade Ijuku was stunned when he heard that his opponent was Riga Kakashi. He walked to the battlefield in a panic after the referee read his name for the 2nd time. "What a bad lottery. I was asked to fight Riga." Akade Ijuku cursed in his heart. "The battle begins," the referee shouted after seeing that the players were ready. Swish, swish, swish. Akade Ijuku quickly took out the shuriken from his ninja tool bag and threw it at Kakashi. Although Kakashi had a record of killing the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was already standing on the battlefield, so Akade Ijuku could not just admit defeat. Dang dang. Kakashi chopped off all the shuriken with his white fangs, and then concentrated his breath to burst out at an extremely fast speed. Akade Ijuku only felt that Kakashi suddenly accelerated, and before he could make too many moves, the next moment the short blade of white fang was against his neck. The gap is so big. Akade Ijuku stared at this scene with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He knew he couldn't beat Kakashi, but he didn't expect to lose just by throwing a shuriken. He thought he would have to fight for 2 or 3 rounds. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Number 1 Hatake Kakashi wins. The referee immediately announced Kakashi's victory. Kakashi put away his sword and walked out of the battlefield. He first entered the transparent world state and took a look at the ninjas in the 1st division. After finding no ninjas worth recording, he left and went to the 2nd division. Number 1 Uchiha Obito wins. Kakashi heard the referee's voice announcing Obito's victory as soon as he walked into the second division. Obito, who won the battle, left the battlefield happily and happened to see Kakashi coming. Obito's smile instantly faded a little. He just thought about winning the game and going to Kakashi to cheer for Kakashi, but Kakashi was faster. I'm going to the 3rd, 6th, and 7th divisions to take a look. Do you want to come with me? Kakashi invited. These are the areas where Muyu's disciples are not present. Kakashi wants to go over and observe to see if there are any ninjas worth noting. In fact, there is no need to observe too much in the areas where there are disciples. You can get information by exchanging ideas with each other at night. No, I want to go to the 4th area. Obito refused. Kakashi felt that he might have to observe the 2nd area occasionally. It was not like Obito could collect information like this. That missed ninja. When Kakashi walked to the 3rd area, he saw Maingetsu Kizuki fighting. Kakashi stopped and prepared to watch Maingetsu Kizuki's performance. Maingetsu Kizuki's chakra was not weak either. Fall down. The ninja dressed as Iwagakure waved his long sword and stabbed Maingetsu Kizuki, but Maingetsu Kizuki did not dodge and stood there with a faint smile, looking at the Iwagakure rushing towards him, allowing him to pierce his body with the sharp sword. Turn into water. The Iwagakure ninja was surprised to find that Maingetsu Kizuki had turned into a water man. The Iwagakure ninja quickly pulled out his sword, and the place where Maingetsu had just been stabbed quickly recovered, as if nothing had happened. The Iwagakure ninja wanted to continue to chop Maingetsu, but Maingetsu pointed his hand like a pistol at the Iwagakure ninja. Water cannon technique. Bang! A liquid like a bullet shot out and knocked the Iwagakure ninja to the ground. Maingetsu wins. Maingetsu noticed Kakashi after leaving the battlefield. In the youth martial arts conference, there were only a few ninjas with Kakashi's figure, and with his sparse white hair, he could be easily spotted. You seem to be a disciple of Liang Muayu? Maingetsu asked Kakashi. Yes. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Muayu's disciple was an identity that made Kakashi proud, and there was no need to lie. Then I'm not mistaken. Don't lose before the elimination round. Take Kakashi, Maingetsu said provocatively. Kakashi looked calm. One of Kirigakure's Jinchuriki was killed by Konoha. It was normal for Kirigakure ninjas to hate him, and if Kakashi remembered correctly, Muyu had killed a strong man named Kizuki Zangetsu on the East Coast battlefield. Maybe he had some relationship with Kizuki Maingetsu. You must be confused in your heart. I'm not a stingy person. I'll tell you straight. Kizuki Zangetsu is my uncle. Kizuki Maingetsu replied with emotion. Although we haven't met many times, he is indeed my uncle. Kakashi was a little speechless. Why was he confused? Kizuki Maingetsu looked like a normal person, but his actual performance was similar to that of Obito. Kakashi, who was too bothered, didn't say anything else and quickly rushed to the 6th competition area. Contestant number 3 Sandcrab vs. Contestant number 4 Ueda Hisashi. The first battle in the 6th competition area was a little slower. When Kakashi arrived at the 6th competition area, it was only in the second game of the first round, so his name is Sandcrab. Kakashi stopped and prepared to watch the game. This ninja named Sandcrab was exactly the ninja he had noticed when he used the transparent world before, and he had a powerful chakra in his body. The battle begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Ueda Hisashi took action and rushed towards his opponent with his sword drawn. Facing the attacking Ueda Hisashi, Sandcrab calmly took out a kunai to deal with it. Due to the large gap in strength, Ueda Hisashi was quickly caught by Sandcrab and kicked to the ground. Just when Ueda Hisashi wanted to get up quickly and continue fighting, he was suddenly surprised to find that his body moved by itself. What's going on? Ueda Hisashi was shocked and watched himself stab the knife into his abdomen. The other spectators were also surprised, not knowing why Ueda Hisashi suddenly started to hurt himself. Sandcrab wins. In order to prevent the players from getting into trouble, the referee directly announced the end of the battle. The moment the referee shouted, Ueda Hisashi found that he had regained control of his body, and quickly pulled out the knife and covered the wound. Chakra lines. Could it be a puppeteer? Kakashi, who entered the transparent world state, observed that after Ueda fell to the ground, Several thin lines touched Ueta's body. If we talk about the ninja who plays the chakra lines the best and the most colorfully, it is undoubtedly the puppeteer of Sand Village. A powerful puppeteer can control multiple puppets to attack, which is difficult to resist. Kakashi is a little uncertain, because this ninja named Sand Crab is not wearing a Sand Village forehead protector. The youth martial arts tournament has a huge popularity, and a large number of ninja villages participate in the competition. Winning in the youth martial arts tournament is good for the ninja village and may attract commissions, so there is no reason for the ninja village ninja not to wear a forehead protector. I have to watch it again after the second round of battle, Kakashi thought. With the current trend, he can deal with the enemy faster and should be able to reach the 6th competition area before the sand crab battle begins. Then Kakashi went to the 7th competition area. Don't worry if you don't go there, Kakashi will be shocked once you go there. What a terrifying chakra! When Kakashi used the transparent world to observe Nagato's chakra, he was instantly shocked. Nagato's chakra is not a question of how much or how little. Apart from Jinchuriki, Kakashi has never seen any ninja with such strong chakra. Kakashi felt that he should change the adjective. Among the ninjas he had sensed, there was no one as perverted as Nagato. Because there were so many strong people in Konoha, Kakashi was not a peeping Tom, and he would use the transparent world to see a person. It's a member of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi looked at Nagato's appearance, and gradually recalled some memories in his mind. Kakashi had a deep impression of the Akatsuki organization, because Naruto said that the Akatsuki organization was a terrorist organization that robbed the tailed beasts, but after they investigated in the Rain Country, they found that the current Akatsuki organization was not only not terrifying, but also very positive. Nagato number 19 versus Kurosawa number 20. Kakashi looked at the battlefield with a serious face. Kurosawa was the mist hidden kami he met in the Chunin exam. Although he was not as good as Hoshigaki Kisame and Terumi Mai, he was also pretty good. Water style, mist hidden kami jutsu. Kurosawa retreated quickly as soon as he came on the field, and then sprayed a thick mist to cover the entire battlefield. Wind style, suppression. Nagato calmly formed a seal and spit out a high-pressure wind ball. Whoosh! The wind ball turned into a huge storm the moment it landed, and the thick fog spit out by Kurosawa was blown away by the powerful storm in the blink of an eye. However, the power of suppression was more than that. The powerful high-pressure wind block raged in the field, and the ground was blown to pieces. Kurosawa did not expect that Nagato would use such a terrifying ninjutsu. He was hit by the high-pressure wind block and vomited blood and flew backwards. Kakashi, I beat them hard during the Chunin exam, why are they so bad now? And they were killed in one move. The ninjutsu is very strong, but if it's just this level, it can still be dealt with. Kakashi deduced in his mind, equivalent to Nagato's exaggerated chakra. Nagato's ninjutsu level did not actually surprise Kakashi. Obito and Shisui's fire style, Kakashi's own lightning style, they can all do this level, and they can even be stronger in the breathing chakra state. Come and see again during the second round. Kakashi plans to stay in the 6th and 7th divisions today, except for his own division, to study Nagato and the sand crab. It's hard to say what the sand crab has shown so far, but Nagato is really not to be underestimated just for his chakra and wind escape. P.S. I'm a little stuck, 6K today, but the plot has finally transitioned. Also, I'm asking for monthly tickets. The double monthly tickets have started. Chapter 518. Nagato's terrifying strength. After Nagato's battle was over, Kakashi returned to the 1st division, waiting for the second round to start, and observing the ninjas in the 1st division. Since Kakashi came back late, the first round had already been halfway through, and Kakashi only watched a few games before the second round was about to begin. Kakashi was very calm. According to his observations in several divisions, the average strength of the ninjas in the youth martial arts tournament was actually a chunin. Not to mention them, even Nohara-rin, as long as she was not too unlucky and did not encounter a ninja like Nagato, could easily enter the knockout round. It's easier than I thought, Kakashi thought. Originally, Kakashi had imagined that the much-watched martial arts tournament should be very competitive, and there would be many young talents from the 5 major ninja villages participating. But the fact is not so. Among the more than 200 participating ninjas, the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages are actually a minority. Kakashi was the most clear about Konoha, with a total of 18 participants. On the Kirigakure side, Kakashi only saw the team of Mitorumi, a total of 6 Kirigakure ninjas. Kakashi only saw one team from Tsunagakure, with only 4 members. There were more members from Iwagakure, and Kakashi roughly calculated that there were about 21 members, which was the largest ninja village with the most participating ninjas. Kumagakure had the fewest members, and Kakashi only saw 3 Kumagakure ninjas among the contestants, and he didn't see many other Kumagakure ninjas in the Six Paths Castle. Kakashi thought there were 2 main reasons for this. The first was that it was a wartime period and the situation was tense, and it was impossible for the big ninja villages to send too many young talents to participate in the youth martial arts tournament. The second was the attractiveness of the rewards to different ninja villages. Although the Fire Dragon Dance was now known as the strongest fire escape, the strongest fire escape was still fire escape. For example, in the Kirigakure, there were very few people who used fire escape, and those few fire escape ninjas might not be able to learn the Fire Dragon Dance. In this case, Kirigakure would not have much interest in the youth martial arts tournament. Kakashi estimated that Kirigakure sent out ninjas with the mentality that they were useless, but they couldn't let others take them away. That's good. If a ninja like Killer Bee comes, I'm afraid Kai won't be able to deal with him either. Kakashi nodded secretly. Killer Bee really became famous at a young age. When Kakashi was still a chunin, Killer Bee and the 4th generation I were already famous in the ninja world. Kakashi had encountered the new ab combination twice during the mission, so he knew a little about Killer Bee's strength. The first match of the second round, number 1 Hite Kakashi vs. number 3 Kamiyama Yuji. Hearing the referee's call, Kakashi suppressed his thoughts and walked onto the battlefield. Kamiyama Yuji sighed and walked up to the battlefield with a fearless attitude. Although the battle had not yet begun, based on Kakashi's performance in the last match, the possibility of his winning was 0. Start, flash, swish. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Kakashi immediately concentrated his breathing and pulled out the white fang and charged like lightning. Kamiyama Yuji only felt a dazzling flash of lightning in front of his eyes. He had just taken out the kunai, and the next moment the white fang short blade was placed on his neck. The battle ended very quickly again. Unlike the last one, this time Kakashi's kill was a no-brainer, and in the last one, some people didn't recognize Kakashi. The players below number 8 looked at their numbers and couldn't help but sigh. How could they fight like this? They were already locked in defeat. After the battle, Kakashi didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the 6th zone. He killed his opponents so quickly because he was worried that he would miss the battle of the sand crab if he went too late. The sand crab was number 3, which meant that it would be the first battle of the second round. Fortunately, the battle rhythm in the 6th zone was a little slower. When Kakashi went to the 6th zone, the second round had not started yet, and the last battle of the first round was in progress. Kakashi stood quietly in the 6th zone waiting for the start of the second round. Nagato's number was later, so he was not in a hurry to go to the 7th zone. Number 1 Shusen vs number 3 Sand Crab. Seeing the Kusanagi forehead protector on Shusen's head, the opponent of Sand Crab, Kakashi was a little disappointed. Although there are some capable fighters in the small ninja village, there are too few of them. Kakashi estimated that he might not see more of the Sand Crab's tricks this time. As Kakashi expected, the Sand Crab defeated Shuzo with just physical skills, and he didn't even use the chakra line. Second round, second match, number 5 Momoki Zabuza vs. Hearing the referee's call, Kakashi looked up at the battlefield. If it's that Kirigakure, it should be able to force the Sand Crab to show some of its true skills. Kakashi recalled the battle with Zabuza in his mind. With the strength Zabuza showed at that time, as long as he didn't slack off in the past 2 years, he shouldn't be killed by the Sand Crab with physical skills like the Grass Ninja. Feeling Kakashi's gaze, Zabuza turned around and looked at Kakashi. Are you here to watch my fight? My sword is sharper now than before. The power that Kakashi burst out to protect friendship in the Chunin exam 2 years ago made Zabuza unforgettable. Zabuza has not yet met the person who is worth his life to protect, but he has been training very hard in the past 2 years, not to mention defeating Kakashi. Zabuza thinks that he should be able to let Kakashi feel a little bit of the fun of fighting, because there is still a lot of time before Nagato's battle. Kakashi went to the 4th competition area where Nohara-rin was. Before he reached the 4th competition area, Kakashi heard Obito cheering for Nohara-rin. Kakashi looked for a while and found that Nohara-rin's opponent was at the level of an ordinary Chunin. Nohara-rin only used ordinary physical skills to beat the opponent without any chance of fighting back. Kakashi was not surprised by this. Although Nohara-rin focused on medical ninjutsu, her comprehensive ability was that of a real Konoha jonin. As long as she was not compared with Kakashi and the others, her strength was still not weak. After greeting the two, Kakashi quickly went to the 5th competition area where Shisui was. At this time, Shisui had just finished the battle and walked down the battlefield. Seeing Kakashi coming, he greeted Kakashi. Kakashi responded and then asked, "Shisui, have you found any ninjas in the 5th division that need attention?" Kakashi thought Shisui would write down the intelligence of those ninjas who performed well. "There is a Iwagakure ninja named Chinshi who is quite powerful and has a blood limit of Bukyuton," Shisui replied. "But his number is very low, and I can't meet him in the preliminaries. I suspect that the numbering of this martial arts tournament may not be completely random. They are avoiding strong ninjas from meeting before the elimination rounds." Shisui expressed his speculation. "I investigated several surrounding divisions, and there were no battles that were evenly matched. Either they were crushed or they were almost as weak." "Your guess should be correct." Kakashi nodded, and then told Shisui all the information he had. "It seems that this ninja sect has a large intelligence network. It is normal to know the strength of the geniuses in the ninja villages of the surrounding countries, but if you want to know the strength of all the young ninjas participating in the competition, you need intelligence capabilities, because geniuses don't necessarily have a record of success." For example, before Kakashi and his friends went to the battlefield, they were not very famous even in Konoha village, not to mention the Fire Country or even the ninja world. Even if they had a record of success, as long as it was not at the level of Muyu, they could not become well known in the ninja world. At most, they would become famous in the warring parties, and then the surrounding countries would spread it to a certain extent. Kakashi did not talk too long with Shisui about the battle sequence. After all, this was more beneficial to them overall. After thinking that it might be time for Nagato's battle, Kakashi went to the 7th competition area to watch Nagato's battle. The 5th battle of the 2nd round, number 17 Bianzu Liton vs. number 19 Nagato. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar released this novel for the first time. Kakashi mourns for Bianzu Liton for 0.1 seconds in his heart. There was no way to win against Bianzu Liton. It depended on whether he could hold out for a few more moves so that Kakashi could get more information about Nagato. He is a strong enemy. Bianzu Liton took a deep breath and walked onto the battlefield with a serious face. "Ryutong, come on," Kakashi encouraged, hoping that Ryutong Bingzu could hold on for a little longer. "Since you've come to cheer for me, Kakashi, I can't let you down too much." Ryutong Bingzu was a little surprised to hear Kakashi's voice. After the battle began, Ryutong Bingzu immediately retreated and formed a seal to create 2 shadow clones. The left and right shadow clones rushed towards Nagato in tacit understanding, trying to create an opportunity for the main body to attack. At this time, Nagato also formed a shadow clone. Both the main body and the shadow clone quickly formed a seal with a blank expression. Fire style, head hard work. Wind style, suppress harm. Nagato's main body spit out a compressed fireball in the center of the battlefield. As soon as the fireball landed, the compressed flames inside it instantly burst out and created a sea of fire. Then the shadow clone spit out a high-pressure wind ball. The wind ball hit the sea of fire and turned into a large-scale storm. The wind helped the fire. The fire in the sea of fire immediately became extremely terrifying and engulfed the 2 shadow clones of Ryutong Bingzu. Bingzu Liton's eyes widened, and he almost lost his grip on the long sword and dropped it to the ground. What kind of excellent matching mechanism allowed him to fight against such an opponent? Referee, I give up. Bing Zulitan raised his hand to admit defeat before the sea of fire spread. If he could get close to Nagato, he might still have a chance to fight as he was good at physical skills, but Bing Zulitan's speed was obviously not fast enough to rush to Nagato and hit him with a sword before Nagato released his ninjutsu. Nagato wins. The referee announced the result of the battle. He uses fire jutsu as well as wind jutsu, and he can combine ninjutsu. Kakashi silently wrote down the new information and further increased Nagato's danger level. Next, Kakashi stayed in the 7th division until the second round was almost over before returning to his 1st division. Kakashi still quickly dealt with his opponent as before and quickly rushed to the 6th division where Sand Crab was. Now Kakashi has some information about Nagato, but Sand Crab is really hidden. Apart from a handful of chakra lines, he only has ordinary physical skills. Zabuza found Kakashi coming to watch the fight again, and he subconsciously straightened his chest as he walked towards the battlefield. The battle begins. Mist hidden technique. As the battle began, Zabuza immediately burst out his chakra and spit out thick mist to cover his vision. He had also seen the battle of the sand crab before, and knew that the opponent was not easy to deal with, so Zabuza went all out right from the start. Kakashi frowned slightly. The mist hidden technique, as a secret technique of the mist hidden village, had a very high upper limit. Not only could Obito's Sharingan not see through it, but his transparent world was the same. At this time, Kakashi could not see the battle scene in the thick fog, and could only judge the general situation of their battle based on the sound. Is there no way to deal with the thick fog, or is it okay not to deal with it? Seeing that the thick fog had not dissipated for a minute, Kakashi could not judge which possibility it was. After another minute, there were bursts of fierce fighting sounds, and the thick fog gradually dissipated, revealing Zabuza, who fell to the ground, and the intact sand crab. Kakashi felt helpless. It was not easy to collect intelligence. He had watched 3 games but had not found anything useful. The only thing that was certain was that the strength of the sand crab was not weak. Kakashi watched for a while and felt that he should be able to collect useful information in the 4th game. The 4th round was the last round of the preliminaries. The strength of the ninja who won the 4th round would not be too bad. Moreover, according to the sequence number, the opponent of the sand crab's last battle would be Iwagakure, and he would not start by creating a fog to cover his vision. Nagato's opponent in the 3rd round was also average. Nagato still relied on the wind and fire combination ninjutsu to kill the opponent instantly. Kakashi did not get any new information. After the 3rd round, they did not immediately enter the final 4th round of battle. Instead, they took a 3-hour break and then had the last round of battle 3 hours later. Kakashi and others used this break to eat together and exchange information with each other. Kakashi first told all the information he had collected, and then waited for the other disciples to take over. It turns out that there are other members of the Akatsuki organization who also participated in the martial arts meeting. I saw the Akatsuki leader Yahiko in my competition area, Obito said after hearing Kakashi talk about Nagato's information. He seems to be good at water-style ninjutsu. I've only seen one of his battles, so I'm not particularly clear, Obito said honestly. Kakashi looked at him sideways. He thought Obito would spend all his time in the division where Nohara Rin was. He didn't expect Obito to collect intelligence, although not much. After Obito finished speaking, Nohara Rin and Shisui also talked about the situation in their divisions. It seems that there are no noteworthy opponents in my division. Might Guy touched his chin and thought seriously. Might Guy felt that no one in the 8th division could catch his golden skyline. If Obito said this, Kakashi would think that Obito was really pretentious, but if it was Might Guy, there was really nothing wrong with it. After all, Might Guy burst out with all his strength to use the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the rock-breathing chakra mode, which is more powerful than 4 ninja swords. After the 4th round began, since Sand Crab was also the first game, Kakashi directly split a shadow clone to collect intelligence in the 6th division, and the main body returned to the 1st division to compete in order to prevent missing key intelligence. P.S. Please give me double the monthly votes. There is another chapter in 4K that will be released around 1 o'clock. I checked it today and found some errors in yesterday's content. I have corrected it. Kakashi has actually met Nagato, but they have never communicated. Yahiko, Obito and others have also met him, but only Shisui has met Konan. Chapter 519. Is the ninja master related to Nagato's darkening? Sand Crab vs. Stone Bear. Shadow Clone Kakashi stared at the battlefield. This was the last round of the preliminaries. After the preliminaries, there would be a day off before the elimination rounds. Sand Crab walked into the battlefield with a calm face as before, not looking nervous at all. Sand Crab's opponent Stone Bear, on the other hand, looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Although Sand Crab did not use exaggerated large-scale ninjutsu like Nagato, the way Sand Crab easily solved the enemy every time made Stone Bear dare not underestimate him. Earth Style, Rock Cannon Technique. Stone Bear quickly formed a seal and spit out a stone at Sand Crab, which quickly grew in size as it flew, like a cannonball. This was the Legion ninjutsu of Iwagakure. It was extremely powerful when used together by the Iwagakure ninja troops, and it was also a good offensive ninjutsu for a single player. Sand Crab's face remained calm, and he took out the scroll while dodging Iwagakure's attack. The next moment, an old man with a scorpion-like iron spike on his back and a hunched body appeared on the battlefield and ran towards Shizong at a high speed. Puppet Master. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, such a method is undoubtedly the puppet technique developed by the second-generation Kazekage. Is this guy a traitor from Sand Village? Kakashi was suspicious. Although the development of puppet masters is no longer unique to Sand Village, there are basically no powerful puppet masters who have made a name for themselves outside of Sand Village. At least Kakashi has never heard of one. The puppet master level shown by Sand Crab is quite extraordinary. Just by releasing a puppet, he quickly suppressed his opponent Shizong. Even an outsider like Kakashi can detect Sand Crab's proficiency in controlling puppets. With such a level of puppetry at the age of no more than 18, Kakashi finds it hard to believe that the other party is a wild one. For a ninjutsu school like puppetry that has not appeared for a long time, the level of the teacher is very important. Of course, since there is no evidence, Kakashi cannot report Sand Crab, and at most he will pay more attention to the other party. Under Scorpion's exquisite puppetry, Ishikama was soon forced into a desperate situation and lost the battle. Sand Crab wins, and advances to the knockout round. After the referee announced the result of the battle, Scorpion quickly put away the puppet, ignored everyone and walked directly outside. He had no interest in anything here. The reason why Scorpion came here was just because the fourth place had a chakra knife worth tens of millions of taels. He wanted to melt the chakra knife and use it to make puppets. Scorpion didn't care about other contestants and had no intention of collecting intelligence. His only goal was fourth. In fact, Scorpion felt that if he used his full strength, it would be easy to take the first place. After all, he was one of the few people in the ninja world who had killed a shadow. However, Scorpion had no such idea at all. First, the reward he needed was the fourth place reward, and second, he might not be able to receive the prize even if he used his full strength. Scorpion was able to participate in the competition using other people's identities. Although he was not wanted by Sunagakure, there were Sunagakure ninjas at the martial arts meeting. If he took out the puppet of the third Kazekage, Sunagakure would definitely summon ninjas to hunt him down immediately. Scorpion didn't want to be exposed before his goal was achieved. As the shadow clone had watched Scorpion's battle, Kakashi's real body went directly to the competition area where Nagato was. Nagato's fighting style was still so simple and unpretentious, and the powerful ninjutsu bombardment forced the opponent to surrender. Nagato, let's go. Yahiko's competition should be almost over, Konan said to Nagato. She and Nagato were players in the same competition area, but her serial number was very high. Nagato nodded and went to the competition area where Yahiko was with Konan. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression when he saw this. This female ninja with strong strength should also be a member of the Akatsuki organization. Because the Akatsuki organization is still harmless, Kakashi did not think too much and went to find several other companions who successfully advanced. The preliminaries are over. Nohara Rin put her hands together and smiled gently. Before the battle, Nohara Rin was actually worried that she would not be able to advance to the knockout round. After staying with Kakashi and the others for a long time, Nohara Rin always felt that she was very weak and was just a powerless nurse. After playing 4 rounds in the preliminaries, Nohara Rin's confidence returned all of a sudden. She just felt that those opponents were too weak. Even the opponent in the 4th round could not withstand her explosive punch. Hehe, Zealand. You performed very well. Many contestants were shocked. Obito couldn't help laughing when he thought of Nohara Rin's punch that cracked the ground and the onlookers were stunned. Obito felt that it was not the fault of other contestants for their lack of experience. Who would have thought that Nohara Rin, a girl who looked soft and cute, had such strange power? It's okay, I'm still a long way from you. I need to keep working hard. Nohara Rin waved her hand and smiled. She didn't get swelled because of the preliminaries. Nohara Rin felt that one day when other disciples would not subconsciously exclude her for protection during the Civil War, her strength would be something to be proud of. Since the preliminaries were over, ninjas from the same ninja village began to communicate with each other, and Konoha was the same. There are many strong ninjas in this youth martial arts club. It's normal that you didn't advance because of bad luck. Asuma comforted Yui Kurenai, who was eliminated in the 4th round. Only Asuma advanced from their team, and the other 2 were eliminated. Indeed, by Anzulaton's side, he was just a typical person with bad luck, encountering a pervert like Nagato. I'm afraid only Kakashi and his team have a chance to defeat that Nagato. Byain-Zulaton thought to himself. In Byain-Zulaton's mind, only perverts can defeat perverts. Although Asuma is still a genius, he is obviously not Nagato's opponent. Asuma, a Burame Shiwai. So Konoha has 10 ninjas advancing, which is almost 1/3 of the positions in the elimination round. Kakashi listened silently and calculated the total number of Konoha ninjas advancing in his mind. Kakashi estimated that someone should encounter ninjas from the same village in the 1st round of the elimination round. There are too many ninjas from Konoha who have advanced. When the Konoha ninjas returned to the hotel, Kakashi exchanged information with other Konoha ninjas and told the other Konoha ninjas the information they collected. After all, this is a competition within the ninja world, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water will be watching. The more Konoha ninjas advance, the more face Konoha will have, and it will also be convenient to get the daimyo's gold coins. At the same time, Nagato and his team were also listening to intelligence. There are many geniuses coming to Konoha ninjas, including Hotai Kakashi, who is good at lightning escape swordsmanship. In the entire preliminaries, all opponents were killed by Hotai Kakashi in one blow. In addition, there is Uchiha Shisui, who is good at illusion fire escape, and Might Guy, who is good at physical skills. Kakazu said the intelligence collected by the ninja clan referee. Minister Kakazu, isn't it a bit bad for us to do this? Yahiko scratched his head and said, although collecting intelligence is also a part of ninja fighting, using the referee's intelligence always feels like cheating. Why is it bad? They are all collecting intelligence. What's the difference? Hotai Kakashi performed very well in this regard. He ran around after the battle. He watched all of Nagato's battles. Kakazu replied indifferently. Nagato's expression remained unchanged. The intensity of the preliminaries was too low. He didn't use any of his Samsara Eye abilities. It didn't matter if Kakashi saw him. Nagato, you're welcome. As for Yahiko and Konan, besides the Konoha ninjas I mentioned, you also have to be careful of Midorami and Maingetsu Hazuki from Kirigakure, as well as Hoshigaki Kisame, Feldspar's explosive escape technique, and the sand crab using puppetry. Kakazu continued. Although Yahiko and Konan were strong, there were indeed many tough ninjas who entered the knockout rounds. Kakazu estimated that it would be difficult for Konan and Yahiko to even make it to the quarterfinals. There are always people who are better than you. Yahiko sighed. Before the game started, he felt that he would definitely get a good ranking. But now, after listening to Kakazu's information, Yahiko felt that even if he succeeded in the quarterfinals, the top 16 would be okay. If he was eliminated in the 1st round, it would mean that he was unlucky. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu _bar released this novel for the first time. I will take the first place," Nagato said in a deep voice. Even if the opponent is Muyu's other disciples, Nagato will never give up the first place. The more talented ninjas come, the more it can prove the value of the youth martial arts tournament. He not only wants to win the first place, but also win the first place in a strong manner, so that those ninja villages and ninja organizations know that the ninja sect is not only about the ninja master Sasuke, but also his disciples are excellent. If you want to make trouble in the Rain country in the future, you should first weigh your own strength to see if you can withstand the combination of the ninja sect and the Rain ninja. The morning of the second day after the preliminaries, the elimination round of the youth martial arts tournament officially began. This time is very different from the preliminaries. The elimination round will be held at the martial arts venue built by the ninja sect specifically for the youth martial arts tournament. The martial arts venue is a circular venue that can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. However, due to the short construction period, the style is relatively rough, and exposed rock walls and mud walls can be seen everywhere. Fortunately, the house decoration in the ninja world is not very developed at present, which can be explained as the characteristic architectural style of the Land of Earth. In a sense, it was true. This was indeed built with the help of the Iwagakure ninja. A large number of spectators entered the venue one by one with tickets they had bought in advance. Among them were ninjas and nobles and wealthy businessmen. When ordinary spectators entered, the daimyo of the Rain country and the daimyo of the Fire country were surrounded by a group of noble officials and ninjas and went to the best seats in the first row. Muyu's shadow clone was also among them. At the same time, Muyu and Hanzo also began to enter. However, their seats were not in the audience seats, but at a high point where they could observe the overall situation of the venue. It's not that the daimyo didn't deserve to sit there, but that the daimyo could basically only play by snapping his fingers when sitting there, and couldn't see the game clearly at all. Teacher Sosuke, a ninja who had attended the class before, greeted Muyu loudly. Many ninjas who passed the class came to the martial arts meeting, if for no other reason, to support Muyu. But these front row seats are really expensive. A ninja sighed. Just think of it as paying for a course from the top ninja world masters, and also giving away a ticket to a ninja world level event. The ninja next to him replied. The ninja who complained about the high price thought about it carefully. And it was true. Thinking of this, the money was not wasted. Muyu smiled and responded to the ninja who greeted him. Master Hanzo. There was also a Rain ninja who thought that he could not let his leader lose his reputation, so he shouted. Hanzo kept a stern face and didn't say anything. He just wanted to walk to his seat and watch the game until the end. He didn't want to hear people talking about him being defeated by the first reward. At this time, the battle had not started yet. The contestants were also at the venue. When they heard that the ninja master Sosuke and the demigod Hanzo had arrived, they all looked towards Muyu. This is the ninja master. He looks older than Muyu teacher. As expected, Muyu teacher is stronger. Obito opened his Sharingan and looked at him carefully for a few times and came to a conclusion. Kakashi's initial observation focus was also on Sosuke, until he noticed the expressions of Nagato, Yahiko and others not far away. Kakashi found that Nagato and Yahiko looked at Sosuke with extraordinary respect, just like Obito looked at Muyu. Could it be that the ninja clan has some connection with the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi had a guess in his mind. Kakashi has always been puzzled as to why the Akatsuki organization, which is concerned about peace and seems to be extremely positive, would become an evil terrorist organization in the future. He felt that the ninja clan might have played some unknown role in it. There is still too little information. Yamato should write down all the future events. Kakashi wanted to deduce, but found that the amount of information was not enough. He didn't know what the end of the ninja clan was, nor did he know what happened to the ninja master Sosuke in the future, so naturally there was no way to infer the relationship between the ninja clan and the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi decided to train Yamato well after returning to Konoha. He was really ignorant and unconsciously wrote down all the future events. Looking at Yahiko and then at Obito, Kakashi thought of a way. Kakashi secretly poked Obito, who was chatting with Nohara-rin, with his finger. Obito, who was interrupted, looked at Kakashi with an unhappy face. Kakashi glanced at Yahiko, then at Sosuke on the platform, and finally at Obito. You really know how to order people around. Why don't you go ask yourself? Obito couldn't help but complain. Kakashi's meaning was very clear. He asked him to ask what the relationship was between Yahiko and Sosuke, the leader of the ninja clan. But now Kakashi didn't have any vice captain status. How could Obito listen to Kakashi's orders? Obito liked to say no to the self-righteous Kakashi the most. Kakashi didn't say anything, but just silently took out a photo from the ninja tool bag. Obito's face changed instantly and he grabbed Kakashi's hand and pressed it back. There were so many people at the scene. If it got out, wouldn't it be embarrassing to the ninja world? Oh my god. I like asking people questions the most. Obito could only curse Kakashi in his heart and then agreed. Kakashi then put the photo back in the ninja tool bag. Foolish people have their uses. Obito's innocence can sometimes work wonders. Once in the land of rain, Yahiko and Obito had a very pleasant conversation. P.S. Please vote for me for the double update. Zyuger will work hard to update Gojo Satoru's face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. Some are happy while others are sad. Yahiko, long time no see. Obito reluctantly walked forward and greeted. Hearing someone calling his name, Yahiko looked back. Long time no see, Obito. Yahiko replied with a smile. Although he had only met Obito once, Yahiko had a deep impression of Obito, because Obito said that he would become the Hokage and end the war. And Obito was also a ninja that Kakazu needed to pay attention to in his intelligence. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet here. Obito walked to Yahiko and said, "Yeah." Yahiko nodded, and couldn't help laughing when he thought of something. Haha, but it seems that our reunion is a bit early. Neither of us is famous in the ninja world. When they met, Yahiko and Obito agreed that the next time they heard about each other, they would be famous in the ninja world. In this situation, it is obviously a failure. Both Yahiko and Obito are only famous in their own circles, and have not been famous in the ninja world. Aren't we on the way to becoming famous in the ninja world? If we both enter the finals, wouldn't we be famous? Obito replied with a smile. The youth martial arts tournament is different from the joint Chunin exam of the ninja village. It has really attracted great attention in the ninja world. If you can get the first place, it is definitely a name in the ninja world in terms of publicity. Indeed, Yahiko thought about it and it was true. With the popularity of the youth martial arts tournament, the top two would definitely get great attention. Zealand, have you seen my photo? Have you lost it? Kakashi deliberately raised his voice and asked Nohara-rin. He saw that Obito seemed to be so excited about the chat that he forgot that the purpose was to gather intelligence. No. Nohara-rin turned around and looked around and answered. Obito successfully extracted the keywords of the photo, remembered Kakashi's order, and quickly asked, "Yahiko, do you know the ninja master Sosuke, who organized this competition? He is very famous in the ninja world recently." Sensei Sosuke. Of course I know him. I am one of the first followers of Sosuke. Yahiko answered proudly. Under the leadership of Mr. Sosuke, the land of rain is gradually getting better and moving towards peace and stability. Kakashi listened to Yahiko's words and fell into thought. It was obvious that Yahiko was now a die-hard fan of Sosuke and had even joined the ninja clan. Based on Nagato's expression when he looked at Sosuke, Kakashi estimated that he was similar to Yahiko. The Akatsuki organization will become the evil organization that captures the tailed beasts in the future, which is very likely related to Sosuke. Kakashi speculated in his heart. The current Akatsuki organization is too different from the future Akatsuki organization. Such an extreme change is obviously not a normal development trend. Kakashi believes that the leaders of the Akatsuki organization have experienced some kind of major changes in their lives, which has led to such a huge contrast between the entire organization before and after. Obito, how is your journey to become a Hokage? Yahiko asked. Obito scratched his head, still working hard. Becoming Hokage is Obito's dream, But Obito actually doesn't know how to become a Hokage now. He has never heard of any Hokage exam, and he can become a Hokage by passing it. Come on, as long as you work hard, you will definitely have a chance, Yahiko encouraged. Yahiko thought it would be a great thing for Obito to become Hokage. After all, how could a peace-loving person be a bad guy? Contestants, please go to the lounge to draw lots and prepare for the battle. The staff of the ninja clan came to the waiting area and shouted. Seeing this, Yahiko and Obito stopped communicating tacitly. Obito returned to the team and went to the lounge with Kakashi and others. As soon as they arrived at the lounge, the staff of the ninja clan brought out a big box for the contestants to draw numbers one by one. Number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4, and so on. If you defeat your opponent, you can advance to the next round. The ninja clan staff explained the rules. The rules of the youth martial arts tournament are the most simple and unpretentious, so no one stood up to raise questions. After all, such a simple and straightforward rule explanation is redundant. So late, Obito looked at the 30 wooden sticks written on his hand and felt that his luck in drawing the number this time was average. Number 30 means that except for the first round, all the battles behind him will be the last one. Lin, what are your numbers? I'm number 30. Obito walked directly to Kakashi and Nohara Rin and asked. After everyone draws a number, the ninja clan staff will register it immediately. It is impossible to exchange or change it. It is information that will definitely be made public. I'm number 13. Nohara Rin replied. Number 15. Kakashi replied briefly. Obito's eyes widened. The two numbers were so close. If they both advanced to the second round, they would meet in the next game. The white-haired man who was born evil actually stopped Shaolin in the second round. Obito complained in his heart. Originally, Obito thought that Nohara Rin had a certain probability of entering the top 8. In addition to the few who were also Muyu's disciples, only Nagato showed super strong suppression power, and the puppet master was just suspected to be strong. But Nohara Rin's luck today was obviously worse than Obito's. She met Kakashi in the second round. No, maybe it's Kakashi's bad luck that implicated Zeolin. Thinking of Kakashi's threat to do something, Obito cursed Kakashi in his heart again. How could there be a problem with the kind and beautiful Nohara Rin? It must be Kakashi's fault. My number is 11. The numbers are very close. Kakashi, is this the bond between close friends? Might Guy shouted excitedly after the draw. Kakashi made a simple calculation in his mind and his expression became a little serious. If he and Might Guy both advance to the third round, they will meet in the quarterfinals. Too little chakra. More chakra will allow more tactics. Kakashi subconsciously deduced the battle with Might Guy in his mind, and then shook his head. Wuxian Yadao consumes too much for him. Kakashi can't use it if the chakra consumption is slightly more, but it is difficult to create an opportunity to attack without consuming chakra. Might Guy, who superimposed the 8 gates of ninjutsu and rock-breathing chakra, not only has absolute power, but also has a very fast speed. In contrast to Kakashi, Obito felt his eyes brighten. Might Guy is number 11, and he is number 30. Which means that Obito can only meet Might Guy in the finals. Kakashi can still bet on the sword of no thought, but Obito really has no way to deal with Might Guy now. Under normal circumstances, the probability of him winning against Might Guy is 0. I am number 19. Shisui came over and reported his number. The elimination round is about to begin. Players, please pay attention to the broadcast in the lounge. There is a battle order list on the screen. The staff of the ninja clan reminded. As soon as the staff of the ninja clan finished speaking, the big screen in the lounge lit up, showing the order of the 16 battles in the first round from high to low. Number 1 is actually that Nagato. Maki saw the first battle on the big screen, and then looked at the number 2 in his hand. His face changed slightly. There was a sand-hidden ninja who was assigned to the division where Nagato was in the preliminaries, so Maki knew that Nagato was a tough character. Nagato glanced at the big screen casually and then retracted his gaze. He didn't care who his opponent was, because he would keep winning until the end of the game. He is good at large-scale ninjutsu, mainly using wind escape and fire escape. Maki began to think about countermeasures based on Nagato's intelligence. You can keep dodging and wait for the opponent to show a flaw, and then look for an opportunity to attack at close range. Maki is a ninja who specializes in wind escape, but he does not pursue the attack range, but mainly pursues the lethality of wind escape, striving to kill the enemy with one blow, as long as he seizes the opportunity to output, no matter what kind of disadvantage he has fallen into before. Maki is confident to turn the tables. Kakashi did not look for his opponent first, but looked down from the first. Sand Crab is number 8, which is a good draw for us. Kakashi saw Sand Crab's name in the 4th game of the first round. If Nagato and Sand Crab both advance, then they will meet in the quarterfinals at the latest, and then neither Nagato nor Sand Crab will be able to continue to hide their strength. In the first game, number 1 Nagato versus number 2 Maki. Please enter the venue quickly. The referee's voice came into the lounge. Nagato said hello to Kon and Yahiko and left the lounge and walked towards the central battle venue. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus _ Maki, keep up the good work. Yura encouraged. Sunagakure didn't send many people, and only the 2 of them advanced to the knockout round. If Maki lost, he would be the only one, and the pressure would be different instantly. I'll try my best, Maki replied in a deep voice and walked out of the lounge. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Maki could clearly feel a lot of eyes on him. Maybe Lord Kazekage should pay more attention to it, Maki thought to himself. He felt that if he wanted to participate, he had to be serious, or he would just not get involved. If he didn't do well, he would think that Sunagakure was not strong enough. There were only 2 ninjas who entered the knockout round, and it was not certain when they would be eliminated. Hanzo on the high platform narrowed his eyes after seeing Nagato, and recalled some not-so-good memories. If Nagato was weaker that day, and if there was no Kakazu, perhaps his encirclement plan would not have failed miserably. Hanzo sighed slightly. It was indeed not so disastrous, but it would still fail, because even if he was reborn and came back again, he would not be sure to kill Sosuke. Going against someone like Sosuke is asking for trouble. If Hanzo is really reborn, he will most likely kick Shimura Danzo out of the door and give Sosuke a title to help him become famous. In this way, not only will they not become enemies, but Hanzo can also be half a level higher than Sosuke. After all, he gave him the title. The root members and the audience quietly picked up the small notebook to record the information about Nagato. Huang Tu shook his head when he saw this. He knew that Nagato's strength was strange after watching the siege. Nagato had surpassed ordinary ninjas by a lot. After knowing that Nagato was among the contestants, Huang Tu knew that the ninja clan would not let other forces take away the first prize. The contestants in the lounge looked at the battlefield intently when they saw that the game was about to begin. Intelligence plays an important role in ninja battles. For participating ninjas, watching the game is actually a part of the game. Whoever can collect more intelligence from the details of the battle will gain a greater advantage in the next battle. The battle begins. The referee shouted immediately after seeing that the 2 were ready. Swish, swish, swish! Maki did not move forward or backward rashly, but chose to take out his shuriken and shoot at Nagato. Wind style, suppress. Nagato still chose to use the tactics from the preliminaries, taking advantage of his huge amount of chakra to use a large-scale ninjutsu to suppress. A large amount of wind attribute chakra was compressed into a small ball and spit out from Nagato's mouth. Whoosh! The moment the wind ball was spit out, the field was gusty. The high-density wind ball exploded and caused a huge storm with terrifying destructive power. The ground was also torn apart under this storm, and mud and stones flew and dust and fog rose everywhere. It's so strong. Maki was secretly shocked. After all, hearing information from others is not as direct as seeing it with your own eyes. At this moment, he understood why the sand ninja was vaguely afraid. This wind style is really scary. Maki activated all his chakra and retreated quickly. In this case, he could only avoid the sharp edge and look for opportunities. Anyway, this was his original battle plan. Fortunately, the battlefield was wide enough, and Maki managed to withdraw from Nagato's attack range with decisive actions. Earth style, mountain and earth technique. After failing to hit, Nagato continued to make hand seals without changing his expression. Miyu had taught him many high-level ninjutsu of the 5 major properties, but this was just the beginning. Boom! Maki only felt a tremor of the earth and mountains, and the ground on both sides suddenly cracked and rose up, pressing towards him at a high speed. Maki didn't care about anything else, and burst out with a speed beyond the limit to escape and avoid being crushed into the fate of Maki. The mountain and earth technique is not very useful in this situation, Huang Tu commented. The mountain and earth technique is Huang Tu's specialty. Unless the opponent is very large or there are teammates to contain him, the hit rate of the mountain and earth technique is worrying. Of course, the power is really great, as long as he is hit. Huang Tu thinks that there are few people in the entire ninja world who can withstand it. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. When Maki escaped from the squeeze of the mountain and earth technique, the fierce sea of fire surrounded Maki again, completely putting Maki in a desperate situation. Nagato wins. The referee announced Nagato's victory. Maki wiped the hot sweat off his face. Without any resentment in his heart, he lost this battle with conviction. Their strengths were too different. Nagato chased him from the beginning of the battle. It was unrealistic to find Nagato's flaws as expected. Dealing with Nagato's ninjutsu had consumed all his energy. P.S. It's broken. It's really 2.5 Satoru. Today, I have an inexplicable backache and a writer's block. I can't write it no matter what. Sure enough, I shouldn't have set a flag. It's all because of Lao Satoru. Not. Let me report the progress of the extra. At present, the framework outline is ready, and only the specific content needs to be filled in. I will try to finish writing some of the Naruto extra stories before mid-May. The main story is still updated every day, and the extra stories will be added later. The Naruto extra story in May is the Pain story, which is probably about Naruto versus Pain and Breathing of the Sunday. I am currently thinking about whether to combine the extra stories into one chapter, as it is not very nice to have a lot of extra stories in the main text directory. Chapter 521, Kill with One Punch. The power of the Rain Country ninja has developed quite well. This ninja named Nagato looks very strong, the daimyo of the Fire Country said to the daimyo of the Rain Country who was sitting next to him. The daimyo of the Fire Country did not know anything about chakra control and nature change, but every ninjutsu of Nagato could bring great damage, and the special effects were full, which looked not simple. Indeed, the daimyo of the Rain Country smiled and nodded in agreement. He suddenly felt that this ninja sect was not bad, at least it could earn him some face. Even ordinary people could sense how powerful Nagato was, so the participating ninjas were even more so. The same is true for Earth style, so is it possible that he is also proficient in lightning and water style ninjutsu? Kakashi thought carefully and found that Nagato was very likely to be proficient in 5 types of ninjutsu, because in addition to the fire style that defeated Hanzo with the reverse attribute, the most commendable thing about the ninja master Sosuke was his mastery of 7 types of chakra nature change ninjutsu. Now that Nagato is learning from Sosuke, it is not impossible for him to master multiple chakra nature change ninjutsu. When estimating the enemy's strength, of course, you should estimate it as high as possible. It is better to overestimate than underestimate. What exactly is the power of that sage's eye? In fact, what Kakashi cares most about is the 6 paths sage's eye on Nagato. Kakashi can feel the fatal threat from that eye just by using the transparent world to perceive it. It depends on whether a Burame Shiwai and Sand Crab can force him to use more tricks next time. Kakashi thought after taking a look at the battle list. A Burame Shiwai drew the number 3. A Burame Shiwai only needs to win the next battle, and then she will meet Nagato in the second round. It's a bit troublesome to beat him to enter the semifinals. Scorpion took a casual look out of boredom and found that Nagato's strength was not ordinary, and he was stuck in the ranking he wanted. If Nagato was his opponent in the semifinals, Scorpion would either give up directly or lose. Anyway, he just wanted a chakra knife, but Nagato became a stumbling block for him to advance to the semifinals, and Scorpion had to think about how to defeat Nagato without being exposed. Scorpion is not afraid of a turret ninja like Nagato, because Scorpion is good at poison. No matter how powerful your ninjutsu is, if you are accidentally poisoned by Scorpion, you will be doomed. Number 3, Aburame Shiwai vs. Number 4. The referee's voice soon came into the lounge again. Aburame Shiwai raised her sunglasses with her fingers and walked towards the battlefield silently. The other Iwagakure ninjas who were called said hello to their companions and quickly followed. The result of the battle did not surprise Kakashi. Aburame Shiwai won. Although he had never fought with Aburame Shiwai, Kakashi knew that Aburame Shiwai was also asked by Sarutobi Hiruzen for advice, and her strength was definitely not weak. The battle soon went to the fourth game of the first round. When Kakashi heard the name read by the referee, he concentrated his mind. Number 7, Yahiko vs. Number 8, Sand Crab. Yahiko, be careful of his hidden weapons. Puppet masters like to use poison, Nagato reminded him. Well, I know. After all, he is also the one that Minister Kakazu has reminded him of. Yahiko nodded and said with a smile, Kakazu had provided enough information. If he still lost, it could only be because of his own lack of strength, and he could not blame anyone else. Yahiko, come on, Konan encouraged. I will try my best to win the battle, even if I can't enter the finals, as Obito said. I will try my best to reach the quarterfinals. It's still a bit embarrassing to lose in the first round. Yahiko laughed and walked towards the battlefield. If Yahiko advances to the quarterfinals, his next opponent will be Nagato. Yahiko knows the gap between the two, so he thinks that reaching the quarterfinals is a success. Moreover, there are many powerful ninjas in the Youth Martial Arts Association. If he can reach the quarterfinals, Yahiko thinks he can treat Konan and Nagato to a meal to celebrate. The battle begins. Water style, great waterfall technique. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Yahiko quickly formed a seal with his hands and then jumped up and sprayed a huge water ball towards Scorpion. He wanted to use the great waterfall technique to create favorable conditions for performing water style. Scorpion still maintained an indifferent expression, stepped back a few steps, took out the scroll and took out the higurashi stored in the scroll, dodging the impact of the water flow while controlling the higurashi to attack Yahiko. Water style, water clone technique. Yahiko was worried about the poison on the puppet, so he used the instant body technique to distance himself and then separated two water clones, wanting the water clones to deal with Scorpion's puppet. Facts proved that Yahiko's worries were not unreasonable. The moment he dodged, Scorpion's puppet opened its mouth and spit out a large number of high-speed flying poison needles. If Yahiko had not distanced himself in time, there would be no way to avoid such fast poison needles at close range. Then Yahiko's water clone rushed towards Higurashi, while Yahiko himself attacked Scorpion himself. The best way to deal with a puppeteer is to attack the main body, because the puppeteer's main body is not as hard as the puppet. Water style, water spear. Yahiko formed a seal in his hand to condense a vortex of water flow, and the water flow rotated at high speed and then changed into three long-handled water spears that shot towards Scorpion at a high speed. This is the water escape technique developed by Muyu, which focuses on penetration. The sharp water spear did not cause any fluctuations in Scorpion's heart. While he controlled the Fuyuhu with one hand to use the tail sting to deal with the water clone, he took out another scroll with a puppet and summoned the puppet, controlling the defensive puppet to block the incoming water spear. Seeing this, Yahiko asked a water clone who was dealing with Fuyuhu to hold the new puppet, and the main body used the water instant body technique to rush towards Scorpion at a high speed. Scorpion did not want to entangle with Yahiko too much. After taking out the second puppet, Scorpion took out two more puppets and controlled four puppets to fight at the same time. Yahiko, who was originally charging at a high speed, braked immediately. He was not sure that he could break through the defense line of the two puppets and defeat Scorpion. Yahiko's offensive was temporarily suspended, but Scorpion launched a fierce attack, controlling three puppets with one hand, attacking and defending in an orderly manner and defeating one of Yahiko's water clones at a very fast speed. At the same time, Fuyuhu on the other side also eliminated Yahiko's water clone, and rushed towards Yahiko under Scorpion's control. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed, and Yahiko was surrounded by four puppets. What's wrong with this ninja called Sand Crab? There is no young ninja in the village who can achieve such control skills. Maki, who was eliminated to the audience, was shocked when he saw Scorpion's puppet manipulation. Although he was a ninja specializing in wind escape, he often saw his teammates or elders use puppetry and had a lot of knowledge about puppetry. Maki couldn't believe it. Their sand village was the origin of puppet masters, but they were actually surpassed by a wild-style puppeteer who jumped out of nowhere in puppetry. No, why is his puppet manipulation so similar to those in the village? Could he be a disciple of a rebellious ninja in a certain village? Maki then found something wrong. Scorpion's puppetry didn't seem to be wild-style, but pure sand village puppetry. This sand crab is really not simple. He can control 4 puppets at the same time and make the puppets so agile. Kakashi in the lounge raised Scorpion's threat level by 1 level. As a puppeteer, Scorpion obviously has extraordinary strength. Kakashi is looking forward to the 3rd round of battle. Who will be better, the ninjutsu turret or the puppeteer with a large number of people? Yahiko. Konan showed a worried look. Scorpion's true strength is even stronger than what Kakazu predicted in the intelligence. Under the pressure of the 4 puppets, Yahiko didn't even have time to use the water escape technique to counterattack. The various hidden weapons on the puppets made Yahiko exhausted. Sand crab wins. In the end, Yahiko fell under the siege of the puppets. After the referee announced the result, Scorpion immediately put the puppet back into the scroll and walked back to the lounge. I really lost in the first round. Yahiko looked up at the sky and couldn't help scratching his head. Even though he was a relatively thick-skinned person, his cheeks couldn't help but blush. Not long ago, he was still discussing with Obito about sprinting to the finals and becoming famous in the ninja world, but he was kicked out in the first round. Soon, a ninja from the ninja clan carried Yahiko away for treatment, and the referee also called out the names of the next group of players. Number 9 Hoshigaki Kisame vs Number 10 Yura. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Hoshigaki Kisame and Yura both walked into the battlefield quickly. Now I am the only Sand Village ninja left in the elimination round, and I must win the battle no matter what, Yura thought firmly in his heart. Although Uchiha did not seem to take the youth martial arts tournament seriously, Yura felt that since they were participating in the Sand Village, the results could not be too bad. Yura had a good idea, but he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame. After the battle began, even though Yura showed a high level of resilience, due to the gap in hard power, he was still defeated by Hoshigaki Kisame within 2 minutes, and was bitten all over by Hoshigaki Kisame's water shark. After the referee announced the result of the battle, Hoshigaki Kisame did not look at Yura again, and walked straight back to the lounge. Might Guy number 11 vs. Feldspar number 12. Might Guy, how have you improved after fighting against the 7 ninja swordsmen? Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Might Guy walking towards the battlefield with a serious expression, because the Kirigakure concealed the details of the defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been staying in the land of water, did not know the specific results of Might Guy's battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen. He only knew that Might Guy, under the leadership of Muyu, had fought a battle with the 7 ninja swordsmen and won a big victory. Finally, Feldspar's turn. Seeing the genius of Iwagakure appear, Huang Tu showed a simple smile on his face. Feldspar is the strongest among the ninjas sent by Iwagakure to participate in the youth martial arts tournament, and Huang Tu has high expectations for him. You are unlucky to meet me. Feldspar couldn't help but smile as he looked at the one in front of him. There were 21 ninjas from Iwagakure participating in the youth martial arts tournament. There were ninjas from Iwagakure in almost every competition area, and all the ninjas who advanced were basically collected by Iwagakure. According to the information from the preliminaries, Might Guy is a ninja who specializes in physical skills. He has not used any ninjutsu in the 4 battles. And Chengshi happens to be the most restrained by physical skills ninjas, because he developed the direction of Bakujin in the same way as Gary. He used physical skills Bakujin. If he fought against him in physical skills, he would really be beaten to pieces. The battle begins. 8 gates of ninjutsu. The wound gate. Open. Might Guy immediately opened 4 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and a large amount of chakra continued to pour out to strengthen his body strength. Might Guy's sudden burst of powerful aura surprised Chengshi a little, but he didn't care about it. Ninjas can defeat the strong with the weak by relying on restraint. Chengshi condensed a large amount of chakra on his fist and then took the initiative to attack and rushed towards Might Guy. Might Guy had heard Kakashi's information a long time ago and knew that Chengshi was a Bakujin ninja. He was on guard and condensed a large amount of chakra on his legs in advance. Whoosh! Boom! Exclamation mark! Chengshi's fist, which was condensed with explosion chakra, suddenly smashed into the ground where Might Guy had just stood, creating a hole. With this strength, he should be able to enter the rock-breathing chakra mode, Might Guy analyzed in his mind. Although he is a physical ninja, Might Guy does not fight recklessly. With the destructive power shown by Chengshi, he can completely rely on the defense of the rock-breathing chakra mode and the protection of chakra to resist, and at most he will suffer some superficial injuries. The breathing chakra mode can accelerate the recovery of injuries, and superficial injuries are nothing to him, if there is no poison. Explosion punch! Chengshi condensed chakra again and rushed towards Might Guy, and issued a provocation. If you have the guts, come and fight with real men's physical skills with fists and flesh. Might Guy couldn't help laughing. He really hoped that the person who said this to him was Kakashi. Okay, this is very youthful, then come on. Might Guy concentrated his breathing to the extreme without dodging and entered the rock-breathing chakra mode, and his momentum surged again. Konoha hand blade. Might Guy gathered a huge amount of chakra on the palm of his right hand, and dispersed a part of the chakra to protect his body, and then rushed forward towards Chengshi. Win! Chengshi was overjoyed. He didn't expect Might Guy to be so easy to hook. If Might Guy kept running, he really couldn't do anything, because his speed was indeed much slower than Might Guy. Might Guy ran very fast, and Chengshi was eager to seize this rare opportunity. Rushing towards Might Guy at full speed, accompanied by a gust of wind, the two figures met. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded, mud and rocks flew everywhere, and thick dust and smoke enveloped the figures of the two. Bang! The next moment, a figure flew out of the yellow fog at a high speed, and hit the hard wall at the edge of the battlefield like a cannonball, leaving a large dent mark on the wall. Huang Tu's eyes widened, and his perspective was just right to see the figure flying backwards. Huang Tu stood up in disbelief and checked again to make sure he was not seeing things. How is it possible that the genius of Iwagakure was killed in one punch? No matter how outrageous Huang Tu thought it was, this was what had just happened. The genius of their ninja village's explosive style was defeated by a taijutsu ninja from Konoha with one punch. Might Guy wins. The referee announced Might Guy's victory after he had the long stone pulled out of the wall with difficulty. P.S. Please vote for me. There will be another chapter later, which may be released around 2:30 or 3 o'clock. Chapter 522 Intelligence Kakashi. The lounge was silent, except for Kakashi and Obito who knew Might Guy's strength. Only Nagato and Sasori could remain calm because of their own strong strength. The other players were all surprised by Might Guy's strength. With such strength and speed, he has become much stronger. Hoshigaki Kisame's pupils shrank slightly and he was surprised. And how did he block the explosion just now? What puzzled Hoshigaki Kisame the most was Might Guy's current state. Might Guy, who won, had no obvious injuries except for some damage to his clothes. He didn't look like he had directly resisted the explosion of the explosive release. He looks more like a monster than last time. Fortunately, I won't meet him before the finals. Midorumi was relieved. The number she drew was 25, which was towards the back. Either she would not meet Might Guy, or she would meet him in the finals. But Midorumi said to be honest, if she could enter the finals, she would not care who she met, because she had already exceeded her goal. Midorumi's goal is to be in the top 4. If she gets a prize for ranking, whether it's 3rd or 4th, it's not in vain. He does have some brute force. Manzuki Hazuki admitted that Might Guy's physical skills are indeed very strong, but with me here, you can't surpass the top 8. The secret water transformation technique of the Hazuki clan is specifically designed to counter all kinds of physical attacks. No matter how strong the physical skills are, They can't work when they encounter the water transformation technique. So even if Might Guy shows a super strong physical skill level, Manzuki Hazuki is confident of winning. Manzuki Hazuki is number 16. He and Might Guy advance to the top 8 at the same time, so they will meet in the top 8. Thinking of this, Manzuki Hazuki looked at Kakashi. Kakashi is number 15 and is his opponent in the first round. Noticing Manzuki Hazuki's gaze, Kakashi glanced back indifferently. Miyu has proved with his record that the lightning sword technique is a good way to deal with the water transformation technique of the Hazuki clan. For the ninja who is restrained by him, Kakashi will try his best to maximize his advantage. Number 13 Nohara Rin vs. Number 14 Grey Rock. After Might Guy walked into the lounge, the referee's voice soon reached the lounge again. Lin, come on, you must believe in yourself. In fact, you are very strong. Obito encouraged Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin's opponent was not the strong man they collected intelligence about, but just an ordinary Iwagakure who passed the preliminaries. Obito felt that Nohara Rin could do it. Well, thank you for your encouragement, Obito. Nohara Rin smiled gently and stood up to go to the battlefield. In fact, Nohara Rin is not as lacking in confidence as Obito thought. The 4 preliminaries gave Nohara Rin an understanding of the overall level of the martial arts tournament. Although she is not the top 1, she can be regarded as above average. No matter what happens in the battle, you must stay calm, and there will be no problem, Kakashi reminded. Thank you Kakashi for your reminder. Nohara Rin smiled and waved to her teammates and walked into the battlefield, getting ready for battle. The fight begins. When the referee called out the start, Huayan immediately stepped back and threw several shuriken at Nohara Rin. Huayan was not deceived by Nohara Rin's weak appearance. With intelligence, he knew that Nohara Rin had strong physical skills that did not match her body shape and appearance. Dang dang. Nohara Rin immediately took out a kunai from her ninja bag and shot down the shuriken. In addition to her medical expertise, her basic skills were also very solid. Earth Style, Rock Pillar. As Huayan quickly formed hand seals, the ground where Nohara Rin was standing shook. After Nohara Rin noticed it, she immediately concentrated her breathing to increase her body strength and jumped up. The next moment, rock pillars protruded rapidly. Earth Style, Rock Cannon Technique. Huayan took the opportunity when Nohara Rin could not dodge in the air and spit out a stone. The stone quickly grew larger as it flew like a stone cannonball. Super Power Punch. Nohara Rin suddenly blasted out her fist that was condensed with chakra. Boom! Exclamation mark. Under the huge force of Nohara Rin, the stone shell was shattered, and some bloodstains appeared on Nohara Rin's fist. Nohara Rin stood on the stone pillar and performed medical ninjutsu on herself. In an instant, the slightly injured palm became intact. Huayan frowned. This was not easy to fight. The enemy was not only a master of individual skills, but also mastered medical ninjutsu to heal himself. Just as Huayan was thinking quickly about how to fight Nohara Rin launched an attack. She concentrated a large amount of chakra on her feet, then kicked the rock pillar created by Huayan and smashed it towards Huayan, and then ran while quickly forming seals. Water Style Middle. Water Wave. Nohara Rin sprayed a huge stream of water nearly 1 meter thick from her mouth, allowing the water to move forward with the rock pillar. Water Wave is a very basic water style, but if the water style is solid enough, it can also be very powerful. Earth Style Middle. Earth Flow Wall. Huayan did not move rashly, but chose to use defensive ninjutsu to create a thick earth wall on the ground. Boom! The rock pillar hit the earth wall hard, but still failed to break through the defense of the earth wall. Then something that Huayan didn't expect happened. The water flow that came with the rock pillar actually changed its form again under the control of Nohara Rin, and turned into a water dragon that crossed the earth wall and hit Huayan. Terumimai's eyes widened. This was her skill. When did this female ninja from Konoha learn it secretly? Whoosh! Nohara Rin seized this opportunity to use water to approach Huayan and ended the battle with a strange punch. Nohara Rin wins. When Nohara Rin returned to the lounge, before she could share the joy of victory with her teammates, the referee quickly read out the name of the next group. Number 15 Hutake Kakashi vs. Number 16 Main Jetsu Kizuki. Hearing her name, Mainjutsu Kizuki immediately stood up, raised her head and chest and walked towards the battlefield. Mai's mouth twitched, feeling that the prodigy of her own ninja village was a little sick. How could he look like he had won before the fight even started? This is a taboo. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 +_. Kakashi, come on, Nohara said with a smile after taking a breath. Kakashi nodded in response and also walked towards the battlefield. My dear friend, I look forward to competing with you in the quarterfinals. Might Guy encouraged Kakashi with his own words. Although Might Guy's words sounded very arrogant, and he was sure that he could enter the quarterfinals before the first round was even halfway through, all the ninjas in the lounge felt that there was no problem. Without him, Might Guy had the capital to be arrogant. So far, a total of 7 battles have been fought. Might Guy is the fastest person to end the battle. Even Nagato is slower than Might Guy, and this is based on the fact that his opponent is not weak. Kakashi's forward steps paused slightly, and then continued to move forward. Obito couldn't help laughing twice. He guessed a little about Kakashi's current mood, so he was very happy. Kakashi, just wait to be punished. Obito was in a very happy mood. Since the youth martial arts tournament was held close to the original time of the Civil War, the Civil War was cancelled and the 2 disciples with the worst performance in the youth martial arts tournament were punished instead. Since Nohara had never participated in the Civil War, she set her own goal this time, and the goal Nohara set herself was to enter the knockout round and not be eliminated in the first round. Obito was glad that Nohara did not set a big goal for herself. If there were more goals like the top 8, Nohara would have to be punished. Midorumi focused her attention on the battlefield. Although Mainjutsu Kizuki was a little neurotic, she was a real genius and was trustworthy in terms of strength. Standing in the center of the venue, Kakashi looked up at Sosuke, the organizer of the martial arts tournament. Sosuke, what is your purpose? Kakashi was very curious about Sosuke's purpose in holding the martial arts tournament. Is it because he has an excellent student like Nagato, so he feels that his ninjutsu will never be taken away by others? But if the second customized ninjutsu is not developed well, the reputation of the ninja master will be damaged. When Kakashi thought of the connection between Nagato and Sosuke, he thought of the evil Akatsuki organization that would bring disaster to the ninja world in the future, so he had a headache. There were too many problems to solve, and he knew so little. Kakashi suppressed his chaotic thoughts and looked at Mainjutsu. At present, his strength was not enough to interfere with the level of ninja masters, so he should do the things in front of him first. The battle begins, the referee shouted immediately after seeing that both of them were ready. Swish. Mainjutsu quickly drew out the sharp blade and burst out chakra to cut towards Kakashi. Clang. Kakashi calmly drew out the white fang short blade to block the incoming sharp blade, and the short blade and long sword collided with a crisp metallic collision sound. Water style. Great water arm technique. Mainjutsu concentrated all the water in his body on his right arm holding the knife. After being strengthened, the muscles of his right arm instantly bulged, and his strength increased explosively. Kakashi, who suddenly felt a little pressure, concentrated his breathing to increase his strength, and then quickly withdrew to the back. Water style. Water cannon technique. Hazuki Mainjutsu raised his left hand to make a pistol shape, and a drop of liquid flew out from the fingertips of Hazuki Mainjutsu's left hand and shot towards Kakashi's chest at high speed. But Kakashi was so cautious that he entered the state of the transparent world at the moment of retreat. All of Hazuki Mainjutsu's actions were within Kakashi's expectations. He slightly turned his body to avoid the water drop that was like a bullet. He actually dodged it. Hazuki Mainjutsu was surprised at Kakashi's reaction ability. Swish! Exclamation mark. While dodging, Kakashi threw several shurikens at Hazuki Mainjutsu. Hazuki Mainjutsu saw that they were ordinary shurikens, without any changes in properties and without detonating tags, so he stood there without dodging, trying to lure Kakashi to launch further attacks. However, Kakashi, who knew some information about the water transformation technique, would not be fooled. He just secretly concentrated his chakra and watched the shuriken pass through Hazuki Mainjutsu's body and shoot to the ground. TSK, it's really boring. Hazuki Maingetsu saw that Kakashi was so cautious and took the initiative to attack again. The intelligence is almost gathered, it's my turn to attack. Kakashi has already figured out the approximate strength of Maingetsu Kizuki and has thought of a battle plan. P.S. I wanted to finish writing about Kakashi's battle in one go, but it's too late. Sorry. Chapter 523, Killing Intentions Against Kakashi. Kakashi took a deep breath, and kept concentrating his lightning breathing, entering the lightning breathing chakra mode. Lightning flashed around Kakashi's body, and the light danced with the rhythm of his breathing, like a dancing lightning snake, strengthening Kakashi's body, making Kakashi's body's strength and speed continue to increase. As his breathing deepened, the lightning on Kakashi's body became more dazzling, and a powerful aura appeared, blowing away the dust and smoke around him. After noticing the huge changes in Kakashi, Manzuki stopped moving forward, holding the long sword in his hand tightly, and began to retreat. Although Kakashi likes to use the lightning-breathing chakra mode as an auxiliary move of the Wuxiang sword, the lightning-breathing chakra mode itself is actually a very powerful ability. Not only can it activate the body and greatly improve physical ability, it can also improve the nature of the lightning attribute chakra. Using thunder release not only does not require hand seals, but the power will be even stronger. However, the problem of chakras always makes Kakashi have to make trade-offs. He must carefully use the ability that can play the greatest role in battle. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. Just as Maingetsu was thinking about what kind of move Kakashi was using, Kakashi shot two kunai at Maingetsu at an extremely fast speed, and they were kunai with the nature of lightning attributed chakra changes. Bang! Maingetsu chopped at the incoming kunai with a knife in one hand, and shot water drops in the other hand to intercept it. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi did not make any hand seals, and without warning, he spit out sharp lightning at Maingetsu. Boom! Maingetsu did not expect Kakashi's next move to come so quickly. He tried his best to use the water transformation technique to dodge, but he was still affected by the lightning. Due to the nature of lightning, Maingetsu could not maintain a completely water-transformed posture, and the parts affected by the lightning were severely damaged. You actually have a hidden lightning release without a seal. Maingetsu felt the pain coming from his body and his face became ugly. He knew that Kakashi had mastered lightning release, and he had been on guard against it, but he didn't expect Kakashi to be able to perform lightning release so quickly. The information he had about Kakashi didn't show that he had such ability. Maingetsu Kizuki didn't have time to think too much. He retreated with difficulty, then raised his hand to release ninjutsu. Water release, water sleet. A large number of water drops like raindrops formed in front of Maingetsu Kizuki's palm and flew out. Thunderbolt flash, super speed. Kakashi was not a person who liked to give his opponent a chance, and he immediately used his strongest move besides Wuxiang Yudao. He gathered all his strength, and his body was tense like an arrow about to leave the string. Boom! Exclamation mark. Thunder and lightning roared, and all the strength exploded at the moment when the lightning attribute chakra exploded. Kakashi rushed out like a streaking lightning, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Bang! Before Maingetsu Kizuki could see Kakashi's figure clearly, Kakashi had already arrived in front of him and placed the white fang short blade wrapped with endless lightning on his neck. Maingetsu Kizuki could clearly feel the arc of electricity dancing on it. Lost? Maingetsu Kizuki's eyes widened. He didn't expect that he would lose so badly in the first round. Maingetsu Kizuki felt very frustrated. He still had many wonderful uses of the water transformation technique and many moves that he hadn't used yet. How could he lose like this? But Maingetsu Kizuki was also somewhat convinced, because Kakashi's strength and combat ability were very strong, and he was not someone he could defeat at the moment. Take Kakashi wins, the referee announced. This speed is quite interesting. If it can be faster and stronger, maybe there is a chance to snatch the first place from Nagato. Hanzo shook his head with some regret. Judging from Kakashi's performance, he is undoubtedly a super genius, but Kakashi is a few years younger than Nagato, and has a disadvantage in training time. Otherwise the final result of the youth martial arts tournament would be hard to say. Hanzo really wanted a dark horse to appear in the youth martial arts tournament and take the first place, because that would definitely make Sosuke's expression very funny. He thought his disciples were strong enough, so he set his strongest ninjutsu as the first prize, but Cheng Yejin showed up halfway and took the first place. Hanzo really found it funny just thinking about it. Hanzo, why are you laughing suddenly? Is it that your Rain Ninja players are going to play? I seem to remember that no Rain Ninja entered the elimination round. Am I wrong? Kakazu, who was sitting on the left of Miyu, asked curiously. Hanzo's face, which was originally smiling slightly, froze in an instant, and then returned to its original expressionless face. Since Hanzo was going to watch the youth martial arts tournament as a special guest, many Rain Ninjas participated in the youth martial arts tournament. I don't know if it was because their strength was too poor or they were unlucky to meet a strong person. All the Rain Ninjas fell in the preliminaries, and no one advanced to the elimination round. For Hanzo, this is a bit embarrassing, because he was against Sosuke, and the Rain Village was against the Ninja Clan. As a result, Nagato, Yahiko and Konan sent by the Ninja Clan all advanced, while more Rain Ninjas all fell before the elimination round. In terms of the next generation of talented ninjas, there is a big gap between the Rain Village and the Ninja Clan. Hanzo stared at the battlefield that had not yet started with an indifferent look on his face, hoping that the battle would start and end quickly. If he returned to the Rain Village, he would feel uncomfortable staying in the Six Paths Castle. Seeing the referee announce the winner, Kakashi retracted the White Fang short blade and walked towards the players' lounge. When Kakashi walked back to the lounge, many ninjas in the lounge were still recalling Kakashi's thunderous slash in their minds. What's going on? I feel that the gap has widened after practicing so hard for so long. Terumi Maya was a little confused. During the Chunin exam, she felt that Kakashi was just so-so. Although he was stronger than her, he was not without a chance of winning. Now Kakashi, Terumi Maya felt really terrifying. Terumi thought from another perspective. If she were replaced, she would not be able to dodge Kakashi's lightning-fast slash. The only way Terumi could think of was to release the Mist Hidden Art in advance. Her Mist Hidden Art was very high, and most of the detection methods in the ninja world could not break the effect of her Mist Hidden Art. How could this happen? Terumi was very depressed. At this moment, she felt like Kakashi scored 75 points in the last exam, while she only scored 70 points. After working hard for a long time, she scored 80 points, and Kakashi scored 95 points. Judging from the results, Terumi has made progress, and the progress is not small, but the actual gap between the two is even greater. It's worthy of Kakashi. Although he is stronger, he is still so steady. Noharalin put her hands together and said with a smile, if Kakashi wanted to pursue the fastest speed to solve the opponent, Kakashi could have used all his strength to defeat Maingetsu Hazuki from the beginning, and it might take less time than Might Guy. But Kakashi did not do this, but chose to test the intelligence first and then solve the enemy in one go. Nohara-rin felt that Obito needed to learn this from Kakashi. Based on Nohara-rin's understanding of Obito, when the opponent's strength was weaker than his own, Obito would usually choose the most impressive fighting style. Obito curled his lips. You just want to show off. If you have the ability, cut twice more. With Kakashi's chakra, if he cut twice more, someone would have to carry him into the lounge. Hotake Kakashi, what is his relationship with Konoha White Fang? Hotake Tsukumo. Scorpion's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but glance at Kakashi, who was walking over. Before the elimination round, he didn't care about all the contestants, so naturally he couldn't pay special attention to a strange Konoha ninja. Now Scorpion carefully analyzed the appearance of Hotake Kakashi, and suddenly found that this young ninja named Hotake Kakashi was very similar to Konoha White Fang. The person Scorpion hated most in his life was the ninja called Konoha White Fang. Because it was Konoha White Fang who killed his parents, so he lost the warm embrace of his parents from then on. One of the main motivations for Scorpion to learn puppetry was to kill Konoha White Fang to avenge his parents. However, fate played tricks on him. After Scorpion mastered puppetry, the news of White Fang's suicide soon spread to the Sand Village, and Scorpion lost his big goal in life. Scorpion had no revenge to take because his enemy was already dead. For this reason, Scorpion was depressed for a long time and felt that his life had lost its meaning. Child of Konoha White Fang, well, your father killed my parents, so I will kill you. Scorpion's silent heart of revenge burned up. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. At this moment, he no longer cared about the so-called chakra knife worth tens of millions. If he could avenge his parents, what would a few materials for making puppets mean? Although the transparent world was closed, Kakashi was very sensitive to the smell of crisis. He suddenly felt a subtle killing intent and subconsciously scanned the lounge. Because of Kakashi's amazing performance, many ninjas in the lounge were looking at Kakashi. Kakashi took note of everyone's expressions, but for a moment he couldn't figure out who had the killing intent against him. No, I can't do it here. Scorpion made a calm expression and suppressed his killing intent. There were a lot of young geniuses gathered here, and there were also ninjas from the ninja clan. Scorpion was not sure if he could kill Kakashi in this situation. Kakashi's speed was too fast just now. As long as he failed to kill with one strike, Kakashi could escape at a very fast speed. When the ninja master Sosuke and the demigod Hanzo attacked together, Scorpion would find it difficult to escape unscathed, let alone kill Kakashi. He had to find a suitable opportunity, just like he killed the third Kazekage. Who is it? Kirigakure, Iwagakure, or Kumagakure? Kakashi thought about the ninja who had the killing intent against him. According to normal logical thinking, it must be the ninja villages that were fighting with Konoha. Among the 3 major ninja villages, Kakashi thought that Kirigakure was the most suspicious, because Kakashi had killed many Kirigakure on the battlefield on the east coast, and it was possible that some of them were relatives and friends of Kirigakure who participated in the competition. Secondly, Kakashi and his people were more famous in Kirigakure than in other ninja villages, and it was not impossible that Kirigakure would find an opportunity to assassinate their own ninja village when they participated in the competition. Although he knew that someone wanted to kill him, Kakashi was not panicked at all, because his 4 teammates were around him, and Miyu was not far away. If they wanted to kill him, even if Mizuno Tsukihan and the 7 ninja swordsmen were resurrected, they would not be qualified. Be careful next time, someone may want to attack our Konoha ninjas. Kakashi sat down next to his teammates and wrote this sentence on a piece of paper. When Obito saw this, his eyes widened and he wanted to say something. Kakashi raised his finger in front of Obito's mouth and shook his head slightly. At present, they were facing the enemy in the open and in the dark, and they could not expose the fact that they had discovered the enemy's intentions. Shisui scanned all the contestants without leaving a trace, looking for suspicious ninjas. Nohara tensed her body, ready to gather chakra to fight at any time. We have enough strength here, so there is no need to worry too much. Kakashi wrote another sentence. Nohara thought about it and it was true. Might Guy and Shisui were both there, and now they were an elite team of 5 jonin. The game was still going on in an orderly manner. After Kakashi's battle, there was a battle between an Iwagakure ninja and a Kumagakure ninja, and the final result was that the Kumagakure ninja narrowly won. Then it was Shisui's battle, and Shisui's opponent was also an Iwagakure. Shisui won this battle very easily, and he easily defeated the Iwagakure ninja by just using the Sharingan illusion. This made Huangtu in the audience very sad. Although many Iwagakure ninjas advanced to the knockout rounds, most of them lost in the first round. Later, Kakashi saw their acquaintance, Asuma, who came to participate in the competition with them. Kakashi felt that Asuma's position was a bit awkward. Asuma is not weak, but he is not weak. Asuma did not have much trouble to defeat his opponent in the first round of the elimination match, but Asuma is not strong enough. Although his strength is a bit embarrassing, Kakashi thinks Asuma is likely to enter the quarterfinals. Because Asuma drew a good lot, he will not meet 2 strong ninjas before the quarterfinals. Everything depends on the comparison. Asuma is not good compared with them, but compared with most of the contestants, his strength is quite good. In addition, Mitorumi, who was suspected by Kakashi, also advanced to the second round. Obito, who was in the second-to-last battle, broke out the flame-breathing chakra mode at the beginning of the battle, and defeated the opponent of Rock Village with a large-scale fire escape. The two players in the last game were not ninjas from the Great Ninja Village. One was a ninja from the Grass Ninja Village, and the other was a ninja from the Frost Ninja Village. In the end, the ninja from the Grass Ninja Village was superior and won the game. This made Kakashi sigh at the disparity in the world. Some people played against Nagato and Might Guy in the first round, and some played against the Grass Ninja in the second round. Obito's lot was too smooth. The first round of the elimination match is over. Since the players in front are resting while the players behind are fighting, the players behind can also rest in the second round, so the half-time break is not long, and the second round of battle officially begins half an hour later. Fight again from the first long gate in order. P.S. I was too sleepy today, and I almost fell asleep while typing. It's really outrageous. I almost rolled my face on the keyboard while typing. It should be the backlash of staying up late last night. I will only update once today. I will write more tomorrow and try to make up for it. Chapter 524, The Mysterious Ability of the Samsara. Nagato number 1 vs. Shiwaya Burame number 3. The referee's shout announced the start of the second round. Nagato and Shiwaya Burame walked quickly to the battlefield to prepare for the battle. Kakashi stopped talking to his teammates and looked at the battlefield with a serious look. Although it was a bit outrageous, the biggest obstacle for them to win the first place now was not the ninjas from other big ninja villages, but Nagato and the Sand Crab. The battle begins. The moment the referee shouted, Shiwaya Burame immediately injected a large amount of chakra into the large gourd with a large number of secret insects behind him. The swarm of insects like a tide broke the plug and turned into 5 black clouds to press towards Nagato. Facing such a powerful ninja like Nagato, Shiwaya Burame did not dare to hold back at all and attacked with all her strength. Fire style, head turning. Nagato made a seal with a calm face and spit out a fist-sized compressed fireball towards the ground. Whoosh! The moment the fireball hit the ground, all the compressed flames inside burst out, and the raging flames gushed out from it, suddenly transforming into a sea of fire blocking Nagato and Shiwaya Burame. Wind style, suppress. Then Nagato formed a seal and spit out a wind ball. A fierce and powerful storm appeared on the field, and the wind helped the fire. Even though Burame Shiwai deliberately controlled the insects to fly high, they were still engulfed by the storm with flames. At the same time, Burame Shiwai had to retreat at a high speed to dodge the attacking flames. Secret technique, insect clone. After a little thought, Burame Shiwai separated 2 clones composed of parasitic insects, and ran with the clones on the edge towards Nagato. He had to get close to Nagato. Otherwise it would be a gamble on which of Nagato's chakra and his insects would be exhausted first. Fire style, head hard work. Seeing this, Nagato spit out fireballs again, preparing to form a sea of fire to block Burame Shiwai from approaching. Secret technique, insect trickster technique. This time Burame Shiwai did not choose to retreat. He first controlled the parasitic insects to throw the 2 insect clones towards Nagato, and then covered his body with chakra, releasing the parasitic insects as much as he could to wrap himself. Layer after layer of black insectides enveloped Burame Shiwai, forming a large black ball rolling in the sea of fire. Whoosh! Crackling, crackling, boom. The insect shells made a slight crackling sound under the high temperature of the flames, and the whistling of the flames and the rolling sound of the insect ball intertwined to form a unique symphony that could inspire people's inner courage. The ninjas in the lounge looked at the battle site in surprise. Even the other Konoha ninjas did not expect that the silent companion would have such courage and choose such a tough offensive. Nagato was also a little surprised. If the insects did not resist, even if he did not want to kill people, Burame Shiwai might be burned to death in the sea of fire. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Nagato temporarily ignored the rolling black ball in the sea of fire, and continued to form seals and spit out sharp lightning spears to attack the insect clones that were thrown. Because they could not use the force in the air, the 2 insect clones failed to dodge Nagato's lightning release and were all cut in half by lightning release. But the chopped insect clone did not disappear. The body of the parasite insect that was swept by the lightning escape fell to the ground, and the surviving parasite insects formed a dark cloud and continued to rush towards Nagato. Nagato was a little surprised. It was his first time to fight against the ninja of the Aburame clan. He didn't expect that this secret technique clone would have such an effect. At this time, the black ball with a burnt smell also rolled out of the sea of fire and arrived at a relatively close distance to Nagato. Then the black ball quickly disintegrated, and the surviving parasite insects rushed towards Nagato, revealing the Aburame Shisui with a ruddy face and wet with sweat. Aburame Shisui gasped but did not dare to stop for a moment. While controlling the parasite insects to attack, he continued to squeeze his own chakra to accelerate the hatching of the insects in his body. Tanyan. Nagato did not hesitate and immediately used the ability of the Samsara. His right hand burst out with a terrifying suction force to suck Aburame Shisui over. Aburame Shisui did not react at all to what happened. When he realized that he was in front of Nagato, he wanted to pull out a kunai to fight back, but it was too late. Bang! Nagato burst out his chakra and slammed Aburame Shisui to the ground. The terrifying impact force shook up the yellow ash on the ground. Aburame Shisui was already in a bad state, and after being hit hard, she fainted directly, and the uncontrolled parasites scattered. What happened? This sudden reversal caught some ninjas in the lounge off guard. It was Aburame Shisui who bravely rushed into the sea of fire and rushed to Nagato. But how could she suddenly be knocked to the ground by Nagato? How did this Nagato practice? It's not enough to master wind, fire and earth, but he is also so strong in lightning escape. Some people were puzzled by Nagato's changes in nature and his training of ninjutsu. From the elimination round to now, Nagato has used 4 types of chakra-attributed ninjutsu, and each of them is a powerful high-level ninjutsu. What was that just now? Someone marked ninjutsu? Kakashi frowned slightly. Compared with Nagato's first use of lightning escape, Kakashi was more concerned about the sudden change in the last moment. It was obviously impossible for Aburame Shisui to actively approach Nagato and beat him. That would just be passive. But Kakashi couldn't think of what kind of power this was. He racked his brains but couldn't think of a ninjutsu that could have a similar effect. We can only wait until the quarterfinals to see if Sand Crab can force this ninjutsu out again. Kakashi gave up thinking. Nagato wins. The referee announced Nagato's victory after seeing Aburame Shisui lose his ability to fight, and called out the names of the next group of opponents after Nagato left. Number 6 Guangxi vs. Number 8 Sand Crab. Scorpion stood up with an indifferent face and walked towards the battlefield, without looking at Kakashi in the middle. Although he was full of murderous intent, he would not show hatred in front of Kakashi before finding a chance to attack, because it was meaningless. When the battle officially began, the ninjas in the lounge began to pay attention to the game. After 4 rounds of preliminaries and 1 round of eliminations, the ninjas who are still on the field now, even if they have a certain luck factor, are not too weak ninjas, and most of them have good ninja qualities. But Mitsuishi seemed to be the kind of ninja who had a certain amount of luck. He was not able to make Scorpion use 4 puppets like Yahiko did. Scorpion only took out 2 puppets and quickly defeated him. Kakashi didn't care much. Instead, he hoped that Sand Crab would be stronger, so that Nagato wouldn't just use ordinary powerful ninjutsu to defeat him. Number 9 Hoshigaki Kisame vs. Number 11 Might Guy. Might Guy quickly stood up after hearing his name, gave himself a thumbs up, and walked into the battlefield with a confident smile, followed by Hoshigaki Kisame. Looking at the figure in his memory that brought him a painful defeat, Hoshigaki Kisame's face, which was somewhat similar to a shark, showed a solemn expression. Although his long-term hard training made him greatly improve his strength, Might Guy's extremely powerful punch in the first battle was enough to let Hoshigaki Kisame know that he was not the only one who improved. Might Guy also improved, and might even be better than him. Hoshigaki Kamen, we meet again, and I will win this time. Might Guy put his hands on his hips and laughed as he declared victory. Hoshigaki Kisame? Hoshigaki Kisame was speechless. He wanted to use this tactic to irritate him again, right? The referee had just called out his full name. How could he have called it wrong? Hoshigaki Kisame, my name. Hoshigaki Kisame emphasized. Originally, with his personality, he should not pay attention to this tactic, but Might Guy has never called out his full name correctly once, and Hoshigaki Kisame still hopes that Might Guy can call him by his correct name once. Did I remember it wrong? Impossible. I remember calling it like this last time. Might Guy touched his chin with his hand and showed a thoughtful expression. Hoshigaki Kisame was speechless. Is there a possibility that you called it wrong last time too? Players, please be ready for battle. The game is about to begin. The Shinobi referee reminded. It's enough to chat for a few words, but you can't keep chatting. Hoshigaki Kisame had to temporarily give up the correction work and get into a fighting posture. Might Guy also threw aside all thoughts and devoted himself to the battle that was about to begin. The battle begins. 8 gates. Open, open, open the wound gate. Might Guy immediately opened 4 gates of the 8 gates, opened the chakra restrictions in his body, and a large amount of manic chakra emerged from his body. Water style, great explosion water wave. Hoshigaki Kisame immediately jumped backwards, and the large amount of chakra condensed in his throat quickly transformed into water attribute chakra and exhaled in one breath, and the terrifying water flow like a wave rushed straight to the battlefield. This move again, Might Guy made a prompt decision and opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates, while constantly concentrating his breathing and taking a deep breath to enter the rock breathing chakra mode. At this moment, an extremely powerful momentum burst out from Might Guy. During the Chunin exam, Might Guy could only be said to have won a narrow victory against Hoshigaki Kisame's water style, so Might Guy did not take it lightly and went all out. At the same time, the huge water flow brought by the great explosion water wave swept away everything in the battlefield, forming an extremely huge ellipsoidal water prison. This kind of super large-scale ninjutsu is really a foul under the limited range. Obito couldn't help but complain. Hoshigaki Kisame's ninjutsu couldn't be avoided at all, because the entire battlefield was covered. No matter how fast he was, it was useless. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. At this time, Obito could only be thankful that he had drawn a good lot. If he met Hoshigaki Kisame, it would be a big mistake, because he couldn't beat Hoshigaki Kisame in the water. People in the audience also became interested. This opening was such a big scene. Obviously not an ordinary battle. Water style, 100-foot shark. Hoshigaki Kisame's chakra suddenly burst out, and he created 100 shark-shaped water bullets in one breath and bit towards Might Guy. Hoshigaki Kisame is very clear about his advantages. His chakra amount is naturally outstanding. For others, a large-scale water style that requires a lot of chakra is only a piece of cake for him. Now, all he had to do was to use water escape in the water dungeon to consume Might Guy's physical strength, and then win the final victory. This is the right way to fight. Might Guy showed an excited expression. The battle with Feldspar was too easy for him. After watching so many exciting battles, Might Guy had been itching to fight. Might Guy's muscles were tense, his veins were bulging, and he seemed to have turned into a tiger ready to go. He poured all his strength into his fists and punched the point in front of him at super high speeds that were difficult for ordinary people to observe. Day Tiger is an advanced physical technique that can only be used when the 8 gates of the 8 gates are opened to 7, but with the blessing of the rock-breathing chakra mode, Might Guy, who now has 5 gates, can barely meet the standard for use. Under Might Guy's rapid attack, the air was constantly compressed, and the surrounding water was rippling under the effect of this terrifying force. Day Tiger. Suddenly, Might Guy changed his fists into palms and clapped his hands fiercely. The air that was compressed to the extreme suddenly burst out, and a powerful air wave burst out instantly. The air wave rushed towards the sharks like a tiger, and the shark water bombs were shattered wherever it went. This terrifying force caused the entire water prison to fluctuate violently, as if a water ball filled with water was kicked violently by someone, which made some ordinary audiences a little worried. If such a large water ball exploded, everyone in the venue would be soaked, almost instantly. The 100 shark water bombs made by Hoshigaki Kisame were all destroyed by the air cannon tiger shot by the Day Tiger. Roar! The ferocious air tiger roared with deterrence like a real king of beasts, and Hoshigaki Kisame continuously made new shark water bombs to weaken its power. Hoshigaki Kisame knew that Might Guy had become stronger, but he didn't expect that Might Guy's current strength would be so exaggerated that he instantly destroyed his 100 shark water bombs. At this time, he could only be thankful for his initial decision, and immediately used the big explosion water shock wave, and also kept a sufficient distance from Might Guy in the water, otherwise he would be killed instantly by Might Guy's physical technique. Water style, Big Salmon technique. Hoshigaki Kisame swam to the edge of the water prison, and quickly condensed chakra to create a terrifying shark water bullet with sharp teeth. This is one of the greatest achievements of Hoshigaki Kisame's training. The shark created by the Big Salmon can absorb chakra. If it encounters a chakra gas bullet attack, it can not only easily block it, but also become more powerful. Bang! Exclamation mark. The ferocious gas tiger and the brutal water shark collided at high speed, waves of water appeared, and the water prison surged again. But in Hoshigaki Kisame's unbelievable eyes, the gas tiger tore the water shark apart and slammed into him mercilessly. The gas tiger created by Might Guy did not contain a trace of chakra. Ahem, there is actually such a physical technique. Hoshigaki Kisame felt the pain from his body and deeply remembered the terrifying physical technique called Day Tiger, because he had consumed part of Day Tiger's power before, and Hoshigaki Kisame himself was also a ninja with a strong physique. He barely withstood Might Guy's attack. The ninjas of the Great Ninja Village really can't be underestimated. These two are very strong. Nagato's expression changed slightly. If it weren't for Muyu's teaching and the awakening of the Samsara Eye, he wouldn't be the opponent of the two. Haha, you are worthy of being an opponent whose name I remember. You are qualified to experience my strongest physical skills. Might Guy laughed when he saw that Hoshigaki Kisame didn't lose his ability immediately. Just now he just wanted to try out the new physical skills he learned. Next, he won't give Hoshigaki Kisame any chance. Might Guy exploded most of his body's chakra, and the terrifying momentum even caused the surrounding water to disperse and create a part of the open space. Then Might Guy exerted his breathing to the extreme, and poured all the power strengthened by the rock-breathing chakra mode into the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Might Guy put his right hand behind his waist and slightly bent his left leg. The power of the huge amount of chakra of the 8 gates, the power of the rock-breathing chakra mode, and the power of his own physical training day and night, all these powers burst out together, and he suddenly rushed out and swung his arm to make a slash. Hoshigaki Kisame had already sensed something was wrong when Might Guy laughed. He condensed a large amount of chakra to change the nature of water attributed chakra to create water sharks to attack Might Guy. This was the only thing he could do now, because he was injured. It was impossible for him to fight with Might Guy in physical skills. Golden Skyline. A thin and dazzling golden light suddenly flashed in the aquatic world. The water flow retreated wherever the golden light passed, and in an instant the oval water prison seemed to be split in two. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. All the water sharks created by Hoshigaki Kisame exploded in an instant. Hoshigaki Kisame burst out all his chakra to defend himself. Boom boom! Exclamation mark. Hoshigaki Kisame flew backwards at a high speed and slammed into the thick wall at the edge of the venue. The huge oval water prison collapsed, turning the battle venue into a small lake. This physical ninja named Might Guy is so powerful. Hanzo was a little shocked when he saw the terrifying power of the Golden Skyline. It was hard for him to imagine that such a terrifying physical skill was performed by an 11-year-old physical ninja. In Hanzo's impression, physical skills are a skill that depends on age. Generally, if you want to make a difference in physical skills, you have to spend a lot of time practicing physical skills, and your physical strength must be at its peak, that is, in your 20s to 30s. Might Guy has such strong physical skills at the age of 11, which Hanzo has never heard of or seen before. Sosuke, I hope you won't be sad if Nagato, who you have high hopes for, doesn't advance to the finals. Hanzo couldn't help but gloat in his heart. Facing Might Guy with such strength, Nagato is not sure to win. Hanzo used to not gloat about someone in his heart like this. After all, as a demigod, he still has a certain level of self-cultivation. But Sosuke is different. Hanzo came to the martial arts tournament because he was threatened by Sosuke. If Sosuke was unlucky, Hanzo would naturally be happy to see it happen. Might Guy wins. The referee skillfully pulled Hoshigaki Kisame out of the wall and announced the result of the battle. It was a refreshing battle. Hoshigaki Kamen, I will continue to remember your name. Might Guy exited the 8 gates and rock-breathing chakra mode, took a breath of relief, smiled brightly and gave Hoshigaki Kisame a thumbs up. Even in the entire youth martial arts tournament, Hoshigaki Kisame's strength was not weak, and he lost in the second round only because he met him. P.S. This chapter is 5K, and there will be another chapter later, but it will be very late, so you can read it tomorrow. The word count should be 6K or 5K, so the total word count will be more than 10,000, which makes up for yesterday's word count to a certain extent. Also, please ask for monthly tickets. The monthly tickets have been doubled in recent days. Chapter 525, Pokemon Evolution. In the Players' Lounge, the players had different expressions because of Might Guy's shocking performance. What a strong body! Scorpion remained calm on the surface, but was slightly shocked in his heart. With such powerful physical skills, I'm afraid that even his most defensive puppet would find it difficult to block it. Originally, Scorpion didn't need to pay attention to Might Guy, because he could only meet Might Guy when he advanced to the semi-finals. After entering the semi-finals, Scorpion could just play badly and naturally didn't need to care about him. But because he wanted to assassinate Kakashi, and Might Guy was Kakashi's teammate, Scorpion paid attention to Might Guy. With this attention, Scorpion knew that it would be difficult to fight head-on. Kakashi and Might Guy are both fast and high-output ninjas. Once the two of them joined forces, plus Obito and the other two, even if he used the human puppet of the third Kazekage, he would have a hard time fighting, because the human puppet of the third Kazekage is powerful, but as a puppeteer, he is very fragile, and he will be finished if Might Guy or Kakashi gets close to him. After the technology is perfected, I have to transform myself as soon as possible. The flesh and blood body is too fragile, Scorpion thought to himself. Scorpion doesn't like things that are short-lived. Scorpion likes eternity, including humans. So Scorpion developed the technology of human puppets, which can transform human corpses into puppets. Since human puppets are made with the chakra of their previous life, human puppets can use the blood limit and all ninjutsu of their previous life. Scorpion, who likes eternity, is of course willing to transform himself into a puppet, but his human puppet technology is not mature enough at present, and rashly transforming himself may cause accidents. More and more monsters. Can anyone really beat him? Midorumi was once again glad that she didn't have to face Might Guy because her number was low. However, after being glad, Midorumi became worried again. If Might Guy continues to grow like this, in a dozen or 20 years, he may be much more terrifying than the current Konoha-sanin. When the conflict between Kirigakure and Konoha comes again, I really don't know how to deal with it. Although the water transformation technique of the Hazuki clan is very restrained against ninjas like Might Guy who are all physical attacks, it can only protect himself from injury, not necessarily beat Might Guy. Besides, Might Guy is not without teammates on the battlefield. If he is given a teammate who can use lightning, the ninjas of the Hazuki clan will suffer. Amidst the various looks from many players, Might Guy walked into the player lounge with his chest held high and his head raised, laughing. "My dear friend, I am already getting excited," Might Guy said to Kakashi with excitement. As long as Kakashi advances to the quarterfinals, they will have a fight in the next round. Although it may hurt Nohara Rin to say this, Might Guy does not think that Nohara Rin can beat Kakashi rationally. He thinks Kakashi is 100% sure to win and there will be no surprises. Then calm down a little. It's only the third game of the second round that has just ended. Kakashi said calmly, what is coming will always come. Although theoretically his winning rate in the battle with Might Guy is very low, there is still a possibility of winning. As a genius, Kakashi believes in his ability and he may seize the opportunity to defeat Might Guy. Number 13 Nohara Rin vs. Number 15 Kakashi. The referee's shout came into the lounge. Nohara Rin stood up, looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, "Kakashi, don't show mercy because of our relationship." Although it was just a game, Nohara Rin hoped that Kakashi would not let her down and take the battle seriously. She wanted to personally experience the distance between her and Kakashi and the others. Yeah, Kakashi nodded. He had no intention of letting Nohara Rin down. At most, he would be lenient because of his teammates. Kakashi felt that because they were teammates, he couldn't let her down, because this might make Nohara Rin have a wrong understanding of her own strength and make mistakes during the mission. Failure of the mission was a small matter. Kakashi was worried that Nohara Rin would die because of this. Lin, come on, you are not without a chance. The current venue is very suitable for you to fight. Obito encouraged Nohara Rin. In addition to physical skills, Nohara Rin also has a water escape technique. At this time, the small lake left by Kisame's large-scale water escape technique can make Nohara Rin perform water escape techniques more easily and more powerful. Thank you for your blessing, Obito. If you lose later, I will still cheer for you in the audience. Nohara Rin smiled gently and walked towards the battlefield. Nohara Rin has a desire to win, but she is more self-aware. It is too difficult to beat Kakashi. When she hadn't practiced water escape, Kakashi had already mastered lightning escape and earth escape. When she just mastered water breathing, Kakashi had become the first disciple to master the transparent world and breathing chakra mode at the same time. How can she defeat Kakashi with such a person, just relying on a little advantage of the terrain? Nohara Rin felt that this was unrealistic. Standing on the water and looking at Kakashi in front of her, Nohara Rin was surprisingly calm. After all, this was a battle that was bound to be lost. The battle begins. Water breathing, full concentration. Nohara Rin immediately concentrated her breathing to the limit she could reach. Facing Kakashi, she did not dare to have any reservations and did everything she could to strengthen herself. Water escape, water clone technique. Then Nohara Rin quickly formed a seal to separate two water clones. Under normal circumstances, the water clone only has 10% of the power of the original body, but its strength will increase in the presence of water. Thunder breathing, concentrate. Because of Nohara Rin's words, out of respect for Nohara Rin, Kakashi also highly concentrated his thunder breathing and then entered the state of the transparent world and reached his hand into the ninja tool bag. Swish! Exclamation mark! Several shurikens with a cold light pierced the air and shot towards Nohara Rin at a high speed. Whoosh! Exclamation mark! Seeing that the shurikens with strange angles blocked all the points for conventional dodge, Nohara Rin immediately used water instant body with the water clone and left the place. Nohara Rin's water instant body was not slow, but she could not get rid of the lock of Kakashi in the transparent world state. Flash! Kakashi pulled out the white fang short blade, used the thunder attribute chakra that had been condensed in advance to strengthen his body, and swung it towards Nohara Rin's original body at a high speed. With the blessing of the transparent world, Kakashi's powerful body was perfectly exerted, whether it was running or swinging the sword. Water prison technique. Speed is not Nohara Rin's strong point. In order to avoid being caught in Kakashi's attack rhythm, Nohara Rin cast the water prison technique to cover her body. In this way, the water clones can attack while Kakashi is attacking. Swish! But just when the water clones gathered chakra and prepared to attack, Kakashi suddenly changed his tactics and cut off one of the water clones. One flash, two consecutive, lightning flashed, and one water clone instantly turned into liquid and dissipated. This extremely fast change of tactics successfully made the attack of the other water clone fail. Purple lightning. Then Kakashi's left hand suddenly burst into dazzling purple lightning. Kakashi controlled the purple lightning in his hand to split into lightning and attack, instantly covering Nohara Rin's body and shadow clones. The water escape of the water prison technique was broken by electricity, and the only remaining water clone was also turned into liquid and merged into the water after being hit by the purple lightning. Explosive fist. The water prison was broken, but it successfully resisted the power of lightning. Nohara Rin, who was not injured, suddenly blasted the chakra that had been condensing and compressing onto the water surface. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and under the terrifying force of Nohara Rin, the waves rushed to the sky, and the powerful shockwave and water flow attacked Kakashi. Whoosh! Kakashi had already seen through Nohara Rin's movements and was prepared. He instantly activated the lightning attribute chakra to strengthen his body and rushed to dodge and counterattack Nohara Rin. Konoha hand knife. Kakashi poured all his strength into his palm and waved it at Nohara Rin in the air, quickly sending out a stream of energy. Since the tile-splitting technique is a rare physical technique that can be used at a distance or at close range, Kakashi also spent some time to learn it. However, due to the difference in strength, if Kakashi uses it at a distance, he must have the blessing of the transparent world and the strengthening of the lightning attribute to have enough lethality. Bang! Nohara Rin, who was hit by the transparent energy, flew backwards and fell into the water. Sure enough, Kakashi is born evil. Zealand is so cute, but you are willing to do such a cruel thing. Obito felt very uncomfortable when he saw Nohara Rin being beaten by Kakashi. The pain of hitting Nohara Rin was in his heart. At this moment, Obito's desire for strength was even stronger. He deeply felt the tragedy of being weak. He was not as strong as Kakashi now. Even if Nohara Rin lost, Obito could only curse Kakashi in his heart. He could not beat Kakashi in the next civil war to vent his anger for Nohara Rin. Gurgle. Nohara Rin was at a loss and drank a few gulps of water. Then she endured the pain and swam up while making hand seals. The moment her head came out of the water, she resumed her breathing method and gathered chakra on her feet to stand on the water again. Water style. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Nohara Rin quickly released the prepared water style to force back the attacking Kakashi. Summoning Jutsu. Then Nohara Rin summoned the slug, wanting to use the slug's healing ability to fight a war of attrition with Kakashi. As a teammate who has been with Kakashi for a long time, Nohara Rin knew Kakashi's weakness very well. That is, he could not fight with all his strength for a long time. Because of the chakra, Kakashi was very cautious in every attack, and would spend chakra on the blade, so that each ninjutsu had its own effect. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. Whether it was a powerful lightning slash like the Godspeed Flash or a powerful lightning slash like the pseudo dark purple lightning, Kakashi would not use it too much in a battle, and generally would not use it more than twice in a battle. But when using the summoning technique, Nohara Rin suddenly felt a throbbing. She somehow felt the thoughts of the Uchiha far away in Konoha. The Uchiha wanted Nohara Rin to summon it, and the Uchiha wanted to help her fight, even if it was just to help her resist one or two ninjutsu. Nohara Rin didn't quite understand why this happened, but she quickly appeased the Uchiha in her mind and continued to summon the slug. How could she summon the Uchiha? The Uchiha didn't even have the ability to attack, and it was not much different from ordinary fish. Summoning the Uchiha would undoubtedly let the Uchiha be beaten, and Nohara Rin would not do such a thing. But then something even more surprising happened to Nohara Rin. White smoke flashed, and a white and a yellow figure appeared. The Uchiha fish was summoned together with the slug. Nohara Rin's ninja knowledge was challenged. It was the first time she knew that the summoning technique could be like this. Please, Lord Slug, please do your best to treat me. Nohara Rin quickly said the slug's task. At this point, Nohara Rin didn't have time to think too much, because Kakashi wouldn't give her that much time to think. Well, Zealand, leave the treatment to me. The slug climbed onto Nohara Rin's back. Zeomai, you quickly swim to the edge of the field, otherwise you will be affected by our attack. After arranging the combat mission for the slug, Nohara Rin did not forget to keep the Uchiha fish away from the battlefield. Fortunately, there was a small lake created by Hoshigaki Kisame, otherwise Nohara Rin would have to split a water clone to take the Uchiha fish away. After the choo-choo fish swam far away, it took advantage of Nohara Rin's inattention to swim to Nohara Rin's nearby. In order to prevent Nohara Rin from discovering it, it swam behind Nohara Rin and dived into a deeper position. How did Zealand summon it? Isn't it incompetent? Seeing this, Kakashi thought that Nohara Rin had some hidden cards, but stopped. If he really failed to win against Nohara Rin, Obito would laugh at him for the rest of his life. If he failed to win against Nohara Rin with such a big gap in hard power, even if Obito didn't say anything, Kakashi himself would feel uncomfortable. Although Nohara Rin didn't understand what Kakashi was planning, she still took the opportunity to use medical ninjutsu to treat herself, and then separated her water clone to attack Kakashi. The slug spit acid at Kakashi. The water clone interfered with Kakashi with physical skills, and Nohara Rin's body used hand seals to use ninjutsu. Water style, Torrent Beam. Torrent Beam is a B-level water style developed by Miyu, and it is the most lethal water style ninjutsu currently mastered by Nohara Rin. But Kakashi, who had mastered the transparent world, easily dodged the water spear that Nohara Rin had worked so hard to condense, as if he could predict the future, and also dealt with Nohara Rin's water clone. Is this the gap between me and them? Nohara Rin seemed to see an unbridgeable gap. With the blessing of the terrain, she tried her best. Her body was injured and most of her chakra was consumed, but she couldn't touch the corner of Kakashi's clothes. Konoha hand knife. Kakashi used the same trick again and swung transparent energy at Nohara Rin to end the battle. In Nohara Rin's current state, there was no way to resist this kind of attack. Bang! A yellow figure flew backwards, and drops of blood dripped in the air. The ugly fish behind Nohara Rin used its extreme speed and swam in front of Nohara Rin at the last moment to block the attack for her. Huh? Kakashi looked at the ugly fish that was hit and was a little puzzled. He didn't know why Nohara Rin summoned it. "Oh my, are you okay?" Nohara Rin didn't have time to blame the fish for not following her instructions to retreat to a safe distance, and hurriedly turned back to check on the fish. Kakashi hesitated as he was about to swing the knife, as if something unexpected had happened. If it was a stranger, Kakashi would definitely choose to put the knife on the opponent's neck to end the fight. But Nohara Rin was a friend and teammate, so Kakashi walked up to ask what was going on. The fish fell in the water and sank. In its dull eyes were the reflections of Nohara Rin and Kakashi. Kakashi approached Nohara Rin with a knife. I have to protect Jalin." The fish kept recalling every bit of his life with Nohara Rin since he was born. Although he had no fighting ability, Nohara Rin had never disliked him and took good care of him every day. Nohara Rin even considered his mental health and would often come to chat with him and tell him about his own things. Even if the fish couldn't reply, the pain in his body stimulated the nerves of the fish. It wanted strength. It also wanted to help Nohara Rin like the slug, and wanted to help its contractors fight like Rock Dog and the others. "I can do it. I can continue to help Lin block the attack." Recalling Nohara Rin's encouragement to it, the fish rushed towards Nohara Rin and Kakashi again regardless of the pain. Even if it tried its best, it could only splash a little water, but it could also use its relatively strong body to block the wind and rain for Nohara Rin. At the same time, a dazzling white light burst out at the bottom of the water. Nohara Rin and Kakashi were both stunned and looked down at the bottom of the water together. They had seen the scene of Charmander's evolution and could easily guess what was going on. Splash! Ah! With a clear and loud cry, a milky white figure broke through the water and rushed straight to Kakashi. Kakashi burst out chakra and dodged, curiously looking at the evolution of the fish. At this moment, Kakashi only had the word outrageous in his mind. Looking at Min Xiao, he couldn't imagine that this elegant and beautiful snake creature was a yellow croaker with bumps on its body. Not only Kakashi, but even Nohara Rin was stunned. Min Xiao's appearance cannot be said to be completely similar to that of the Chaocho. It can only be said that they are completely unrelated. Min Xiao's body has completely lost the characteristics of the Chaocho. Its body is milky white, and its red eyes are as bright and beautiful as rubies. Min Xiao's head is relatively long, and there is a protrusion on the top of its head like Charmeleon, but the style is different and it is longer than Charmeleon. Its eyebrows extend from its body. The part connected to the eyelids is the same milky white as the body, and most of the rest is red. From the side, it looks a bit like an unfinished heart, which adds a touch of cuteness to Min Xiao. In addition, there are red hair like fins covering both sides of the head, like red hair twin tails. Finally, Min Xiao's tail looks very gorgeous. Not only does it have scales of two different colors, blue and pink, but it is also decorated with black stripes and red patterns. In the lounge, the appearance of Min Xiao also set off a huge wave. What's going on? Where did this guy come from? Due to the perspective, Obito didn't see the evolution of the crowfish. When he saw the sudden appearance of Melodic, He didn't know what was going on for a while. So beautiful. Midorumi's eyes widened. It was the first time she saw such a beautiful ninja beast. In Midorumi's impression, ninja beasts were just ordinary animals that could talk and were a little bigger. She had never seen a ninja beast as beautiful as Melodic. P.S. This chapter is also 5K, which is a small daily increase of 10,000. Please give me monthly votes. After the 7th, there will be no double monthly votes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.